Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Dell for the first hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John McClain is going to join us a little bit later in the show. He's going to hang out with us here today. A free agent. He's on this free agent tour, I think. And he will join us as a free agent here in the 8 o'clock hour. And then maybe stick around. We'll see. There's a lot. We'll save... We're going to save a lot of the football stuff for him, but there is some great information. Did Lance send you that the schedule release preview?
Yes, I saw that.
You saw that? Isn't that good? There's a lot of good information in that thing that we will get to in the 8 o'clock hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our Astros off yesterday. They got the Yankees today. A lot of talk about after Luis Arias was traded, number 2 on the list is Alex Bregman. Justin Verlander. I mean, Tim Kelly had a list of guys who are going to get traded. I honestly don't know what you get for Alex Bregman right now.
I know that his value here is in the tank. Well, we know. We've seen what he's been. And do you think the rest of Major League Baseball says, well, this is early. This is what he is in April and early May. We know what he is as a player. Are we overreacting to him being bad because the entire team's bad? And maybe baseball in general is like, that's still a good baseball player. He can help us if we wanted to acquire him.
We also know he's only going to help us for 4 months.
True. Right?
And we also know that, he's a good baseball player, but the Astros are going to want a heck of a lot more than just they're going to use this, whatever team it is, they're going to use this start and just say, oh, dude's done. Dude's toast. What do you want? We're not giving up. We're not going to give up. I don't think they get the offers that are going to be worth it for them to trade him. First of all, because he's only a rental, and secondly, because he has sucked this year. Are you sure he's going to come out of it? Are we sure he's coming out of it?
The back of the baseball card, John, tells you.
The back of the baseball card.
He will come out of it.
Man, I am so tired of the back of the. I want to see hitting as opposed to the back of the baseball.
And maybe Alex Bregman's the type that he gets into. Maybe they allow his agent to talk to that team, and they say, "Hey, we are willing to work towards a long-term deal with you." And he's a guy who needs that type of maybe not incentive, but security to know that, hey, this team's going to look out for me, and maybe that's going to bring him out of a slump. Because. I foresee him being better than this, even if he's still an Astro, but I don't think he's going to have a good, I'm a free agent, pay me all the money type of year.
Yeah, no, he's really costing himself a lot of money. Yeah, because the thought, when Manny Machado signed his deal, we were doing those videos over there, and, the thought was Alex Bregman is seeing that deal right now, and he's the next third baseman that's going to come up and get that kind of money. I mean, Matt Chapman couldn't find a deal. Matt Chapman has had his struggles as well, but Alex Bregman's getting into that kind of territory.
Alex Bregman's fumbling the bag. That's what we'd say.
Fumbling the bag.
The culture, the streets would tell you he's fumbling the bag right now. This is a big year for him. The likelihood of him getting a major deal long term after this, small. This was the year to go make sure he got his money for the rest of his life. Not that he won't be fine. He'll be fine. But this was the year, and he is fumbling right now.
He's coming back. He's coming off back-to-back $25 million season.
Yeah, like I said, he'll be fine. Yeah. But I'm not thinking about the generations of Bregmans to come. They'll be fine too, unless he's bad with money. But this was the year to get your long-term 7-8 year deal worth $35+ million a year, and he's not. The way he's playing says that's off the table.
How will Alex Bregman be remembered here?
As a champion, a two-time champion.
The two-time champ.
Yeah.
Very fondly.
Yes, Alex Bregman.
Despite this finish, and I don't know.
And it's not over, by the way.
It's not over. But even still,
we expect
this is probably the end. I don't foresee them signing him. Do you?
No, not the way they operate. And we can get into. It's not a report. It was a suggestion by Jim Bowden about going after Vlad Guerrero Jr. And going after him. And considering what the Astros don't do, it feels like that's a stretch. But back to Bregman. he's got the stare into the camera. He was part of this turnaround for the Astros. He was the a different type of guy compared to we are baseball guy. We do it a certain way until AJ Hinch yelled at him. Now he's more like one of those baseball guys. But he was the juice. Remember, he was the juice on this team. Correa, sure, but Bregman was part of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's been here for the whole thing. Number retired?
Ooh. When did he get it? When did he get up to the majors?
He got here in – was he here for 15 or no?
I'll have to look.
I think he got here for 16, didn't he?
I'll have to take a look. I'm not sure. Number retired. 2 World Series, a prominent member of that team.
On the dugout steps in Boston.
He's
hit the home run off Sale in Boston.
He's got moments. He is one of those dudes who we're going to remember as part of this run. It's funny that his run's ending. The run is ending kind of like the run began. Remember where he couldn't get a hit and everyone's like, bust. Get him out of here.
What did he go 0 for 30 to start his career?
He was really bad to start, and everyone was freaking out. We seen how that has turned around. No, number 2.
Verlander number retired?
He's only got the 1, right?
He's got the 1.
Was he?
No,
he
got 2.
He was here in 22.
He's got 2.
Then he left. Yeah, he was here in 22.
He was here in 20. Yeah, he was here.
Is Crane going to be willy-nilly?
He's got 2.
Yeah, he's got 2. Is Crane going to be willy-nilly with that? Just giving them all out to the guys on the team?
We know Altuve.
Yeah. That's the definite.
I think Verlander is yes. I think Verlander's a yes.
Because 17 happened without, outside of the scandal, the 17 happened without him joining the team.
And if there's one other guy that's going to get it, it's Bregman.
Is he the only one remaining with 2? Correa didn't get 2.
Correa didn't get 2. Springer didn't get 2.
No. Jordan wasn't.
Jordan got 1. Tucker got 1.
So I guess if we're talking about longevity of the run, he would be the guy. Were any of the other pitchers around in 17? Well, McCullers has 2, but it's like,
Fromber wasn't here.
No. McCullers just happened to be around.
Yeah,
He was around. He has 2.
Well, he pitched in Game 4 and gave up 100 runs.
Did he get 2, though?
He got 2.
Yes, but I think you're right. The clear definites are Verlander just because of what he means. That trade meant, okay, we are in this, and then they went on to win.
It's rare that you have your number is going to be retired by 2 teams, and Verlander is going to be retired by 2 teams.
I think so.
It's rare. It's even rarer talking about J.J. Watt coming back to the Houston Texans. Has a player ever played with his number retired?
Have they ever taken it out of retirement or left it up there and let him wear it? I don't.
Jordan returned to the Chicago.
But you're the Chicago guy. Had they already tired?
Oh, they must have. I don't know. Had they retired it already?
In 2 years, they decided let's put it up there, and then he came back to win 3 more.
I'm not sure if his number was retired at the time. I don't know that any other player has ever come back after his. Because they did that pretty quick. It usually takes a few years before you retire.
He was their guy. They had. I don't know why they did it so quick, but when they did it, there was not a lot of positivity around the team.
Yeah,
they had to milk positivity.
They needed to sell some tickets.
They needed something, and that was the move.
I don't know that I've ever heard of a player playing with his number retired, and that's a possibility for JJ. Did you see McAfee? McAfee says that JJ is going to be president of the United States someday. Would you vote for JJ right now?
What are his policies?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I really don't care. If he was running in this election, I'd vote for him.
At least he has a real shot of making it through.
Yeah.
Living through the next 4 years.
I don't. At least he's not 100.
Yeah. At least I can expect him to be around.
We hope. We hope he'll be around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Verlander against Gill tonight. Luis Gill. Eric Getty against Rodon. And Blanco against Stroman. 3 in New York at the Yankees, who are, they started out red hot as they usually do, and they're going to fall off and not make the playoffs as they usually do. But this is where the Astros really need to turn the tide. At Detroit after this, then 4 against Oakland here, 3 against Milwaukee here, and 3 against the Angels here. At Oakland after that for 3. other than Milwaukee in that stretch after this Yankees series, it just doesn't get much easier.
You
in
out
Major
here
League
still
Baseball.
looking for soft touches when you're the soft touch?
But at some point you have look at. We can beat up some Colorado Rockies now.
In a foreign
country. I think
country.
we proved that, though.
Well, in a foreign country. What happens in America?
Well, I don't know. Have you seen the cartels taking over New Mexico? I'm not sure we're not in a foreign country now.
Well, parts of us. New Mexico, at least.
Yeah, parts of New Mexico no longer belong to us.
Maybe they're saying, hey, it's new for a reason. We want it back.
It's no longer belongs to us.
It's called new for a reason. It once was ours.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're not in a foreign land anymore.
Well,
okay.
I don't know. If the Astros can play other games in parts of New Mexico, maybe they have a shot. But I don't think this team, I'm going to look at their schedule and go, well, look who's coming up.
Well,
and go, we got a shot here.
Are you saying that we're not even better than Oakland? Is this what you're intimating?
What do the standings say?
And Detroit actually has played well this year.
Yeah, what do the standings say?
The standings say we're the team everybody's circling.
The Oakland A's look, hey, we need to stay in the race.
Teams still look at us. They still look at the jerseys.
Yeah.
It's like the Steelers.
They're like a college football program who used to be good.
Yeah.
And everyone still rushes the field when they beat them, even though it doesn't matter anymore because the team stinks. Trust
Miami.
me, I know. Yeah, I know, John. That's why I can make the analogy. I'm aware.
People, no one rushed the field beating Miami this year.
No. Chris Paul has killed that off, but it still happened. Like at least 4 or 5 years ago, teams with like bad football teams who beat us would still rush the field. And I was like, "What are you guys doing? We're terrible. This isn't a feather in your cap." I guess the Astros are still that. And look, it's 1 month plus of being terrible. Yeah. People still gonna care about beating them. The faces are familiar, the uniforms are familiar, and it means something to beat them. But I can't look at the rest of the schedule and go, well, we got a shot here. We can make up some ground.
Nah.
Because I can't trust multiple parts of the team to come through.
712 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You got me depressed already.
So John McClain asked the question to Hannah McNair, and we will. Should we save that for him, or should we?
Well, maybe he can ask about.
Yeah, we can.
We'll ask him about what brought it on, and was he surprised by her rather stern response?
Yeah, she was like,
"Go what?
Now what? Now?
Why would we do that?
Why are you asking that silly question?" Yeah. We also got basketball. Holy crap! The tide has turned in the NBA.
The champs got bullied at home.
And I've got a game changer for you. It's called Free Reign Coffee. Free Reign Coffee is, to me, what you should be drinking every morning. It is where I'm at in my life. You know why I'm with Free Reign is because of full body flavor, get up and get after it attitude. It's just how the whole company is. They love first responders. Here's what they're doing too. Is if you have a spouse in the military, they are saying we will send her if it's a guy, you're a male in the military, we're going to send your spouse a free bag or pods of coffee because we really appreciate you. And that's what they do. They love country, community, military, veterans, first responders, nurses, teachers. They love that. At Free Reign. Because you know why? Because it's Texas. It's San Angelo. It's America, okay? Get up and get after it. And, oh, by the way, the coffee's great. It's not bitter. It's got full, rich flavor. You'll love it. You want to try it? Let's go. Just give it a try. 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off site-wide. 975coffee.com, ESPN20.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so there is a new sheriff in town, and it's the Minnesota Timberwolves. Holy crap. I mean, I checked into the game in the second quarter, and it was like 47-10. It was maybe not that bad, but it was ridiculous. It was like, what the hell is going on, Denver? What is wrong with you? Okay, and this is without the best defender in the league in Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, if you missed it, Rudy Gobert missed the game for the birth of his child. He was listed as questionable. People are like, what happened to him? And then we found out
I saw before the game they said personal reasons.
Personal reasons, yeah. And then we found out that the personal reasons were the birth of a child. Which brought up differing viewpoints depending on who you are.
Now, back in the day, we had Babygate here with the Houston Oilers, where the offensive tackle went, instead of going on the road trip with the team, it was David, I don't know, John McClain will remember. He and that was the first time we ever remember a guy not going to a game because of a birth of a baby. Well, everybody's got differing opinions on it. Who is in this podcast with Gilbert Arenas?
I have to go back. I have to go back and look at the video. I'm not sure who was in it, but it was.
There's four guys,
and they're all having a conversation about it.
Yeah, they're former players.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, maybe there's one Gilbert friend. I'm not sure, but yeah, for the most part, former players. He has a rotating line of guys who comes in, and look, Gilbert Arenas says things, and he has to for interest and entertainment, and I'm not sure how seriously I take anything he says, but the internet wasn't thrilled with his commentary and really the panel's commentary on Rudy Gobert missing the game. They weren't happy.
I mean, missing this game for that baby. I see you.
It's the baby, bro. It's going to be there when you get back. We hope.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, the baby going to be
okay, but unnecessary.
The baby going to, it don't know, whatever you about to think you about to do with the baby, he going to be asleep.
Need that skin-to-skin contact.
Okay, you get skin-to-skin in 2 days.
Right on the titty. The whole time, right on the titty. Need some milk.
So, I don't know that I disagree with Gilbert so much. I mean, I'm not the internet police. I'm not gonna go after Gilbert Arenas for his thoughts on. Listen, I've had 3 babies born. It's great. It's great. I went to work right after. I think Frankie was born, and JT too. I worked that day. I mean, it's great.
Were you there at the births?
I was there.
Okay.
I was there, and it's really great. And you're with your wife, and it's a special moment, and it's awesome. And then you go, that's great. Here, there's the baby. And then you go to work.
I don't know the feeling of having a child or even being the father of a child, but I don't think it's brave that anyone's stepping up and going, hey, Gilbert, you can't say that. Stop being performative. We all stop taking what the guy says on a podcast as gospel and quote tweeting it for your likes and your interactions. Everybody
and
holier than now.
Yeah.
Look, it's 4 guys sitting around having a conversation, and are you going to pretend like you've never heard a conversation like that before? Like, what's that baby? That baby don't know anything. Doesn't know if you're there or not. It's more about the mom that you're there for. Right? Isn't that the case? You're there for the mom.
Right. You know what's more important than being there for the birth? Being there while the baby's growing up. That's kind of more important. And, and taking care of the baby. Rudy Gobert is set for life. You're not going to worry about his money. But, listen, he should have been there for the birth of the baby. You should be there for the birth of the baby.
Yes.
Okay? But I could see the other. There's plenty. Listen. This is not something, oh, my God. And, by the way, you don't have to take, now paternity leave is 4 months. It is, we've gone so far the other way. Back in the day, guys played, even if it was a regular season game, you know what? I'll get back, and the baby will be there. It was Gilbert Arenas' exact thought. The baby will be there, no problem. My wife can handle this, and I'll see the baby as soon as the game's over.
I don't have a real pull either way, but if Rudy Gobert decided, you know what, I had a conversation with my significant other, I don't know if he's married or not, and we've decided that I'll play and I'll be back because we have an off day or maybe multiple off days. I'll be with her after the birth of the child. I'd be like, all right, that's your decision. And he decided he wanted to go back. That's your decision. I don't get the moral outrage or why people are so upset with Gilbert Arenas, other than you gotta rail on him and try to get people to like your posts.
You know what happened? Scotty Scheffler. I mean, you think he didn't make some points with the women? Listen, I'm gonna leave Augusta if my wife goes into labor. I'm leaving. I am not going to. I'm going to be there for the birth of our baby.
Middle of the final round, he's leaving?
He won the Masters, flew back to Dallas, and went to a bar for about 5 hours.
Apparently she gave him permission, but I was like, what? You were on call to fly home, and then you got home and then immediately
went right to the bar
to go get a couple drinks in.
That's my kind of golfer. That's my kind of Masters champ. Okay? Straight to the bar for 5 hours. That's what the reports were. I love that.
Everyone, just relax. Gilbert's doing a podcast. That's all. That's all he's doing. He's talking to his friends.
Gilbert Arenas is going to say things.
Are we taking what he says seriously? Do what you like. If you want to be around for the birth of your child, great.
Be around. If you don't, then don't.
Clear it with the most important person in the room, the mom. And if she says cool, cool.
Listen, my wife would probably go, get out there and play. Listen, this is a playoff game. You need to be there.
Apparently, he did need to be there.
But now here's the problem. The T-Wolves realize we don't really need you.
Wow. I'm going to say in a one-game sample size they got it done, but I'm not sure.
And defensively.
Well, apparently they don't need Chris Finch then too. Well, he's actually sitting behind the bench while the assistants yelling at all the referees and calling timeouts, but Chris Finch is there. They were outstanding. They played with the physicality that a lot of people talked about, like, hey, if they're going to play this physical, the Nuggets don't have a chance. And the Nuggets try to respond with, like, fake physicality. You see them do things they don't normally do. Jokic, he can be physical if he wants, but, they're adding a little extra to everything to try to match what Minnesota's doing. It looked unnatural for them. And you watch Jamal Murray, like, doing the Bronx cheer every time they got a foul call. They were cooked because that's what the fans do. He did it several times after they finally got foul calls. You knew their mindset was off.
They were.
And then when he throws a heat pack onto the floor.
He was, what the hell?
He threw it at Mark Davis because Mark Davis got yelled at by Michael Malone. He didn't get a tech. Mark Davis was like, Mark Davis is a referee, by the way. Michael Malone didn't.
Oh, my God. Michael Malone went after him,
He didn't get a tech for it. Mark Davis was like, just go sit down. I'm not even going to hit you with anything. Yeah. And then later, he throws a heat pack, and then Mark Davis is looking back going, where did that come from? And I guess he made an assumption initially that it was from the fans. But then, like, the Timberwolves bench said to the referee, wait a minute, you can't give him a tech? You think fans have a heat pack? Where do you think that came from? Then the referee's like, okay, we made a mistake. Should have been a tech. But, yeah, the Nuggets are off their game. We haven't seen them like that in years. And I said that if they were healthy, they would win. Jamal Murray's not healthy. He's got a calf issue. But even still, how the T-Wolves defended them, they were like, well, not to make the pun, but a pack of wolves. They were out there and made it very difficult for the entire game.
It's Kenyon Martin, Rashad McCants, and Brandon Jennings on his podcast.
Okay, so 4 guys who you expect to just be saying stuff.
Yeah, they're going to say stuff.
And if you're going to be offended by that, don't listen to the podcast.
Yeah. RJ gave me that. RJ knows. Oh, RJ was watching some
basketball
podcast. Don't worry about that. But my goodness. Okay. Are we going? I will say this. You know how big an MJ fan I am.
I hate this conversation already.
I hate it too. But I'm going to tell you this. There's a lot in his game, there's a lot of similarities. Now, I will say this too. Michael didn't win until he was 8 years in the league. He didn't win until he was 8 years in the league. This kid's 22 years old, and he looks like Mike.
Well, Anthony Edwards has already said, stop comparing me to him. I don't want to be compared to him. He's the greatest. Leave me alone. And I talked about it yesterday a little bit. I get it. People always want to find the next Mike. And then if Anthony Edwards, predictably, if he doesn't win a title until he's 27, 28, kind of the natural progression of things, people are going to start to criticize him. Oh, you're not Michael Jordan. He goes, he never said he was.
No.
You guys put that on him.
No, listen, I'm the biggest Mike defender. Are you kidding me with that kind of, I would just say this. His game is a lot like Mike's. It's like Juju Watkins. Juju is, we could say, hey, she plays like a guy. You know why? Because she plays like a guy. She's got moves. She's got a natural way about her game.
She's unique in how she plays when you compare it to women we've seen. Now, maybe if we watch more women's basketball, we see more of them. But the way we've seen the women's game played before, it is clear her influences are not strictly women.
And Anthony Edwards, his game is similar to Mike's with the dunks, the shot, the moves,
the defense,
everything.
Yeah,
everything.
And he is. I didn't know Mike. I didn't watch Michael Jordan when he was young. I wasn't alive, so I don't know how his demeanor on the court. Maybe Anthony Edwards is a little bit more exuberant as far as the smile on his face while he's talking bleep to you. But yeah, I get what people are doing. I understand. But I just want people to relax and watch a great player play basketball, and then we'll see what he becomes. Because generally, the way the NBA goes, you don't win anything until you're in your mid to late 20s. And you mentioned Michael took 8 years to do it.
I ain't going to the Mike thing yet, but I'm going to say this: I do see the similarities. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to tell you, you guys got to join the club, the Texas Star Grill Club. It is amazing. Go to 975grills.com. Right now, they're offering $100 off the Weber Slate Grill. This griddle is just perfect, and it doesn't rust. It is so sweet. It will not rust. Other grills that you get, there's so many things that you can do with the grill outside, the griddle. You do not have to worry about this rusting ever. Weber has perfected this thing, so it is going to last you forever. You can't trust the other ones. I'm telling you, you can't. And you're not getting $100 off unless you join the club. This is a great addition. They've got everything that they've got there. It's incredible. Pizza ovens that are outside, small enough for your counters outside. Obviously, all of the grills, pellet or gas or propane, whatever it is that charcoal, whatever it is that you want in a grill, you got that. But this grill that they're offering from Weber, you can make all your burgers and eggs and bacon and everything else. It's fantastic. But you're not getting the best deal unless you join the club. Join the club, 975grills.com, 975grills.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell, Lance off for the rest of the week. Eric Layden's going to join us over the next 3 days here on the show, so we'll be hanging out with him. We got Astros baseball to talk about, taking on the Yankees for the next 3 days. Justin Verlander tonight against Luis Gil, and then Eric Getty against Rodon. That doesn't sound great to me. That doesn't sound something I'm interested in or that I'm excited about, but we shall see. Hopefully he comes through. And then our ace, Ronel Blanco, taking on Marcus Stroman in the finale, and that is an earlier game. It's going to be 6 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock on Thursday. 713-780-3776. You guys want to get in here. Let's get Keith in here. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Love the show so far without Lance. Hope he's doing well with his new career and new life. Quick question.
I don't think he's gone, but we'll see. I don't know.
I want to give a shout-out to Brandon Jennings on that podcast. People forget Brandon Jennings threw down 55 points his rookie year. Secondly, I want to ask Dell, who won the Rudy Gobert trade? Thanks, guys.
Who won the Rudy Gobert what? Stake? What is he's asking you. He asked you. Oh, you didn't hear it. Who won the Rudy Gobert? I don't know.
What was it? The trade?
The trade.
Was he talking about the Utah-Minnesota trade?
Oh, I guess it. You know what? And I was like, really, dude? Are you kidding me?
A lot of picks, a lot of players, but hey, they're a contender for the title, so I guess they would say they did. The thought was that they gave up way too much for Rudy Gobert, of all people. His stock, at least as far as people who are evaluating him, who are non-basketball people, was very low, like people outside the game. But hey, one of the top teams in the conference, up 2-0. I think Minnesota would say we made the right deal.
So Tim Connolly put together the Denver Nuggets. Well, I mean, he was vice president of basketball operations and general manager of the Denver Nuggets. And he put the Nuggets team together that won the title. Basically put all of that together.
Yeah,
now,
people pointing it out.
Now he moves over to the Timberwolves. And I thought, are you kidding me? Why would you get Rudy Gobert? And yet, well, he saw what Jokic did, right? We need to be big. They're big across the front line. Aaron Gordon, he put together there. He drafted Porter. He got Jamal Murray. He got Jokic. And he said, you know what? We can do that here too. We got Karl Anthony Towns, Cat already in place, right? Let's go get Rudy Gobert.
Hey, you watch teams try to mimic what the Warriors did with their shooting and their small ball fives and having Iguodala or Draymond Green out there, and then you see kind of what he did in Denver. He said, we're going to win with size. We're going to have size and functional size at almost every position. We're just going to be bigger than you at almost every position, particularly the front court. And he said, I think he went to Minnesota because Denver wouldn't pony up the money. And this was before Denver got good. Like, they were okay, but they weren't like title contender Denver like they have been the last couple seasons. He left and said, I see what's going to happen here. Let me go do it over there. And he let Denver get one title, and he goes, all right, now it's our time. I'll give you the one. And people assume that, yeah, the series isn't over. But people, at least I was one of those people who assumed Denver would just go on and win another one as long as they're healthy. And Connolly and his team were like, nah, we're ready now. Wow. And they appear to be ready.
Well, he got Mike Conley. He's got Anthony Edwards. He got Naz Reid, the sixth man of the year.
They got the two wings and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And then you also have Jaden McDaniels, who are hounds on the defensive end, long. Everybody's
quick.
Long. Yeah. You watch what they did to Jamal Murray, and the broadcast on TNT kept showing a couple shots of the smile on Nickeil Alexander-Walker's face every time he would stay in front of a guy. He'd just have the smile on his face like, you're not getting by me.
I thought it was really? You're going to match Gobert with Cat? Really? And look how smart he is. Holy crap. That is just, I mean, I overrated Daryl Morey. Underrated Tim Connolly.
Tim Connolly, particularly if the series goes the way it appears it's going, and, you know, Denver, heart of the champion, all that stuff, maybe they turn around. He's going to, I think Brad Stevens won Executive of the Year this year for the Drew Holiday and Porzingis moves. And Connolly, a lot of his stuff happened last year, but people are going to start to look to this guy and go, okay,
yeah.
We got another good one as far as execs are concerned. Yeah, and the Daryl Morey stuff, okay.
Daryl Morey, only 5 guys are sure to be back here. Yesterday, he made this announcement. Nick Nurse is one of them. Joel Embiid.
Tyrese Maxey.
Tyrese, Ricky,
Council
Paul.
of all people.
Do what?
Ricky Council the 4th of all
I
people.
know.
It's guaranteed
He was
back.
on a 2-week contract.
He's guaranteed to be back. Okay, Daryl.
All right, Daryl.
We're going to believe you.
Yeah. While Daryl's playing chess while Tim Connolly's playing basketball.
The Daryl Morey stuff, I know. Guy, he'll talk to the media, and people like him for that, and that's always going to be his way in to get positive stuff said about him. But he's a fine GM. But as far as the conversations about where he ranks, meh. He's okay. He's fine.
No.
Attached himself.
I mean, he just, when he left this place in
he
ashes.
left it in tatters, yes.
Yeah.
And then he got out and I want to
And he
spend some
let
time
James
away
Harden
from
run him
basketball.
in Philadelphia, too.
His biggest victory and his biggest defeat is his attachment to James Harden. We know what it did for him early on, but he couldn't get away from it.
Well, let's get Gary in here. Hey, Gary.
Hey guys. Hey, the different Ant-Man. If I had a podcast, first off, it would be called Against the Grain, going against the grain, because everybody's on this Ant-Man, and he's a great player. But Michael Jordan, his signature, Air Jordan, there's no comparison. The only thing is him laying down dunking. But what Michael did, his creativity in the air, with his feet moving while in the air, gave the illusion that he was walking. He and Kobe Bryant alone. Now, if you guys ever played pickup ball, you probably didn't jump that high, so you wasn't worried about that. But Ant can jump high, but the illusion and the creativity Michael Jordan had when he was in the air, the appearance of walking, Ant can dunk. But Michael, there's absolutely, in their complexion, there's no comparison. He doesn't even resemble him when you're watching the game. I mean, when you're watching, now everybody is saying that, but that's not the case. Michael's, all the terrific stuff in mid-air, is basically like he stopped going around, moving around like a cartoon show. And Ant is great, but he just doesn't have that creativity in mid-air.
Yeah.
So that's where I draw the line in comparison. That's where he doesn't compare.
He does some stuff. I mean, I think you're selling him a little. Al, listen, he ain't Mike. Ain't nobody Mike. Nobody's Mike, and he don't even want to be called Mike. He ain't Mike. There's no question about that. But his game absolutely, Gary, resembles Michael's. Absolutely. Now, in the air, Michael was the most creative. He and Julius Erving were the most creative guys that you're going to find in the NBA. Magic had some of that creativity in the air as well, but. Yeah, Michael was. It was different. Michael's the boss. He's the best. He's the best ever. And, certainly, I mean, you're not going to get an argument out of me that he's not Michael Jordan. But I will say this: he reminds me of him. He reminds me of a lot of the ways that Mike played. All right, let's get David in here before we break. Hey, David.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love your show. Listen up. My gripe is, first of all, I love the NBA. I love the NBA. But I get so turned off when the officiating just start going. I swear to God, I'm watching both games last night, and I think the Pacers was about to pull off on the Knicks. And woo, just like clockwork, the calls start going. Every crucial thing went to the Knicks because they want them in the finals. It's good for business. And then I watched the second game, and I could not believe, I've never seen this in all 50 years watching basketball. A coach walk up out on the court, and I'm talking about get in the ref face in the middle of the court, in the middle of the game, and oh, my God, and nothing. No tech, no nothing. Yeah, to see an Ant-Man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the refereeing had nothing to do with what happened in that game. I mean, yeah, you let Michael Malone go walk out on the court. Okay, you know what? I kind of like that a referee wasn't so thin-skinned.
Yeah, it was in the middle of a timeout, and sure, he let him get his.
Did you see Aaron Judge get thrown out of the game the other day?
Well, you asked me to watch Yankees baseball?
No. Aaron Judge got thrown out of the game because as he was walking away, he disagreed and he just said something. And the ump, as he's walking away, throws him out of the game.
I'm sure he deserved it.
You're talking about thin skin?
Well, baseball.
That's the first time Aaron Judge. But listen, hits Aaron Judge, you're an umpire. You know what? No one came to see you. And no one came to see that referee last. Of course, they didn't come to see Michael Malone either. But that's a home team. That's the coach. Yeah. Should he have done that? Should he gotten teed up?
Probably
yes.
A tech would have been.
A tech would have been. And he didn't even do that.
He didn't give it to him.
No. And I'm fine with it. You know why? Because you ain't saying these referees and umpires with their thin skin. Nobody's there to see you.
See, I don't even think they're under the impression that people are there to see them. They just don't have the ability to cope with the situation. Like someone's talking to them in a way they don't like. So what's their recourse? We give them a technical, even though a technical, depending on who it is given to, can change the course of a game. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of star players getting thrown out of playoff games, and I think the referees do a job of that. Because, look, Luka complains every time.
Oh, my God.
Luka could get 3 techs in a quarter if they really wanted to do it. But they do understand. But there are times when when they go overboard, and Scott Foster may be at the top of the list. And to the Pacers stuff, I don't know if I believe they want the Knicks in the finals, but I think officiating's just bad. And look, everyone who loses a game in the playoffs is going to complain about officiating because it's in that situation where people think they're getting screwed because of the games mean a lot. The offensive foul called on Miles Turner, that's on Tyrese Halliburton. You got to give him a chance to set. Now, did DiVincenzo flop? Yes. It was a clear flop. They stopped giving flopping technicals. They probably should bring that back.
What about the Jalen Brunson pass that was tipped?
Yeah, I thought that was not a kickball.
That wasn't a kickball.
I thought it was simply off of Neesmith's arm, and they missed it.
I
think officiating.
Listen, that's a game changer.
I think officiating is bad.
Yeah.
I don't think they're
right.
I don't think they're slanted. I think they're just not good.
Yep.
And we're gonna have to deal with that.
All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, John McClain is going to be joining us here in just a little bit, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
751 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell with you here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John McClain joining us here. He's a free agent, so he's making the rounds. He's going to be on probably on every station. What's your next? You're going to be with some Mexican stations coming up here soon?
No, I do.
You're going to be a sock puppet? Do you have a sock puppet or no?
I do 13 a week. That's enough. None in Mexico. Scott Boras is not my agent. And I'm not looking for.
You're not looking for a big deal?
I'm not looking.
Then you came to the right place. If you're not looking for a big deal.
Not like Bregman, $300 million a year.
Right. No. Yeah. No. Todd Farquharson's like, yeah, good, because guess what? So now you're still working in Nashville.
I do talk shows every week. I do Waco, Austin, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Knoxville, and 2 in Nashville. One's national, Outkick, and the other's a local station there. I've been doing radio up there for 28 years now.
So who do you work with at Outkick there?
Jonathan, Chad Withrow, and Jonathan Hutton. I was with them on the Titans flagship forever, and they moved to Outkick, and I moved with them for 20 minutes.
Well, he's building quite the Clay's building quite the
sure
kingdom there.
I remember he was a snot-nosed lawyer who wrote a book about SEC football. Went to every stadium, and then my station up there put him on at nights. And one of the guys I knew said, "Man, we got a lawyer on here. He loves to stir it up, but he's really good. He's getting good ratings." Next thing I knew, he's on Drive Time. Then he's doing Fox, and now he's making millions and millions and millions.
That's right. He's good.
Same as you.
Well, he's very political. He's not like me. He's extremely political.
No, I don't
have any political
I'm talking about
leanings.
his money.
Oh, his money, yeah.
Millions and millions.
Wendy's money.
Yeah,
okay, Wendy's money. You're still doing stuff for the Texans.
I'm writing 2 stories a week for the Texans website. Don't take money. Be a conflict of interest, because if I had to come on here with you and rip them for something, that wouldn't be fair to take their money. I do KRIV Mondays and Fridays mornings at 8:22 with Nate Griffin, and I do a weekly video with Mattress Mac. I love doing it. It's all about Houston sports, and we have a blast. Put it out on our social media platforms. Could reach like 700,000 people. So I'm having a lot of fun.
I thought you were retired.
No, I retired from the Chronicle as I got tired of traveling. I don't like going to our airport. I took Carroll Airport this morning, made her go at 5:30 so I'd make sure I got here on time.
What the heck?
I don't get up
Poor
that
Carol.
early. So she's out there sitting for 4 hours
What?
waiting on her flight. I told her she could take an Uber, but she didn't want to. So I just hate going to our airport, and I ain't going to any airports unless it's for vacation.
Yeah, it's the worst. Well, you've been on thousands of planes in your career. So now you're trying to settle down and come to our little humble abode here. And we'll see how that works out. Go talk to Todd after this is over. Let's hang out a little bit and let's talk about, Hannah shot back. So yesterday was the Texans golf tournament. They raised a lot of money, and they always do. They do a really nice job at River Oaks Country Club. And before that, Hannah and you don't see Cal without Hannah anymore. I don't think she lets him do interviews by himself anymore.
I did a column on them at the league meetings in March a year ago, and Cal talked about how much he likes having her with him. He doesn't have the kind of ego where he's insulted. He likes her. Remember his dad, Cal always said, I like to be in the background. My dad likes to be in the front. So he's happy with Anna doing anything that she wants to do, and so she is very much part of the decision-making process, and he welcomes her input.
Well, we all do, because before Hannah, climbed on board and was in the forefront, it was a mess. It was the Deshaun thing, and listen, Easterby, Deshaun. Listen, he couldn't put a tweet. The Texans couldn't put a tweet out there, and especially name Cal, without all of the replies being about sell the team and all these insults toward Cal. And now, I've never seen a rebrand as quickly, anybody rebrand as quickly as Cal has. The glasses with the mustache, you just see that now on a T-shirt, and it's Cal. And it's like, and the H, she's throwing up the H, she's cooking burgers. I mean, nobody has been able to rebrand as quickly as Cal has. And it's all because of Hannah.
What did they do 2 years ago? He gave a haircut. He cut hair on the concourse during training camp. He cut it, or he got his cut. I can't remember. But he is, during training camp, every day, Cal and Ann are over separately talking, BSing with the media before they go talk to the coaches and everything. And they've made a concerted effort to be more available. Just like yesterday, I hung out afterward, talked to everybody, and accessible. That's what, accessible and available. And the turnaround, of course, started when they hired D'Amico, and then when they got Stroud and all those players they have come to fruition. So now they're playing a first-place schedule. They play 5 defending division champions, 11 games against teams with winning records.
Yeah. We're going to get into that, but I want to get into this.
Hannah,
I want to hear
Hannah
right. Get
Put me down.
Here's your question to Hannah about the uniforms that they're going to wear against the Titans.
Have you guys asked the NFL if you can wear the H-Town blue when the Titans are here?
Why would we?
Why wouldn't you? It's a natural. It's Houston color.
It's a Houston color, but what does that have to do with Tennessee?
What it has to do with Tennessee. I heard you talking about it on 610.
We put the uniform combos after we get the schedule, so that's when that'll happen.
So
they have to wear the uniforms that has Columbia blue on it to stick it to the Titans, like the Titans tried to stick it to them, and then Texans won the game.
And the Texans won the game. I can't imagine Amy was too happy about that day. And there was some bloodletting afterwards. I would imagine that some of the bloodletting at Tennessee had to do with the Texans coming to the fore and Tennessee falling off. That was an embarrassing day for them, wearing the Oilers uniforms and the Texans going in there and punking them.
Yeah, I felt bad for Vrabel because I like Vrabel, and everybody thinks he's a good coach, but he lost his job and it probably started to go downhill then, even though they'd lost a bunch of other games.
It sounds like Hannah's a little perturbed with you about your Tennessee association.
Oh, she likes to give me a hard time about it.
Does she?
She asked me yesterday, do you write for the Titans website? I said, no, I write for your website.
Is it good natured, or is she pissy with you?
She comes over and hugs me after
she does?
we talk.
Yeah.
We get along really well. I did story on them in March a year ago, did one during the season last year, and I'm going to do one after the schedule comes out, go sit down in their office with them and try to talk to them about everything that's happened over the last year to help turn around the franchise.
I mean, they have been on every television station. They have made the Houston tour, and it came along with the unveiling of the uniforms and everything else. But this is again, the turnaround is amazing for not only for the McNairs but for the organization. A lot to do with a lot of good decision making, and we will talk about that. You mentioned the schedule. There's a lot of information that we've got from the NFL that we want to get to on the other side right here about what's going to happen and some of the highlights that will happen with the schedule. I got to talk right now. I got my proposal from Air Team about putting in and these air conditioners they went out, and so now I got to do it, and it's a pain. It's awful to have to put in air conditioners. It couldn't be a better process with Air Team. I'm telling you, I love what they're doing. There's a chance you'll meet Dawn or Darren or Garrett, their son. This is their business, the family business. Garrett's a third generation. They've been doing this for 35 years. If you do it for 35 years in the city of Houston, anything, I've talked about this with the Chastangs and the Fords and other businesses, that if you can stick around that long, it's because you do things the right way. And Air Teams does things the right way. You got a 4.6 star Google rating. You've got employees that have been there for 30 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus. It's the people. I'm telling you, they are there because it is a great place to work, and they do things the right way. They just do things the right way. 24-hour emergency service. If you haven't serviced your air conditioners or your furnaces lately, you need to do it. Especially with the summer coming up, it's going to be 1,000 degrees, and you're going to need your air conditioner. You don't want to wait until service it to see beforehand. Otherwise, it could cost you like it cost us and have to replace them. Don't do that. Call 713-956-8326, 713-956-TEAM, or go to airteamltd.com. 8:04 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Dell and John McClain with us in studio. Lance is off. Eric Layden is going to be joining us. You know Eric Layden? You're a big movie guy.
I met Eric at a Texans training camp practice a few years ago. And, yeah, I'm a big movie guy. That's for sure. And
he was in Ozark. You watched Ozark.
I just saw one of the worst movies I've ever seen, The Fall Guy, because of the script. And I'll see Eric pop up in things. I'm glad he's making a good
was
career
The Fall
out
Guy
of
bad?
it. The script was one of the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I love Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. It was
worse than Argyle?
Is right there with Argyle.
Argyle
was awful.
Awful.
Ugh.
That was terrible. Are you kidding? I was looking forward to The Fall Guy. No, it's a bad script.
Let me tell you, you will not like it.
I won't like it now. All right. Okay, so there's a lot of statistics. So you mentioned how the Texans, they have – this is going to be tough. We are underestimating how difficult it is going to be going from a last-place schedule to a first-place schedule. The Cleveland Browns have the toughest schedule in the league coming into this season. The Ravens are second. The Steelers are third. The Texans are fourth, tied for fourth with the Packers. It is not going to be easy, period. Excellent. The difference in the quarterbacks that they played last year, and they lost. They lost to Ritter. They lost to CJ. They lost to Bryce Young. They lost to Zach Wilson. I mean, you don't have those quarterbacks coming in anymore. These are all good quarterbacks. If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, okay, this is not going to be easy. And every year, competitive ballot, last 5 seasons, how many teams, last year, how many teams made the playoffs after missing the playoffs the previous season?
I have no clue.
6. The year before 6. The year before 7.
Like Jacksonville last year.
The year before 7. Teams, so that means teams that did make the playoffs ain't, right?
Think how many of those played first place schedules?
There's a lot of them. You go from worst to first place schedule. It happens. Every year it happens. But not only worst to first, it's not teams that missed the playoffs. Okay, here's the teams that missed the playoffs last year. Bengals, they're going to make the playoffs this year with Joe Burrow.
Texans beat them in Cincinnati with Burrow.
But it was their best win. It was their best win against the best quarterback that they beat all year. But Joe Burrow is back for a full season. I fully expect them to make the playoffs, right? Jaguars,
if he's healthy, yeah.
Jaguars, we'll see. Colts, we'll see. Raiders, man. Broncos with a rookie, let's see. Jets finished 7-10 without Aaron Rodgers. There's a good chance they make the playoffs this year. Chargers with Jim Harbaugh now?
Yeah.
I like them. You like them?
Yep.
Well, you got to like them more. Patriots and Titans, man. So there's teams that are going to be different this year, playing at easier schedules than they were last year with better personnel than they had last year.
This happened in 2019. They played first place schedule. It was brutal. It started 0-4. O'Brien got fired. They played 5 defending division champions, 11 games against teams that finished with winning records, and the quarterbacks they play, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, and the division.
Everybody was like, oh, the Texans are a Super Bowl. Slow down.
Yes.
This ain't going to be easy.
One of the things, John, is a lot of it will depend on how they open. If they stick them like with Baltimore again, they've never beaten Baltimore.
No.
And you'd hope they would kind of spread them out. But it's one reason they signed 14 defensive free agents, drafted 5 defensive players, and then re-signed 4 of theirs is to get ready for those quarterbacks.
No question. The Texans are going to be better. They've got better players this year. They've got CJ, who's and by the way, you talk about a possible sophomore slump. You talk about NFL teams catching up to him. But when you watch this kid look at film and you hear what he says and why he's making reads and what he was thinking while he was throwing passes, he's amazing. He is, all of that S2 stuff where he read and react, and he was slow to react to stuff, it couldn't be further from the truth. He's so advanced for a rookie, the things that he was thinking about. And he was talking about, well, I was supposed to go here with this play, but I saw the safety take a step back, and I knew that I had and he hits Dalton Schultz on a little skinny post, and he's like, I just saw it. I had Tank over here, but I saw this over here, and it's like, wow, that you're getting that kind of play and that kind of thought process out of a rookie. I would think that he's going to just continue to get better, right?
Yeah, well, he should, of course, and one of the reasons he was as good as he is, he got great coaching. It started with Bobby Slowick and first-time play caller, Gerard Johnson, first-time quarterback, full-time quarterback coach. And then behind the scenes, Case Keenum did a great job working with him as a mentor, which I think is one of the reasons they signed Case is, they're not in the locker room with him, and Case is. And so those three people had a huge impact. Bobby Slowick will be gone, should be after this season. He came close this season. He wasn't ready to be a head coach after one season as a play caller. Remember D'Amico had opportunities. He went back, wanted another season as a play caller. And I suspect Gerard will be the coordinator next year. And who knows, Case might go into coaching. Case might go into real estate. But he's got coach written all over him if he wants to do it. But
why not back up again and take that $3 million or whatever? Just do that as long as you possibly can. Oh, by the way, he was the pick over Davis Mills anyway.
And he was, and everybody loves Case. Case, if he were a coach, I wonder if the Cougars offered him a job and the Texans offered him a job, which one would he take? I'm thinking as much as he loves the Cougars, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go there.
And if
they could pay him something close.
The NFL pension is so much better.
Oh yeah,
you got to think about that. Your years in the league, you want to get that pension and stay in the league as long as you possibly can. If only from an economic standpoint, the NFL would be the choice. All right, the first game against the Chiefs. The Texans are going to be traveling to the Chiefs this year. The thought is, of these four teams, Chargers, Ravens, Texans, Bengals, which would be the best opener?
For the Texans?
No, for the Chiefs.
Oh, for the Chiefs. Well, I would think with a division rival with the Chargers and Harbaugh's first game. I think
that would be
Chiefs versus Harbaugh and Herbert, Mahomes versus Herbert. I think, and they have such a rivalry anyway. Give me that one over the others.
So this story, the probable is the Bengals. Joe Burrow's return. He's gone in there and beaten them there. There is a rivalry. It's Burrowhead Stadium. That's a real possibility. But a fun game would be the Texans going in there with C.J. Stroud and this revamped defense. And listen, the Chiefs' offense wasn't the same last year. They scuffled a lot. Their defense won them a lot of regular season games.
Spagnuolo did a great job.
Great job. And they're going to be back. Obviously, they're going to be, a lot of those guys are going to be back, and Chris Jones is back, which is awfully nice. But I think the Texans going to the Chiefs, of course, they could save that for a Sunday night game.
Yeah, it's not going to happen the first game. It's got to be either Burrow or Harbaugh, one of the two.
Yeah, Harbaugh's a big
Texans got to be really good another year and win some more in the playoffs to get a game like that. But, yeah, it would be.
Or Lamar.
Texans play so many good games that can be primetime games.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can even pick them. How many you think they'll get?
I think they're going to get. Okay, are we counting 3 o'clock games as primetime games?
No.
I think that it's at least 4.
Oh, do you? I think it'll be 3.
I think it's at least 4. Thursday night for sure against the Jags or a division game, maybe even Tennessee, and we'll see with the uniform stuff and whatnot. Because Al Michaels always gets the crappiest division games, so you're gonna have that, at least that. They're going to be on Monday Night Football, and they're going to be on Sunday Night Football as well. Do you count Thanksgiving as a primetime game?
No.
You don't?
I want to see him play the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Buffalo with Diggs, playing against the Texans. I think that would be a possibility of a primetime game. And boy, would the Jets with Rodgers be a possibility?
Well, the Cowboys on a Sunday night if it's not Thanksgiving Day.
Cowboys. That's the thing. That schedule is so attractive to people nationally and locally. I think they're going to take advantage of it. But boy, it is brutal with a capital B.
Yeah, that's why I'm pumping the brakes a little bit. We gotta take this. We gotta take it easy just a little bit. All of this. I mean, there's a lot of Super Bowl talk. You're being pretty reckless with the SB talk. Okay, so let's slow down there because this is going to be a brutal schedule. There's a lot of info in there that we'll get to on the other side. Right here with John McClain in studio on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Doc Linville. My hair. Okay, I can't be happier with what the doc has done for me and what the doc will do for you. And it's your hair. Move it from the side and the back to the top. Those hairs don't fall out. You notice everybody, they got that ring around their head. Bald guys got that ring around their head. There's a reason. The side hair doesn't fall out. So when you put it on the top, it doesn't fall out. So this is something that is awesome in that it sticks in there. The results are tremendous. The doc is getting unbelievable results. You, my friends, will benefit from the technology. You'll benefit that it's painless. You'll benefit from just the entire process of how easy it is. It's the neo-grafting. Or you could get the PRP, where you don't move your own hair. All you do is stimulate the growth of your hair on the top of your head. That was what Kelly does, and she's amazing. So you're looking for the best way to get hair. You're sick of not having hair. You're young. You can't stand it. Go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. Let's say at 8:25. At 8:25, you get a chance to win a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. It'll be from May 16th through the 18th. You can pick. Nice job, John. You can pick any day
What are you doing?
I'm doing a Greek Fest giveaway.
You didn't turn it on. You were talking, and I'm
turned your
talking
mic
to John McClain here.
So what does that have to do with you clearing your throat on the, on the mic?
I had no idea that it was on because you're talking, and I'm not listening to you.
Well, obviously, that's kind of how the show goes. But 8:25, you guys got a chance to win a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. John loves Greek Fest, May 16th through the 18th. You can go any day, 16th, 17th, or 18th. Just be caller 5 at 8:25. You win those tickets to Greek Fest.
Greek Fest. Oh, that's my favorite.
I know. You love it.
I love Greek Fest. That's the one on the west side. That's, that's a lot of fun. A lot of good food. Holy cow. You're going to eat good. I can trust me. John McClain is with us in studio here on ESPN. We're talking about a lot of the NFL, okay, John McClain. He was just telling me, you know what, we can talk all of our teams, but I don't want to talk about the Astros.
Good.
10 revenge games coming up this season. Saquon Barkley versus the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That is going to, and well, it's Eagles and Giants. That's going to be.
It's not like they need anything to beef up that rivalry.
Russell Wilson at the Broncos.
I don't think so. He was so bad. He's no big deal there.
More Seahawks than Broncos. But he's going to get booed mercilessly. That was one of the worst trades ever.
He's right up there behind
Deshaun.
Deshaun. And then, of course, the all-time worst, Herschel Walker.
Stephon Diggs versus the Bills.
Absolutely.
How about it's interesting. The Bills really didn't address the wide receiver position all that well.
Well, Keon Coleman, they traded down, and they took him with the first pick.
Is he refreshing?
Second round. He's a great interview.
Yeah.
Now, if he can play like he talks, he'll be great. He's funny. And but Diggs, will it be bigger for the fans up there and the players than it will be for Diggs?
Yeah. Well, I hope that game. That game is here, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that game's here. Kirk Cousins goes to the Vikings.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to have.
They don't hate him.
I don't think they'll hate him.
No.
I
think he'll actually get a lot of applause for what he did.
Yeah, I think so too. Aaron Jones goes back to the Packers.
Nah.
Derek Carr goes to versus the Raiders.
Nah.
Calvin Ridley, Jaguars. No. 49ers versus Chiefs. That's the Super Bowl rematch.
Of course.
The top 10 best QB matchups. Lamar Jackson at Patrick Mahomes. Matthew Stafford at Jared Goff. That's pretty good. Jalen Hurts against Dak. CJ against Pat Mahomes. Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers go at it. We got a lot of good ones. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels are going to go at it.
That'll be a great one.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love. Okay. Best wide receiver cornerback matchups. Justin Jefferson against Sauce. That'll be pretty damn good. Stephon Diggs against Trayvon. His brother. Who wins that battle?
Stephon will win it. His brother's coming off a torn ACL.
And not only that, Trayvon he's got a lot of picks, but he also gives up a lot of catches. Trayvon was feast or famine. Tyreek Hill against L'Jarius Sneed.
Oh, boy, I wouldn't pick against Tyreek Hill on any kind of matchup.
No, and L'Jarius Sneed is good. He's going to get burned by Tyreek.
Well, if you remember the playoff game, it was in frigid temperatures.
Yeah, but it was 40 below.
And Tyreek's going to remember getting bullied off the line of scrimmage by Sneed. Now Sneed is in Tennessee now, so it'll be a different matchup, different team overall. But, yeah, Tyreek's talked about that this offseason.
I don't count anything from that game, do you? Other than all the toes that were lost.
By fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a...
I mean, honestly, that
weather.
was so cold. I can't take anything away from that game.
Yeah, other than the Chiefs never discount them, and we saw how it went the rest of the playoffs for them.
Yeah. Devontae Adams is going to face Jalen Ramsey. That'll be good. There's all kinds of top 10 players returning from injury. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, Nick Chubb, Anthony Richardson. What do you expect out of Anthony Richardson?
I think it did him some good sitting last year and watching because, remember, he got hurt every game he played.
Yeah.
And he only started 13 games at Florida. That's not enough. I think you wouldn't have won as many games with him as they won with Minshew. You know, they lost the playoffs to the Texans on the last day.
Yeah.
I think he's going to come out now and be a different quarterback.
I don't know. Did he fix that whole accuracy thing? I mean, I know he's going to use he used his legs against the Texans to help beat the Texans in game 2 here, but he's still not that great a thrower of the football.
He's not accurate. He wasn't accurate at Florida, and nobody was even talking about him until the combine when he looked great in shorts and a T-shirt. But the thing is, John, about him, not many quarterbacks are not accurate in college and they become accurate. Josh Allen is the best example I can see, but that's one. Will he be another one?
Yeah. Daniel Jones is coming back. We'll see.
That's exciting.
How about Deshaun Watson? He's coming back from injury. John, he's been awful.
He has not played anywhere near like he played here in 2020. That stadium, it's right on Lake Erie, so you're always going to have wind, even in September. That's why they always have to run the ball. And this year, they want to get some of their money and trade worth. And I don't even know at his best he will ever approach what he did here. The Browns have only had one 4,000-yard passer in their history. It was Brian Sipe in 1980. The Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer or a 30-touchdown pass thrower. And they think now they will with Caleb Williams. And a lot of it is where the stadiums are right on a Great Lake. And like Buffalo always has to have a quarterback with a strong arm to cut through the wind. And, of course, Josh Allen can do it. But I don't know that Watson will ever come close to what he was here.
Tank Dell coming back from injury with Stephon Diggs and Nico, and those are both contract year guys. I mean, CJ was looking to tank a lot. Okay, so does CJ have to worry at all about keeping Steph happy?
Not in the last year of his contract. I think that was great because he'll be 31 in November. Then next year, say he plays really well. Nobody's going to give a big contract to a wide receiver who'll be 32 during the season. So it would enhance, I think, their chances of re-signing him. But Nico Collins is going to have to be paid. If Nico puts another season together like he did last season when he was number 2 in explosive plays of 25 or more yards, he's going to cost them a lot of money. I think we're going to see Diggs one season, and don't forget Dalton Schultz. How many teams have receivers a foursome better than the Texans? 49ers, yes, and right up there with I think the Lions for second best. There's not many teams that can put a foursome out there.
Yeah, Laporte is really, really good. I just a lot of Nico's stuff came after Tank left now. You know, after Tank was hurt. After Tank, they put Tank in at guard. I don't know if you heard, and he was blocking for Dameon Pierce inside, which was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Well, he ran in and got the pile.
No, they put him at guard.
Somebody hit him.
Let it go, John.
And
I can't let it go.
The thing is, you can't take away from what Tank does. He likes to throw blocks.
He ain't going inside anymore.
He's got to be smarter.
I asked coaches. I asked his college coach, did you ever block him inside on the goal line? No. Why would I do that? Because that's dumb. Okay, so we're not going to do that anymore. Please, let's not do that anymore because that's really, really, really dumb. Yell at the kid. Okay. Oh well, they're going to know that we're running the ball because Tank's not going inside the block. Okay, fine. What is there any hope for Dameon Pierce?
I'll tell you one thing that Derrick Henry said after last season. He said his biggest regret at Tennessee was not learning the zone scheme sooner. It took him a year. So that's the only thing you can think about. You don't want him as a kickoff returner. So if he can't, but you don't know if Jawar Jordan is going to be number 2. You don't want Dari Gumbuali to be number 2. So I think Pierce will be here unless the rookie were to step up and then they were to trade Pierce. But I hope he can make the adjustment.
Nick went out of his way to give Dameon a lot of praise and how hard he's working on everything else. Maybe it was an adjustment. Maybe it's an adjustment thing, or maybe he just doesn't have that. There's a different instinct in the zone scheme.
You got to be more patient. You got to go left. You got to plant your
hit the
foot,
hard,
and then you got to go and read the hole right.
Maybe he's just not built for that.
Gets it and goes.
Yeah.
It requires an adjustment. If anybody can get him to do it, it would be Bobby Slowick. And but if he doesn't do it, there's no reason to have him on the team.
No. I mean, he did return a kickoff for a touchdown, and he could play all the special teams. But, no. I thought I loved the way he ran the year before. You love the way that he plays the game, obviously. But he just wasn't right for this. He just wasn't right for Bobby Slowick's offense.
One other thing, Chris Strasser, the offensive line coach, that was the first year he coached in this scheme. So he's got to be better this season coaching it since he was not familiar with it. Bobby Slowick talked at near the end of the season about Chris Strasser, how far he'd come as a coach in that scheme. So maybe he and Pierce can grow together.
Maybe Titus Howard will actually be better. And
he better be.
You can't put him. You can't put him at guard.
No.
Blake is here. Dr. Fisher's here, and so we'll see whether or not he doesn't cure Titus Howard of his blocking woes. Okay. 829 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. And listen, they have select SUVs that you can take advantage of. It's ridiculous. 1.9% financing on select SUVs at Chastang Ford. You are going to love what they're doing over there. They still got 2023 F-150s on the lot. Yesterday there were 14 of them left. This is something that you have got to have. That is the 1.9% financing, 2.9% APR for 72 months on select 2024 SUVs, including the Bronco Explorer and the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. No payments for the first 90 days on these. So if you're looking for an SUV, 2.9% financing, 72 months on select 2024 SUVs. This is an unbelievable deal. Plus 1.9% financing on 2023 F-150s. Chastang Ford, no add-ons, no markups. You'll love the Chastang fan. You'll probably meet Patrick, or you're going to deal with a Chastang when you're at Chastang Ford. You're going to be part of the family. You are going to love your experience at Chastang Ford. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Take advantage of it while it lasts at Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John McClain is with us here in studio. He was out there at the River Oaks Country Club yesterday for the Texans golf tournament, in which they raised a lot of money. So that was awfully nice. We did get a Tank Dell update, in which, Tank, we've been looking for him. He hasn't been around. He was supposed to play, I think, in the softball tournament. He didn't play in the softball game.
He was supposed to, yes.
Yeah, but he didn't. So he's rehabbing. I don't know what the rehab is. He did get shot at that Florida bar / pool bar. And he is doing well. Here is an update from the McNairs on Tank Dell. What's going on?
It's frightening, but you try not to get in those situations, and sometimes it happens. And we're just grateful that I believe no one was seriously hurt, but it looks like Tank will make a full recovery. We saw him in the office the other day, and he looked good, in good spirits, and so but he'll have to rehab and get back to where he was. So
when you do talk to him, what do you say to him? How do you convey your love for him as well as concern? And you want him to learn.
That's kind of between us and Tank, just what we talked about with him. That's a hard situation to be in, so those are kind of private conversations.
What do you want him to learn in a situation like that?
Again, I think that's stuff we just talk about privately, and in any situation in life, you're going to learn something. So.
I like that, Hannah. That's what we talk about, all right? That ain't for you. I like that. There's a lot of things that people talk about to the media that's between them and the players.
And D'Amico wouldn't say nearly as much as Cal and Anna. They didn't say a lot, but D'Amico was all about that's between he and I. Even though he was treated and released, and they don't do squat out there now when they're on the field, and they have the rookie mini camp this week. The off-season program's patty cake. It's for the mental stuff. And last year was so important because you had a new staff with new coaches and new schemes. And that's another reason they should be better, because they've had that one off-season and season of experience. But I'd like to know what his rehab is that he has to go through specifically for the gunshot wound he suffered but was treated and released.
And by the way, did Tank put himself in a bad position? He said he was invited to the event or this bar by his agent. He was standing at a bar. It's not like he was hanging out with a bunch of guys that are, a gang that's packing. A kid. What could Tank learn from that? It wasn't like he was in a strip club, and you know what I'm saying? What, you can't go to a bar anymore? Is that what you're saying? Because some kid might open up?
16-year-old pulls out a gun and starts shooting, and nobody was seriously wounded. That is a miracle.
Yeah.
But as far as Tank, the only thing you can do, considering these happen so much, is just keep your head on a swivel. That's a terrible thing to say, but that's the only thing you can do about it, and that still might not be enough.
It's I don't know. These kids, like, you can't do anything. Man, if I was Tank, I'd be out. Are you kidding me? I'm going out. I guess I'm.
What do you mean if you were Tank?
If I was.
I remember you.
Well, yeah. Well,
if I was Tank,
I had
whatever stopped you from going out?
If I had Tank's fame and money, man, that's why I don't think I'll ever be an NFL player.
You don't have any
I just don't think so.
You don't have any restrictions right now.
Yeah. No, I just don't think I'm going to be. That's all. I don't think I could handle it.
That's a little late for you. You be a guy who would get suspended quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Conduct detrimental.
Yeah, I'd have been Antonio Brown probably.
Well, no. I feel like you'd be a guy. Those kids at Georgia who missed the opening game against some bad crap team. You'd be always suspended for summer activities. You'd do something in the summer that Mark Richt would have suspended you for.
I would, yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. I got suspended for my summer workouts for my high school team.
See?
Yeah. So, oh, no. Who was the guy that couldn't stop doing drugs for the Browns?
Josh Gordon?
Josh Gordon. That would have been me.
You don't what? You couldn't
Probably.
have stayed away from
if
drugs.
I had that money, I'd have been doing everything. I'd have been the Josh Gordon of the
I guess the man upstairs gave you the right path because
That's right.
star athlete path wouldn't have survived.
It wasn't working out. Wasn't working out in high school. That was the last of my star athlete stuff. John McClain is with us here in studio on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You were listening when we were talking a little bit earlier. You can't get anything for Bregman right now.
He wants supposedly $300 million, 10 years.
Guess what ain't happening?
And right now, I don't understand how a guy can start off bad every year.
Every year.
I thought we weren't going to talk about the Astros.
Well,
you're trying to bring the show down.
Listen, they're playing the Yankees. Justin Verlander's on the mound tonight. Okay, this is their one chance to win.
Are we supposed to be excited about that proposition? Because Justin Verlander will go 6 or 7, and then we have to deal with some combination of Abreu, Presley, and Hader, and expect that to come through.
I'm not so sure. I wouldn't bring in Montero. I wouldn't bring in. I'd move Hunter Brown to the pen. He can't start anymore right now. He's mentally.
I think he should move to Sugarland.
Throwing the ball down the middle all the time. He's got to go to the pen.
No, that's the pen in Sugarland.
I don't care what pen it is.
Yeah,
because he's been awful.
Awful. And
Hader's been awful. Poor old Presley. I'm still trying to figure out what did he do to get demoted.
Other
than the fact that he
wasn't great, but Josh Hader. I mean, Josh Hader in his last year in Milwaukee and 2 years ago in San Diego was bad. It was just bad. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah,
in that game Sunday, Abreu was just as bad. He didn't give up the winning home run, but he was terrible. Hit by walk, hit by pitch, walk. He hadn't pitched like he had the last 2 years.
No, not at all.
How do you explain everybody going off a cliff? Not everybody, not Altuve, not Pena. There are a few guys, Tucker, but so many going off the cliff at the same time.
Don't get it. Don't get it, my friend. I don't understand how this team could be this bad. As good of players as they have, I just don't get it.
I thought it'd be gradual. When the time came, it'd be gradual, not just a nosedive into oblivion.
Not when you have these guys. Not when you got Jordan and Altuve and Bregman and Tucker and Yiner and Chaz and Pena. This is too good. This team's just too good to be this bad. That's why it's gonna change. I don't know that it's going to turn all the way around, but there's no way they can be one of the worst teams in baseball. Just no way.
It's got to be better by the All-Star break.
Yeah, or they got to start making moves. They got to start making moves if they're going to keep this thing going for any length of time. Although, how do you keep? There's no way that you can keep Tucker if you start to sell off teams. There's that sell off guys. There's just no way. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Come on, 713-780-3776. Got John McClain in studio with me. If you want to talk to him, you're more than welcome. Anything is on the table. Right now, my wife asked me about this last night. We protesting our taxes? Absolutely, we're protesting. Absolutely, I'm going to call Ownwell. You got until May 15th to go to the website, ownwell.com. I'm going to do it. I've got to do it. They're charging me way more. The government is, it's pretty consistent, okay? It is always going to charge you. It is always going to appraise your home for more than it's worth. It's consistent. So 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. 86%. The government is wrong 86% of the time. That is incredible. They have the cutting-edge technology you don't have to fight and protest your taxes. I am going to use them this year. It's so easy, no stress, no investment, no upfront cost. Either you save or it's free. If you don't save, you don't pay. And I am doing it, and you got to do it too. I'm telling you, do not let the government screw you out of tax money because you lower the appraisal value of your home, you lower your taxes. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Got John McClain with us in studio here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance is off. Eric Layden will be with us for the next 3 days. Oh, by the way, we were supposed to have our tournament today at Highland Pines, and we got it. The rain just destroyed the course. Well, I say destroyed the course. Right now, it looks like they're going to open back up on Friday. It was underwater. So we weren't able to play today out there. We've moved the tournament to May 21st, and a couple of teams are not able to do May 21st. So go to ESPN975.com and sign up, because there were a bunch of people that wanted to play in this thing, and they couldn't because we sold out. Well, there are a couple openings. You people know about it. Go right now, because it will sell out again. We're going to play on May 21st out at Highland Pines. If you've never seen it, it's just beautiful. It's fantastic. There's nothing like it in the city of Houston. Elevation changes of 40 feet on 9 and 10, and lakes and beautiful pines. It really is. I haven't played with somebody out there that didn't say, wow, this place is awesome. Everybody says the same thing. It's awesome. So come on out. We are going to be there, and I think it opens up for play again on Friday. As of right now, they're shooting for Friday. So maybe you can make your tee time, Highland Pines. So we got that going on. But I would hurry if you want to be in our tournament on May 21st, because it will sell out. This JJ stuff. You know JJ loves. JJ loves the spotlight.
He's not playing for the Texans. Give me a break.
He will. Have you ever seen a player whose number was retired play in that stadium? I don't believe it's ever happened.
Well, there's only 2 retired, and Andre didn't do it.
No. In any stadium ever.
Oh, I don't know for sure.
But when do you retire? You retire their jersey after they're done.
And most don't get it retired immediately.
No, like JJ did.
Yeah.
Right? So that might be a first. Is a guy plays for a team where his number's already been retired.
One thing keep in mind about that, they've got Will Anderson Jr., they've got Danielle Hunter and Danico Autry, 3 guys playing ends. 2 of them had, 16.5, 13, 29.5 sacks last year. And so JJ would be part of a rotation. And I think that he and D'Amico are saying all the right things because they like to, because it occupies so many people talking about the possibility. Now, maybe if they all got hurt and they were in a race for the playoffs, but he has to work out like a fiend.
Yeah.
You don't just, it's not like baseball. You can come in and go in the cage and then pinch hit. I don't think you can not play for 2 years and then all of a sudden you're going out there and banging on people, because he used to get beat up something terrible. His legs would be black from where people would hit him with their helmet, and he'd be limping through the locker room. But he's enjoying a good life now. He's back on Fox, and I don't see him actually playing again.
You know how play-by-play guys, when they retire, they have like a microphone put up there? Do you think JJ should have like an actual spotlight with JJ Watt written inside of it up on the, not an actual spotlight, but like a picture of a spotlight and then his name as opposed to a number? Because what is this? This is all, look at me.
No.
Look at me.
JJ's always really enjoyed being the center of attention.
And he
There's no question.
and he deserves it. He was a great player, a great Houstonian, but are we done with this?
I don't know why they're opening this can of worms up. I don't know why.
Because I think he said it as a joke to the media the other night when they're asking him to come. So? And then D'Amico's playing along with it and everything.
JJ, to John's point, not you, John Granada, you never make great points, but to McClain's point, he said, I'm only going to work out for one more year. This is if I don't get the call from D'Amico this year, forget about it. I'm only staying in this type of shape for one more year, and then I'm done, because it takes a lot. I don't know what his walking around weight is, but it ain't the 290.
Like he's lost weight.
Yeah. It ain't the 295, whatever he was when he was playing.
No. Stop this. I mean, and some fans are getting, and some people are asking, why would you do this when you're getting the fan base all worked up? You guys got to put a stop to this, because. But I will say this, though, and I thought Pat McAfee made a pretty good point. JJ runs out of that tunnel with a flag, and the place goes nuts. It goes nuts if JJ comes running out of that tunnel in his uniform with a flag. I mean, it would be – I could see that place exploding.
The Texans are no longer a minor league franchise where they
need this.
Where they're a carnival act. The team by itself is good enough that people are going to be excited. If JJ's like, because it happened to the Dolphins last year where they had to call like Justin Houston and Bruce Irvin for a playoff game, guys who hadn't played football in weeks. If it's a disaster scenario, fine, I guess, but not a real let's add depth to our lineup by having JJ Watt play.
Injuries would be the only reason, and it would have to be in a playoff race.
Yeah. That's true. I'm watching
Instead of signing Derek Barnett off the street late in the season, you sign J.J. Watt.
I'm watching a bunch of Nico Collins highlights right now.
Well, he's unbelievable.
So he's going to get over 25, bro.
Most of those contracts you see about wide receivers, they could earn. There's still no $30 million wide receiver.
No, but 25 now.
25 is cheap for a wide out. But if he does it a second year, he's going to get, I think he'll get more than 25. Price will go up because Jefferson will sign and Lamb will sign. And the longer he waits, the more money he's going to get.
Well, that's why I thought they should have drafted a wide receiver this year to start the, have a guy waiting because.
Well, they could still extend him. They've got the money to do it, and it wouldn't surprise me if they don't do it before the start of the season.
Oh, yeah.
And you look at his draft class, he was 2021, right? Devontae Smith just got his money. Jalen Waddle is going to play in the 5th year. Jamar Chase will, but they're all in the running to go get their big long-term deals. So those guys have more pelts on the wall. They've done it for longer. But another year, and if Nico signs after those guys, he's going to say, hey, I'm just as productive as those guys are.
If I'm his agent, I don't know if I want him to sign an extension before the season starts. Everybody says, yeah, sign him. Maybe I don't. Maybe I want to. Kyle Tucker. No, I ain't signing no. I ain't doing what Jordan did. I'm going out and getting big money. And maybe Nico might be doing that too, because he looked after Tank went down. He looked like a number one.
He'd be franchised. They wouldn't let him get away.
Yeah. Right. Well, and that's the other possibility. But then he's even going to be more expensive. It's going to be because after that franchise year, you got to give him on top of that. You got to. I mean, that's going to be really, really costly. Really costly.
Only question about Nico is he was hurt the first 2 years.
Yeah.
And he stayed healthy playing with Stroud, and he looked fantastic. And the best thing he did was that running after the catch.
Yep.
I mean, he was fantastic. Nobody saw it. This time last year, you think, okay, they got a quarterback. Yeah, he's going to take his lumps, and maybe they'll win 5 or 6 games. D'Amico, think he's going to be a great coach. It'll take him a while. And it was like a confluence where everything came together at the right time.
John, before last season, it was thought to be this and the Titans wide receiver rooms were thought to be the worst in the league.
Yep.
And look at it now.
One of the best.
And one of the best. I mean, it really is. I don't know that anybody's got more weapons. Like you said, San Francisco and the Texans have some of the most weapons, maybe Cincinnati. You throw them in there. But it's filthy how good this is, and CJ throwing it to him. Holy crap!
And they want to run the ball better. They haven't had a 1,000-yard runner since Carlos Hyde in 2019, and last year they were like 6-1 when they ran at least 30 times. So that's why they have Mixon, who's a really good receiver too, and he scores touchdowns, and so they do want balance to help take the pressure off Stroud. But how they distribute the ball is going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah. When we come back, are you staying or are you leaving? You're staying.
No, I'm staying unless you're going to kick me out.
Trying to throw a man out the door?
No, he said before I leave in the last break. He said before I leave.
You know how much he wanted to be here? He drove his wife to the airport and had her sit for 4 hours.
Made her wait 4 hours for a flight.
He wanted to be here.
I mean, talk about Wendy would have said, "No, you'll take me when I want when I tell you to take me." Okay, that job can wait. Okay, well, you're getting paid so much.
Well, I didn't know how much traffic there was early that morning.
Well, and plus, the worst place in the world is Bush Intercontinental. As far as traffic and getting in and out.
And where the hell were you sending me the other day, 35-35?
Well.
When you were playing, what were you doing?
I was playing poker.
Yeah.
And you're like.
You weren't drinking any of those, were you?
No. Not when I play poker. No.
And
I was playing poker. I said 35-35 West Alabama. And you're like, hey.
That's not the address.
Right?
I went to 35-35, and it was an apartment complex, and I'm looking for the ramp and everything. So then I texted you again.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes it has sounded like we've done a show from an apartment complex.
Time for me to talk about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Loans. He says, it's the ultimate mortgage hookup. I like to call him the mortgage nerd. I mean, dude nerds out on this stuff. He loves it. I'm serious. Talking to Kent, I mean, at some point, it's going to come down to he is going to give you all the information. And listen, there's not only, these other mortgage companies, there's huge mortgage companies in the country. They put their names on bowl games, on golf tournaments, PGA golf tournaments. Do you know how much money you have to make to put your name on a golf tournament to sponsor that or a bowl game? Kent Jones is like, man, put that money in your pocket instead of in their pocket. Why are you doing that? Kent Jones is going to work his ass off getting you a mortgage where you can save. People literally save thousands of dollars with Kent Jones. Thousands of dollars, not only on the signing day, but throughout the life of the mortgage. Okay, so if you're looking for the best way, why would you not shop your loan? Why would you? This is a house you're buying. Why would you not shop it and get the best deal you possibly can with a guy who's going to work his tail off to make sure that he gets you the best deal he possibly can? Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, all of them. He's got them all. This is all about saving money, but still getting top-notch service and advice. The ultimate mortgage hookup, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. .902 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John McClain in studio. Lance is off for the rest of the week. Eric Layden's joining us here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He's a big Houston fan, big sports fan. So he's going to just hang out with us, and we'll get a lot of insight into the movie industry.
By the way, I know you know this, but after for the first time in 48 years, I didn't go to the Oilers, Texans, or the NFL for the draft. I was sick. I had pneumonia. I was in the hospital, and I got out, so I watched it and wrote about it and from home. So I got to see all 3 days, every day, and I had always been reading Lance's reports. I do not know how he writes so many reports, and every time I need some information, I call up his NFL draft profiles, but he does an incredible job. I remember when Lance got out of college, he called me one time and invited me to come to a friend's sandwich shop to have a friend because he wanted to talk to me about getting in the business. And it's amazing how far he's come since he got out of college.
Yeah, Dell doesn't think so. I mean, right? I mean, you know.
This is really bad timing because Lance was asking for flowers yesterday.
Yeah.
He wanted people to
tell people how great he was.
Yeah. And
he does a great job.
He didn't get it yesterday, so he should have waited until John McClain was in the building.
The nicest thing anybody said about him was he hasn't left his shoes on top of his car in a while.
That was you.
Oh, that was
who
me.
Said that.
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. That's the nicest thing anyone said after you want to know the truth.
True. He asked for it. He didn't like what he got, though.
No.
So you're still doing those things from back when we were working together. Last year was what, 07 or 06?
06.
So you're still leaving your shoes on top of your car?
Not me, him, Lance.
Oh, I thought it was you.
No, it was Lance.
Driving to the wrong
Lance, yeah,
locations.
Lance, he didn't know where he was going. He'd always get lost. Leaves his shoes. Never has his key card.
Never has his headphones.
Never has his headphones. Always coming in right as the show's starting, talking.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. He works his ass off on those drafts.
He sure does.
Draft. He does. He really does. Did you get a chance to see any of his stuff on NFL Network?
Oh, yeah. I watched. I was laying up in the hospital leading up to it, and then I was out of it, but stuck in front of the TV, so I saw everything. And I watched Lance. I have the NFL Network on all the time, 6 weeks before the draft, and Lance is on there a lot. So he does do a fantastic job.
Yeah. He'll be nice. He got flowers today. How about that?
I'm not saving this.
No,
I'm not sending it over to him.
Do not. No. When he comes back, just say John McClain thought you sucked, and he should.
Well, I'm not going to lie on John McClain. I'm just going to say
that's what I will.
Okay, go ahead.
I will.
You
I'm
want
not
me
afraid to lie on it.
Sucked.
I'm not afraid to lie on it. Here's some. Okay, are we getting a little too hyped about Texas, the University of Texas football?
They lost a lot of guys in the draft. I remember one year they had one player drafted, but now I know they have a lot of talent. They got 2 quarterbacks, but they lost a lot of talent, and they are going to SEC. They're lucky that Saban retired. Georgia still rules, but why not? They've earned the hype. I thought they were coming to the national championship game.
Yeah, it would have been something if that ticket would have been, holy crap. That would have been one of the biggest tickets we've had here in that national championship game. Did you go? I went to the game. Did you go?
No.
Yeah, I went. It was neat. It was really cool. Michigan just dominated. But this whole Arch Manning thing versus Quinn Ewers is the guy. And Arch had a nice spring game, but I felt like he took a while to make his reads. And because it's a spring game, he's not going to get hit and all of that stuff. He's going to have to make quicker decisions than he was.
Ewers the number 1 pick. He's the guy. Manning's not the guy.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Quinn Ewers is. I like Quinn a lot, and he, by the way, people are not that high on him. He got him to the national semifinal, so Quinn Ewers was pretty damn good.
NFL's high on him.
Yeah. We'll see if he's going to be. You're not as high on him, Del.
I think he's a fine college quarterback. I think he probably, because he plays the position, will have every opportunity to be a first-round pick. It's just they elevate quarterbacks. I think going to the big house second week of the season, it's going to be a test. We talk about people or teams who've lost a lot. Michigan, you can add to the list as well. They've lost a lot. And beyond the coach, just the roster itself is going to look completely different. I think Quinn Ewers is good. I don't think he's special, but that might be enough this year.
So I think it's pretty similar to what's going on with the Texans. Playing at the big house, moving into an SEC schedule, it's going to be different, okay? I'm high on Texas. I'm high on Sark. I like what they're doing. It's 1 year in a row that they've gotten there, so we have to push the brakes a little bit, much like the Texans. It's 1 year in a row. And the schedule gets much more difficult now. So I think we got to pump the brakes just a hair. I mean, Texas is ranked 4th in the nation right now.
Well, I will say, as far as their SEC schedule, it's not daunting. Sure, Georgia does come to town, but their biggest road test is what? Going to A&M? Or is that you would say that's their biggest? Well, look at the schedule. Is it going to Arkansas?
Well, Bobby Petrino's there now. It's going to be. We'll see if it's going to be a little bit different.
But year one, I mean, you look at their road schedule in the SEC. There's not a lot there, and then their toughest games are at home. Florida's not expected to be very good. That they come here, they go to Austin. Kentucky's going to Austin. They go to A&M. Rivalry stuff, but Vanderbilt, that's the other road test. Their schedule sets up for them. Particularly in this type, the 12-team playoff, you could drop a couple.
Yeah. No, you absolutely can.
Let me ask both of y'all a question. This and see what you think. Mattress Mac I do a weekly video with him, and he's kicking around ideas for promotions. And one, if a team from Texas wins the Super Bowl, national championship in football, or the World Series, which one has the best chance? College football, Super Bowl, or World Series? And of course, it can be the Rangers too. And I said I thought the Longhorns. I don't know why. It just seems like everything has come together with them under Steve Sarkisian exactly the way they want it. Which one would y'all pick?
I think John talked about yesterday. I think their DBs are going to be a problem.
Their DBs are going to be a problem.
Fortunately for them, I don't. We talk about the Texans and the quarterbacks they're facing. They're not exactly facing big time quarterbacks, at least not accomplished ones on their schedule. So maybe I would probably go. I think the best team out of them relatively is the Texans. I think they're better than this version of the Astros and the Rangers.
Relatively speaking to Texas, to Longhorns?
Compared to the rest of college football and the Astros.
I think that's
and the
pretty
Rangers.
Close, though.
Yeah, it's
Texas
close.
is one of the top-ranked temes, and so are the Texans.
It's close. But I would...
So are the Cowboys.
So are the... Oh, you got the Cowboys,
the Cowboys
in there, too. That's right. Oh.
Yeah,
I would go
Series
Super Bowl.
champion.
I would go Super Bowl.
Would you?
I would go Super Bowl.
Cowboys or Texans?
I think the Texans probably have a better chance.
Except Patrick
but,
Mahomes.
You know what?
Is in
the
this
combination of those two versus Texas and A&M and TCU and Baylor and Tech or Houston, I think that's a better chance than those teams.
If I could believe in the Cowboys, I would up it even more the Super Bowl because Patrick Mahomes resides in the conference the Texans reside in until someone knocks him off. I think it limits the opportunities on this side, but the NFC is the 49ers, and what is Philly? We don't know with all the changes there. The Cowboys have been good in the regular season for years now. If I could trust them in the playoffs, I would even like the Super Bowl thing even more.
Yeah. No, I think, they should be one of the best NFC teams.
Yes.
Well, we just assume that.
They will be, and they'll choke in the playoffs again.
Yep. Well, at some point, are they not going to actually, be able to perform up to what they should be doing? I mean, honestly.
In the playoffs, they haven't, because Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy both do things they don't do in regular season when they get in the playoffs. Yeah. Decisions, plays, they just don't.
They've got a big decision with CD. That they got to get that job done too, because I think he might be the best receiver in the NFL. He is ridiculously good. 713-780-3776. You want to talk to John McClain? You're more than welcome to get in here. We've got about 48 minutes left here in the show. Come on in and hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Once again, Highland Pines was underwater this weekend, so we had to move the golf tournament. For those of you that were looking forward to it today, we apologize. We'll be out there May 21st. Get to ESPN975.com right now and sign up your team, because it's going to fill up and it is going to sell out. And a bunch of people were, tweeting me saying, it's sold out. What the hell? I told you, get there. So get there now, because there are just a couple of openings to play with us on May 21st. And if you haven't played Highland Pines yet, you really, really need to. It's awesome. It really is awesome. So get on over there and sign up as soon as you can. ESPN975.com. Right now, I'm talking about jewelry. I'm talking about Mark Klein. I'm talking about Mother's Day. It's coming up this Sunday. This Sunday is Mother's Day, and you haven't done anything. What are you going to do for her? Mark Klein is joining us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What up, Marky Mark?
Hey, good morning, John.
It's here, Sunday. Guys got to do something. Let's go.
Let's go. It's time. It's this week. She's been taking care of you all year. It's time to take care of her. And, come to Klein's Jewelry. We have diamonds everywhere. Diamond jewelry, diamond pendants, diamond bracelets, anything in jewelry. You want something made still by Mother's Day, I can still do it. We have the guys in the back. We manufacture all the jewelry right there. So if you need anything done, if she wants like a watch repair, or she wants some jewelry repaired, anything you want in jewelry, we can do it. We do it at 2 locations. We have a new location, I-10 and Echo Lane. We also have our Woodway and Augusta location. Both have jewelers on site. Both have watchmakers on site. We do everything in-house. And so that's so much different than going to a major retail store. Anything you want done in jewelry, we can do it. Again, diamond earrings, diamond pendants, diamond bracelets, we do lab-grown. The price is way less than the natural. So if you want something for Mother's Day, give Klein's Jewelry a call. You can check out our website, kleinsjewelry.com. Hey, and John, you guys are going to be at the store, broadcasting from the store on Wednesday. That's going to be fair. Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday, I think, right?
Thursday morning. Yeah. Thursday morning. That's going to be fantastic. We're going to be giving away prizes every 30 minutes, drawings, jewelry. So, hey, check us out on Thursday morning. It's going to be fantastic. Mother's Day at Klein's Jewelry. We're also going to give away golf at Wildcat with any purchase. So you get golf for two with any purchase for any piece of jewelry for Mother's Day.
That's right. That's only call. And by the way, I played Wildcat, and I'm going there tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Perfect condition.
Nice.
Perfect. So let's go. Get on over there. 832-316-1388, kleinsjewelry.com, or get to one of the new location at I-10 and Echo or Woodway and Augusta. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? John and John McClain here with you, along with Dell. Eric Layden joining us over the next 3 days. Lance on vacation, a well-deserved rest after, he does this every year because he puts so much time into the draft. So really, really good stuff there. A lot of the stuff that we have been talking about, the Texans' schedule. You don't figure them to play the Chiefs in the opener,
no.
the season opener.
No.
What do you think about going the next night playing in Brazil? The Packers playing in Brazil.
One of the reasons the Texans are going the NFL's going worldwide. It used to be for the brand, selling the merchandise. Now it's gambling, because all over the world they've gambled way before we did legally.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's estimates the NFL is going to bring in $100 billion in gambling over the next 10 years. And usually when they make estimates for the NFL, it exceeds it. And so the gambling and the streaming money is what's gotten the salary cap. Not gambling isn't figured in yet, but will be. It is amazing how much money they have coming in. And by going all over the world, they want to go to China. I remember when the Oilers were still here, they were kicking around a game in Hong Kong, but they never did it. Well, now, some point,
thanks to Daryl.
Not surprised.
No. Talk about way behind. When I was in college, a long time ago, I went to the University of Barcelona, and they had the government had parlay cards for you to bet on the on La Liga games, and you could pick and you could bet. That was a long time ago, John, a long time ago, and so we're just catching up on this gambling thing, just catching up. Because all that tax money that's been wasted all these years, all these bookies making all this money when we could, instead of charging me my property taxes, how much they charge me, charge people for gambling, pay off taxes.
That's a great idea.
Right? I mean, it's just ridiculous where all this gambling money that could be going to for tax purposes instead is going to bookies they're wonderful people. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, of course.
Don't get me wrong.
You ever known a bookie?
I've known a few in my day. A few. And
the thing about Stroud and Micah Parsons been in China doing a football clinic, and everything they can do over there they want to do because the Chinese are ferocious bettors.
Yeah. Yeah. Where they get the money? Isn't that a communist country? They got money
it's
there?
a lot more liberal now than it used to be.
Is it?
Carol and I went over to Beijing. It was amazing how much freedom they have now.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
They can get the internet.
They
can see porn over there.
No.
Yep.
I bet they don't do that though. They're good. They're nice people. They're good people. Why would they do that? Something like that.
I don't know. It's nothing. I've never done anything like that.
No.
You haven't either.
I've never done that. Why would I do something like that? What did you think about the Brady roast? As John, somebody made the point. I think it was. Anyway, somebody made the point. He was like, "Listen, Tom Brady can get away. How raw it was, and how it was not. What's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't woke. Okay,
no,
in any way, shape, or form. It was how are you getting away with that in 2024?
Well, first of all, because it was Netflix, I saw something where they paid him $10 million, and but do you know whoever does that next? I'd love to see somebody like Barkley.
Oh my God!
Put Charles Barkley out there, but I guess, in the next person will say, "Well, I would like restrictions on my wife or my ex-wife."
Well, the only thing he restricted was Robert Kraft.
No Hitler jokes.
Yeah.
No, and I didn't mind Aaron Hernandez. I mean, he was a scum. And you see they keep calling her his fiance. Well,
yeah, did you see she was really upset about it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
And some of them were just, we over at the Texans yesterday, over at River Oaks, we were killing about 45 minutes before Hannah and Cal and D'Amico came up there, and all anybody's talking about was all the jokes we like best.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, I don't know why. The thing about Giselle and her jiu-jitsu teacher, some of the best were that one.
Wow.
Who was it?
Somebody went really, really raw.
Tom, after she's doing like 8 of those a day, don't you think she'd be better than a white belt? And the only bruises were her butt. You know, my goodness, the ones about made you
Speaking of uncomfortable. The ones about the trainers and her and the trainer, and was like, wow.
He's her jiu-jitsu teacher.
Yeah. Whatever.
You put in Giselle.
So, you on now? Are you on any good shows?
Am I on any good shows?
Did you watch Shogun?
Oh, I watched I thought it was great. I love the original. I read the book.
Yeah, me too. I did. Yeah.
I read the book on a road trip to Cleveland. Yeah, how thick that book was.
Yeah, I know.
I started
It was
2 days before a Monday night game in Cleveland at the start of the 1980 season. And by the time I got back, I'd finished it because I waited too late because the miniseries was starting. And I thought it was great. And there's no way this one would be as good. And I thought it was even better.
Yeah. Well, they were limited on that was a made for television thing. So they couldn't do nearly what they were able to do in this one. That's for sure.
Some of the best
book
things
was
we
awesome.
see are streaming. And James Clavell never came back and had another book like it. I
No.
read a couple more hoping it would be as good as Shogun, but they weren't. But things now on streaming to me are better. Like The Dynasty was one of the greatest documentaries I've ever seen, and that's one of the things I like the most about streaming services from the companies that spend a lot of money.
I didn't see it. Better than The Last Stand by Jordan?
Well, I put it right up there with it.
Yeah.
And because The Dynasty made Belichick look so bad. And I don't know how they got all those people to do interviews. Why did Roger Goodell agree to do an interview? Kraft, of course, but, man, Brady did. You could have just said no. Nick Casario, in so many things that went on in the Dynasty behind the scenes, could be seen standing or sitting next to Belichick for some of the most controversial things that ever happened there. If you could give Nick some truth serum and bring him in here and put him in this seat in front of that microphone and shoot him up with truth serum, my God,
Do you
it would
believe
be interesting?
Do you believe Kraft told Arthur Blank not to sign him?
Well, the ESPN reporter did it. It was really good, and they came out immediately and said it wasn't true, which I'm guessing he probably did.
Yeah.
Because he admitted on there that the reason they got rid of Brady is because Belichick said he couldn't play anymore.
I couldn't believe how the players went after Belichick the other night.
Oh, my goodness. That was great. And the
Edelman?
And Edelman, boy, he was great. But the one at the end where Brady said, people ask me which ring is the best, and I always said the next one. But now it's the doorbell ring, the coach coming out of that woman's house at 6 a.m. a few months ago. There's Belichick with his shirt off coming out.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness. Oof.
That is no, if you haven't seen that, you got to Google it. Belichick leaving without his shirt on. The ring video is
his
why
own
did he have
walk
a
of
shirt?
shame.
Why did he have a shirt? Put a shirt on.
Maybe her
Bill.
husband was coming in another entrance.
Maybe. John McClain with us in studio here on ESPN 97.5. Quick break here. We got one more segment, and then John's first first taste of News of the Weird will be coming up a little bit later after that segment. So we got 2 segments left here. Don't you go anywhere. We got HR&P. And surprisingly, with all of the stories that I do on News of the Weird, I have not been called to the office, and HR has not called me to task on any of this. But if you have employees that need to be taken to task, well, HR&P is here for you. You don't do it. Don't do it because you don't know what you're doing. You're not an expert in it. They have HR experts, okay? You don't. If you have an HR department, chances are your business is growing, and you need to check out whether or not you could save a lot of money by, instead of going with your own people in the payroll department, in the HR department, use HR&P. They're better. It is ridiculous in the industry. That is great. And they are awesome. It is awesome. They do it at a better rate than you can do it. So if your business is growing and your payroll department is growing, your HR department is growing, and you're really messing with taxes that you don't know anything about, HR&P is here for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Stop doing it yourself. You don't do it well. They do. HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Oh, man, I can't believe this. Full at Busch.
It's
Awful.
terrible. It's the worst I've ever seen.
I know. Well, it's apparently it's not. The average delay time at Provo, Utah is 1 hour and 42 minutes.
Well, I think that's because they get the flights in and out of here, but the construction has made it just incredibly difficult.
Terrible. I mean, they got to figure that out, how to get out of that airport. It's just awful.
Do you think it's helping Hobby?
I don't know. And Southwest is pulled out of Busch now. They're just going to go just Hobby now. It's interesting.
One reason I took Carroll Airport so early,
yeah.
I told her I had to come on with you earlier than I did, just so I could drop her off and get the hell out of there. Before
I know, it's the worst.
Bad.
Wemby won. Okay, so this is a segment where we look at stuff we haven't talked about. Wemby won Rookie of the Year.
Unanimous.
Yeah, unanimous. Not even a vote for Ahmed. Of course, he missed a lot of the season.
Not even a third-place vote?
Yeah, it says that he fell. I didn't see the votes, but
I think it was Wemby, Chet, and Brandon Miller, right? Those are your top three.
Yeah, Chet. Yeah, as well it should have been.
Yeah,
as well it should have been. Ahmed missed a bunch of games. He was fantastic. The future looks bright. We'll find out what they do with Jalen. That'll be interesting to see.
They got so many great young players on that team. And Udoka, of course, did a great job. But, man, they just stockpile so much talent.
I'll tell you, okay, I don't know who's doing a better job, Rafael Stone finding talent a little bit later or Nick Caserio. Look where he found Nico. Look where he found Tank. Look what he did at the top of the draft. Look what Rafael did at the top of the draft. Those two organizations have really mirrored themselves. They sucked for 3 years, and now they're on the comeback trail. It would have been nice if the Rockets would have been able to make the playoffs. They were the best non-playoff team this year, but they're on their way. Now they will find out whether or not, what you do with Jalen and find out whether, max deals or you go find a veteran that you can trade for him.
So, or do you run the offense next year through Sengun, or do you run it through Green?
I don't think you run it through Green. I think you run it through Sengun. Although they were really good when Sengun went down.
They were.
They were pretty damn
I
good.
thought they were done for sure.
Yeah, and instead they got good. They have a 20% chance of getting the top 4 pick this year, which is better. They're the best non-playoff team.
Well, they have Brooklyn's pick. That's why, right?
Right.
So thanks to Brooklyn being terrible.
No, their own pick.
I thought someone else owned their pick this year.
Unless it's a top 4.
Okay.
Did you guys see Phoenix does not control its number 1 pick till like 2030?
That's just ridiculous. I mean, they're not the only ones. There's a couple of other teams that have just destroyed it.
I don't think you should be able to trade that far in advance. I like the NFL's. You don't go beyond 3 years.
Yeah. They have the rule. Is the Stepien rule that you can't trade 2 first-round picks in a row. Now you can trade on draft night if you want to. So the NBA has tried to keep teams from doing it, but they haven't done the extended thing where you can't. They'll allow you to trade almost as many years as you want. The Phoenix, they went all in. It was the new owner disease where I got to make a move. I'm the new owner. Let's make a move. First it was KD, and then it was Bradley Beal. And Bradley Beal has a no trade clause, so if he wants to spend all his time in Phoenix and collect checks, they have no recourse but to accept it. And they're a team without a point guard, without depth, and we saw it. They can't just jump shoot their way to winning basketball games. That's not how it goes. Not in the playoffs, and they're gonna have to deal with it unless Kevin Durant asks out. What they're stuck. They have no recourse other than trading Kevin Durant because they won't trade Booker. He's like the franchise. So to get any of that back, it would have to be to trade Kevin Durant.
There's Kevin Durant to the Warriors is a big topic. Going back there, they need to do something. Kevin Durant needs to do something. It would be interesting to see if that happens. There's a resurgence of the big. Having Steven Adams, I thought that was a great move by them. Nothing against Jock Landale, but having Steven Adams in the wings right now, getting healthy, and having him and Alpi next year, along with Jabari, I think that front court is going to be. Well, you need some more muscle.
It's amazing how many guys 7 foot are projected to go in the first round. It's more than I can remember. It's all about 3-point shooters now. They're getting back in the paint, and there's so many good ones.
There's right now, what Jokic has done, Joel Embiid, and now with Minnesota, with the way that they're playing right now, it's a big resurgence of the big man. C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons, have you seen any of this of them in China?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They've been together. They've got a great relationship, and Stroud gives him all kinds of grief. He won the NBA Celebrity MVP. Pat Parsons did, even though Stroud was great. They went to that Sixers game, and Stroud said he could average 15 if he was in the NBA, and he could beat Allen Iverson one-on-one when they met him on their floor seats. And basically, Stroud told people he's full of,
No, what? Micah could have said that.
Yeah, Micah. Yeah, Micah was doing all the bragging.
Right. And CJ said, well, he's delusional. He's a cowboy.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they went to Tokyo now, and they threw out the first pitch for the Tokyo Giants game. And CJ, have you seen CJ throwing a baseball? Did you see him throwing out the first pitch?
Yeah, he can throw everything.
Yeah, no, it's not like you would think. It's a little bit different, right, Del? I want to put this delicately.
No, what do you mean?
He doesn't throw a baseball like you should throw a baseball. It's a little bit different. Okay, it's not what you would expect. It's not what you would expect. But he humped it up here at the Astros game. He threw a strike. And then he threw a strike at the Tokyo Giants game. I think it was last night or maybe the night before, whatever. And Micah bounced it up there. And they were having an argument.
Ooh, I bet he gave him grief.
Well, here they are. Talking about it after they threw out the first pitch, and I will be able to tell you who's who. You'll be able to understand it. He's laughing at Micah's throw. That's CJ. I like those two together. They're pretty good.
They should be a comedy team.
How hard is Micah going to hit him when he gets a chance in that game?
He'll hit him as hard as he can, save a little bit extra for him. And he'll say something about it when he's helping him up.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because they're friends, he might let up on him a little bit.
No.
Well, Micah's.
But he's still got to get him.
He's still got to get to him. Well, if he lines up on Titus Howard's side, I think he's got a shot. Okay. Okay.
What if he's got a shot
I'm worried
against
about
Blake
that.
Fisher?
I think Micah is going to take a shot.
Does he have a shot against Blake Fisher?
He does have a shot against Blake Fisher. Yes, he does. What are they going to do at guard? Kenyon Green was awful.
He was, he started, 14 games as a rookie, and he wasn't strong enough. He got overpowered. He lost his confidence. Then he blew out his pec or bicep, so he'll get a chance. But if he can't come back and be a starter and be good, he will be the biggest first-round failure that they've had, considering where they drafted him. And I thought when he played A&M and he played all the positions, that once he settled in here, he would be really good. But so often when a guy comes out of college and he lines up and a guy just overpowers him, you can't stand up to him. You got to have help. Then you lose your confidence. Hopefully all this time he's had to work out that he will be stronger and be a different guy, because everybody likes him. They want to see him get the opportunity. But right now, Jarrett Patterson could be the left guard on opening day over Kenyon Green.
Would you put so you wouldn't put Scruggs there?
No,
and Patterson at center?
Scruggs is the center. All through the last offseason, preseason, everything, he was the center. And then when he got hurt, they had to put Patterson in until he got hurt. But no, they view Scruggs as the center.
Yeah. Well, but Scruggs played guard last year.
He did, but Patterson played guard all the way up through Scruggs getting hurt.
Okay.
So ideally, he'd be the backup to Kenyon Green and the backup to the center. But Kenyon Green is the biggest if on this offense.
Well,
maybe the biggest if
Kendrick
on the team.
Green might also be a guy, too.
Yeah, but, boy, if you have to play him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's to me right now, well, that other cornerback spot on the other side of Stingley and that guard position are probably your two biggest
Well,
questions.
I'm guessing Kamari Lassiter is going to win that unless Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson, who are one-year make-it deals, and they're hoping it'll be like Sheldon Rankins. You come in on a one-year deal. You play your ass off. You're really good. They offered him a $2 million raise. Bengals gave him a $4 million raise. And Okudah or Henderson, the third and ninth overall picks, that one of them steps up, and then you could play Lassiter inside. But I think Lassiter's going to win that job.
You do.
And then Desmond King would be the slot corner.
And Stingley's got to stay healthy.
And he hasn't. Until he plays the whole season, we're not going to believe he can't.
And then there's the safety position where Jimmy Ward can't stay healthy.
Well, Jimmy Ward's going to be 32, and he's the type of game he plays, he's always going to be hurt. And so one of the reasons they took Callan Bullock from USC, 6'2", he ran in a 4.4s. He's a center fielder type. And that would free up Petrie to play more like he did at Baylor, make plays around the line of scrimmage, blitz. And but they also, I've never seen a team, think about this, 11 starting offensive linemen last year because of injuries and ineptitude. 3, your second, third, and fourth safeties were on IR, and you were signing guys off the street, and yet you still have a really good year. If they could just be relatively healthy, that would help them tangle with this brutal schedule they got.
Yeah.
When you look back what they did and you consider all the injuries they went through, D'Amico and his staff did a hell of a coaching job.
They really did. They really did. They put him in great position. Other than putting Tank at guard, that was the only issue I had with him.
He was trying to get to center.
Just let it go, John.
I can't let it go.
You tell him, Dale.
Stop putting
It's
Tank
football,
at guard.
John. Sometimes unfortunate things happen, like putting your little wide receiver at guard.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Sometimes unfortunate.
That's something
things
we can
happen.
overcome. Okay.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, let's try to overcome that this year. All right, breaking it here. When we come back, news of the weird. John McClain gets to answer the difficult questions next, right here. Don't go anywhere. All right, time for me to talk about you joining the club, the Texas Star Grill Club. You need to join the club because there's special offers that other people don't get. Guys, this is for us, okay? We are the guys that throw the meat on the grill, okay? We're the guys that love – I mean, I grilled up some pork chops last night on my DCS grill that I got from Texas Star Grill Shop. But they have got an offer right now, and they've got discounts on everything, okay? If you want your outdoor – it's an outdoor kitchen, and they can design it for you. They can make it look your wife will love what you do with this because they have everything you could possibly need to make your outdoor kitchen the best that it could possibly be. That's our neighborhood, guys. Join the club at 975grills.com. They're offering $100 off on the Weber Slate Grill. This is the Weber Slate rust-resistant griddle. You can't get a griddle that is going to be rust-resistant except this one, okay? So this is what you need. If you're going to put a griddle out there, you're going to have your grill. I don't care if it's gas or charcoal or pellets, whatever it is that you want, propane, whatever. You got a griddle. You can get you can get a wok, a gigantic wok that they can put in for you. You can get a pizza burner. I mean, it is extensive. But right now, the $100 off. And no, if you're not in the club, you ain't getting this $100 off right now at 975grills.com. The only place to go and get your grill on, Texas Star Grill Shop, 975grills.com. All right, welcome back. This is John McClain for the first time. John, did you see what George Santos is doing?
No.
He's reviving his drag persona, Kitara Ravache, to hawk videos for $350 a pop of him dressed as a woman. Do you want to buy one of George Santos's Kitara Ravache videos?
No.
You're not going to buy. Is this going to help or hurt Robert Kennedy Jr.?
Well, I don't think it's going to help him. It's going to hurt him because he's dead in the water.
I don't
Kevin
think.
Spacey's got enough problems, legal problems.
And I don't want you endorsing me, Kevin Spacey. Go endorse Biden. I mean, honestly, is that the endorsement we're looking for?
Kevin Spacey and Aaron Rodgers.
Apparently, there was a space launch, a Boeing crewed space launch, not surprisingly, postponed for safety check. If there's one spaceship I don't want to get on, it's a Boeing spaceship. Do you want to ride in a Boeing spaceship right now?
Absolutely not.
Do you want to be, do you want to tell on them? Do you want to be somebody who is going to expose their evil deeds?
A whistleblower?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
No, because you'll die.
Which one is
Two of them have
Which
died.
one is more deadly to you? Getting on the plane or telling everybody what they did wrong?
I'm not sure which is
might
more
be
deadly.
getting on the plane.
Getting on one of their
deadly.
planes or being a whistleblower.
It appears like maybe you could probably survive the plane. Not everyone's going to crash.
No.
You tell on them, it's over for you.
It's over, Johnny. It's over. Okay? Apparently, TSA in Miami discovered a passenger who was trying to smuggle snakes in his pants.
Who must have been garden snakes.
Who do you think noticed it first? Hey, you got a giant snake in your pants.
Snakes. Was it plural?
Well, it was plural, actually.
Yeah.
Snakes on a plane. He's trying to blink.
Did he say thank you at first?
He said, well,
you got it.
Happy to see me.
I got garden snakes. You caught me.
New York PD union is suing officers. Do you feel like officers should be able to do steroids?
A little roid rage on the street.
I don't want my cops doing steroids.
I sure don't.
I think that leads to a lot of probably anger management issues for them.
People getting the hell beat out of them.
Yeah. Apparently, the Kansas's Senate is retreating from efforts to deregulate pubic hair removal. They were trying to make it so anybody could just do pubic hair removal. But then they figured, there's probably a lot of sex offenders that might want to get into the industry. Do you feel like pubic hair removal should be deregulated?
No.
No. I think there should be regulations, right?
That's why they have Manscaped.
That's all. Apparently, a new study says traffic noise is bad for your health. Do you live
I love
near.
traffic noise.
I know.
Who wouldn't?
But it's bad for your health.
It's great to sleep. It's great to sleep to.
I know. I got a train right in my backyard that I sleep to all the time. Which U.S. state has the most OnlyFans creators? Not users.
Per capita, but creators.
No, creators, period.
I would off the top say California, but I'm sure that's
It's
not it.
Connecticut.
Connecticut. Wow.
They have 2,464 accounts.
Man, those cutbacks at ESPN.
You think
really getting
it's
to
Sage Steele?
No, I didn't use names. You're using names. I'm just saying. It could be a behind-the-scenes person.
You think Jamel Hill?
She doesn't work there anymore.
I know.
She didn't live. Who lives in Connecticut unless you work for ESPN? She doesn't live there anymore.
Oh,
I'm
you
just
think
saying,
she moved?
Some of the producers, maybe men and women, have decided, the paycheck ain't the same. It ain't what it used to be.
It ain't at all. New movies are 40% less likely to include sex scenes.
I saw that.
Do you feel like that's a bad adjustment that we're making?
Absolutely, that's terrible.
I know.
What's wrong with them?
Well, I mean, come on.
Despite everything.
How are we going to know how much people love each other?
Yes, because
First sex scene I ever saw in the 60s, the movie was Can Hieronymus Murph Ever Forget Mercy Hump and Find True Happiness?
Can what?
Hieronymus Murph Ever Forget Mercy Hump and Find True Happiness.
That's the name of
That's
a
the
movie.
name of the movie?
Yeah.
It was a little long.
It was, and but it was the first sex scene I saw.
That was the first ever sex scene.
Yep.
Somehow Hollywood gets more puritanical in this realm, but everything else, not really. But yeah, sex scenes in movies, you don't see them anymore. It's not part of the. It's probably those intimacy coaches.
Yeah.
Hey, why do I have to be doing this? What's the point of this?
Well,
how does this
The
drive the
last
story?
movie I did, Spring Breakers, had sex scenes, slow mo, topless scenes, bouncing on the beach. That was a fun one.
But that
I
was
don't know. It seems like
mid-2010s, right?
I think
Spring Breakers?
I think we're still okay. I see Sydney
she's-
Sweeney is in a lot
Well,
of.
she's the one, sure.
Yeah. She's enthusiastic.
She's great in
about it.
that first year of Euphoria.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in a new. It's been out for a while now. She's in a new nun movie, and somehow she's a pregnant nun, and somehow even still,
as a nun.
I mean, it's through like some see-through.
You would think that movie.
That's
was
the
like,
last thing we want to see Sydney Sweeney.
She's in a
does.
tub. I guess either getting baptized or some exorcism, and she's in a see-through white blouse, and somehow, some way, even a pregnant nun. You see.
Listen, Saltburn ruined me for bathtub scenes.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Woof.
the worst.
What was that? I didn't see it.
It's on
I know. I read about
Yeah,
it. Never mind.
Yeah, it's on Prime. If you happen to want to see it.
We're done. John McClain, thanks for joining us. We
Thank
really
you. I had
appreciate
a
it.
blast. Let's do it again someday.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We
My
really,
pleasure. Dale, thank you.
Really appreciate
Thank you for stopping by.
it. Don't thank him. He didn't do nothing.
What?
He's up next, right? Is he going to be on your show? No. Did you invite him?
Maybe at
No.
some point, but not today.
Time for me to talk about Artisan Grange Mob guys. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play in the golf tournament on May 21st, but they're great guys, stand-up guys. If you're looking for, and more importantly, they're going to try to help you save yourself. Do you dip? Because it's gross. Because it's dangerous. I don't know if you know this, but dipping is very, very dangerous. Tobacco, putting tobacco in the same place in your mouth time after time after time. The nicotine, the tobacco going into your system, it's awful. It's gross. No woman is ever, ever, ever liked dipping, period. You cannot find a woman that says, oh, yeah, that's great. Awesome, dipping. No. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. So much so that CBD American Gentleman says, we want that in our stores. So you're looking for a great way to do it cleanly, to do it safely, to do it maybe even which will help your health with the CBD oil. 975dip.com. Do it clean, do it safe. 975dip.com.
Welcome into the show. Want to thank John McClain for joining the station earlier today, filling in for Lance capably, and actually gave Lance his flowers, which Lance begged for yesterday and did not get from the listening audience, but John McClain credited Lance for all the hard work. He's working for Raj, but thanks to John McClain once again for joining us, and we'll see if that happens more often in the future. It was an interesting night last night, mostly because I didn't have to punish my get into the game tonight. They've got just hope Verlander pitches well, and we'll move on from there. But last night in the NBA, you had a controversial game, at least a late game. We had John McClain. He called up earlier, but to talk about what he thought about NBA officiating. And you know what? I think they're just incompetent. This caller thought they're cheating, and I'm interested where people fall, because there are a couple situations in that game last night where there should have been a non-call, really should have been a play on when they ruled that Neesmith kicked the ball. That ball bounced off his arm. It wasn't a kick ball. And because that's not a reviewable play, the Knicks got to keep possession. It should have been another Jalen Brunson turnover. Point guards made some questionable decisions. Obviously, Jalen Brunson was great as far as putting the ball in the bucket, but he did have a couple questionable decisions late as he was getting pressured by the guards on Indiana. That should have been bad at what they do. I don't think they're cheating. I don't think they're trying to help the Knicks win. I just think they are awful. And sometimes their awfulness shows up in big moments. Why that's not reviewable, I don't know. Particularly if the play is stopped, it's ruled a kick ball. The play is stopped. Why can't you just review and see if that ball was kicked or not? And give the Pacers the ball back, or give the Pacers the ball, because they would have had the ball if the whistle wasn't blown. So I wanted to know from Sean and others, 713-780-3776, and this could be something we talk about throughout the show. Do you guys actually think the NBA is full of corrupt officials, or are they just incompetent? I think being incompetent is worse, because at least if you're trying to be bad, like Jonte Porter, and we're good at not getting caught, then I might applaud you for trying to directly influence a game and no one being the wiser. Yeah, sure, there are people thinking that you're doing it, but no one could actually catch you. But if you're just bad at your job, I think that's worse, and I think that's what they are. And we're going to have to deal with this in major moments. Are they more adversely affected by big moments? Like, can officials be considered clutch? Like, oh, this official's on clutch. The moment was too big for him. Of course, he screwed that play up. I don't know if we can attribute that to them like we do to players, but they stink. And unfortunately, we are going to bear the brunt of how bad they are. And it affected and cost Indiana. I won't say it cost them the game. Indiana had chances. They let the Knicks back in the game a couple times, and they fought back themselves. So, most teams won't point to the officiating unless you're the Denver Nuggets, unless you're Jamal Murray. He had a night last night. But I think referees are bad. I think we had a dichotomy. We had bad referees in the Pacers-Knicks game, and I think we had good referees in the Nuggets-Wolves game. I think the Nuggets did not expect to be bullied like they were, and then when they tried to fight back after they're down like 20-plus points, it was like fake physicality. Like, we're going to throw an elbow here, we're going to up our aggression, but it was too late. It was clear you were not built for that particular moment on that night. And the Wolves, without Rudy Gobert, and we'll hear from Gilbert Arenas because he's special, talking about why he would have decided to stay instead of seeing the birth of a child. That's why Rudy Gobert wasn't available. But it didn't matter. The wings on Minnesota, whether it be Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards, or Nickeil Alexander-Walker, they got after the Nuggets on the defensive end, and Naz Reid stood up to Jokic in a way you wouldn't expect. And the Nuggets tried everything they could to get Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble, and when they thought Jamal Murray had drawn the second foul on a charge, and they didn't, that's when Michael Malone went off, and it just led to a night of Nuggets complaining, Nuggets throwing heating packs at officials, and not just a heating pack. In fact, after more investigation, it appears Jamal Murray threw a heating pack and a towel at Mark Davis. He missed both times, and Tim Legler had some funny had something funny to say about it that we'll get to as well when we come back. But an overall surprising night in the NBA. Not that the Pacers-Knicks game was competitive. That wasn't surprising. But the fact that the Nuggets got bullied the way they did on their home floor and had no answers, and it led to like Jamal Murray doing the Bronx cheer when they got fouls called against the Wolves. That's reserved for fans. Fans do that when things are going poorly. When you do it on 2 consecutive foul calls, you know you're out of their game. This series isn't over. You can do all that heart of a champion cliche stuff. I was one who thought as long as the Nuggets are healthy, they're going to win another NBA title. They look, when their starting five is on the floor, unbeatable, particularly the way they execute. Well, Minnesota didn't allow them to get into their execution bag late because the game was a blowout. And the Nuggets look shook from Malone going after Mark Davis on the floor. By the way, Mark Davis is a referee. He went after him, and then Jamal Murray the same. That didn't look like the composed team that we knew last year and what we expected, particularly after what they did to the Lakers in the first round. The Wolves are a different animal, no pun intended. They're just once again, no pun, dogs. They get after you.
Okay, come on.
Hey, dogs.
These puns are intended.
No, the first, these two weren't intended. But what else am I going to call them? Edwards, Alexander Walker, Jaden McDaniels. They're dogs on the perimeter. They get after you defensively. They make it difficult. Nickeil Alexander Walker had a smile on his face in the middle of defensive possessions because he knew Jamal Murray couldn't get by him.
There's got to be something more than dogs, something bigger than dogs.
Well, what? Hounds?
Wolves.
Dire wolves? What do you want to call them?
I want to call them timber wolves.
You want to call them timber wolves? Okay, there are wolves out there. Fine.
There's 5 of them.
They got dogs. They got that dog in them because they're wolves. I guess I don't know what we're doing.
There's 5 T-Wolves out there.
Yeah.
They're all playing defense. Even without Rudy Gobert.
And, yeah, Rudy Gobert missed the game due to the birth of a child, and it didn't matter. It did not matter.
Specifically, the way that the Wolves won, like if the Wolves had won because they made 23 threes and they just shot incredibly well and they won, 125 to 101, that would be one thing. But the way that they won by just like you said, just defensively, just punking the Nuggets.
That's all it was.
Up and down the court.
I mean, Anthony Edwards got off to a slow start, then got it going. But all they did was punk the Nuggets, each and every player, every time they tried to run any offensive set.
And the Nuggets, they melted. Jamal Murray had a full
lost
meltdown.
his mind. He's probably not going to play in Game 3. You throw things at a referee, and they determine that, that was you. And not only once, you threw something at him twice. He's probably not going to play in Game 3. I mean, I'm not Stephen A. Smith. I'm not going to call the league office and want an investigation if he does want Jamal Murray out of the Game 3. But I've never seen anything like that happen and a guy not lose a game. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, the punking. I mean, the Nuggets aren't going to admit to it because it's embarrassing to say. But the Wolves went out there and punked them from start to finish. They played out of character. And like I mentioned before, the fake physicality, young, although Cat's been around quite a bit, and certainly Rudy Gobert. Just not a lot of playoff success on the roster. Mike Conley's had some with the Grizzlies, but that's a team where the Thunder might have been assumed to be next up because they won the 1 seed, and they're the youngest team I think in the playoffs. At least certainly their main contributors are very young. But maybe the Wolves are next up. Who's going to go against them if they're going to play defense like that? And the other thing is, which became a talking point. Will the referees continue to let them play the way they played? Nickeil Walker-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, and also Jaden McDaniels. You talk about a perimeter 3 that can go lock down possession after possession. I don't think there's one that exists in the NBA like them right now. And sure, one-on-one, great, but their communication, how tied in they were, how locked in they were to shut down all of Denver's actions and sets, very impressive. Most impressive performance of the playoffs for me, considering where it happened and who it happened against. And after already getting one on the road, you think, we'll take it. Hey, we got the one. We'll go home. We've got home court. They're like, nah, we smell blood. And they took that game from Denver and do what they probably would do in any other situation and lock Jamal Murray down for Game 3 and say, just like Jaden McDaniels lock you down, we're going to do that to you too. You can't play because you can't throw stuff. You can't throw a heat pack and a towel. And, by the way, he also did they're getting paid symbol too. It was a trifecta. He did 3 things that in any way probably would get you fined because we know Rudy Gobert got fined for it. But when you put them all together, you at least got to get a game.
He did 3 things that are probably going to get him a game. He also made 3 shots the entire game.
Well, Tim Legler, we'll talk about that. We'll play that sound coming back because Tim Legler had a bar for Jamal Murray.
Dissing is in the air.
Yeah. Hey, everyone's gonna look.
Roasting, dissing, like we're at peak negativity right now.
The NBA on TNT, they played Kendrick Lamar songs a couple times.
Coming out or going to commercial.
Yeah, not like us, a couple times. So, yes, dissing is in the air. Everyone can catch some, and Legler had some for Jamal Murray. We'll play that when we come back. First segment out of the way. Plenty of stuff to get to. The Texans are talking, not in the way that Kendrick or Drake are talking, but mostly just about their team. We'll have an update on Tank Dell from the McNairs, and very protective of their player. They did not want to get into what was actually said. You'll hear from them on that. Hannah McNair had some smoke, some light smoke for John McClain's question about uniform colors and the Titans. She was like, why do we need permission? So we'll hear from her about that. The First Lady of Houston football wants all the smoke. So a lot to get to. Just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, and if he's honest about that, he missed Mark Davis with the. Can we just state for the record?
Tim Legler this morning talking about Jamal Murray. Not just the heat pack, as I said. A towel that he threw. And also he gave these refs too, but just being hounded all day and all night by the Wolves and their perimeter defense. And you watch the Wolves play, and Kyle Anderson's getting more minutes because of, well, he got more minutes last night because of Rudy Gobert's absence. And it's like you've got these Wolves, and then you've got this lovable sloth that's out there playing. And Sean and I decided that they adopted, and normally these Wolves would eat that sloth alive, but for whatever reason, in a mystery to observers, they brought him into the fold, and they love him, and he acts like a wolf when he can, but really we know he's just a sloth.
Yeah. I mean, they really do all play the same way. It's just that Kyle Anderson plays the same way, just at 75%.
Being in where he's supposed to be, not because Kyle Anderson isn't trying. He's just not as quick as all the rest of the Wolves. He's like what is it? What was that Jungle Book? He's like Mowgli in the jungle with acting like all the other animals, except he's human. He can't do all the things that the other animals do. Yeah. And he made the money symbol as well. So it's gonna be. I could have got away with one of them, but he can't get away with all three of them. And the comparisons to Michael Jordan continued last night for Anthony Edwards, and he said, "I don't want to be compared to him." Not because he doesn't respect Jordan. It's just that Jordan's great. I'm not him. He's the greatest. And there's another reason why you can't compare Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan. You have never heard Michael Jordan respond to a question in this way when a teammate is being asked a question. We know Michael Jordan, not a great teammate. Not a guy that's going to be looked at fondly. Hell, it's just not. It wasn't his personality. Great player. We're not going to knock it. But he wasn't looked at as a welcoming guy who's going to embrace his teammates and encourage them by words and actions. In fact, you're more likely to get punched in the face in practice than hear a kind word because he had a standard and you had to meet it. Well, if you think Anthony Edwards is anything like Jordan, maybe it's only on the court, because this in the post-game presser would suggest he's nothing like the greatest player of all time.
Cat, years and years ago when you came into this league as the number one pick, you were drafted not only for your offensive talent but for your defense and the promise that everyone thought you had. Does it feel good to be getting back to that and showing your capabilities again and not, just being viewed as the stat stuffer and the big offensive player that you were?
He was never viewed as a stat stuffer or just a... No, I know that. I'm just saying he was never viewed as that, especially when I got here. I always thought he was a great defensive player. He just had to put his mind to it. And when Finchy got here, man, Finchy put emphasis on, hey, and Cat, if we want to go somewhere, we got to defend. And like he said, that's the head of the snake. And hearing that from him, it pushed Cat, man. And I tell Cat, we need you to defend. Corliss tell Cat, we need you to defend the whole team. And, ever since he been back this whole year, man, since he been at the 4, he been defending his ass off. So he's been playing great, and we hope he continues to do it.
I wasn't alive for every Michael Jordan after-game presser. We didn't have the access that we normally do now. I don't remember anything like that where Jordan's jumping in on a conversation to big up his teammate and let everyone know. No, Cat's that dude. I don't know if he ever did that for Tony Kukoc or Bill Winnington or Scottie Pippen or Ron Harper. Don't remember it ever happening. Maybe you Jordan historians who at any time his name is brought up have to run to a phone or a keyboard to tell us how great he is. I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you the Ant comparisons maybe stop with the baseline jumper because he's not that's not Michael Jordan that we heard.
Hey, Craig Hodges. Let me tell you, Craig Hodges.
We know Michael had one of the...
When Phil Jackson got here.
Michael Jordan wanted to beat the hell out of B.J. Armstrong. We saw that in the doc.
That's the thing, that this isn't just like hearsay. This is a produced
documented.
A documentary produced by Michael Jordan.
He was okay with some of the things in this.
He was like, all that Scott Burrell stuff, leave it in.
Yes.
I love it.
Does it make me look bad? Not to me, it doesn't. Not to me. So, yes, Anthony Edwards is the new guy that everyone wants to ordain. But at least in some ways, he's nothing like Jordan. And we'll see if he can surpass Jordan in one way and go win a title before he turns 24 years old, which are you after last night? It's one game. It's obviously something that you don't want to extrapolate going forward because the playoffs are long. But if what we saw last night, if that Wolves team is going to be like that in a game where they could have easily just been like, you know what, we got our one, we're just gonna pack it up and go home. And if the Nuggets want to blow us out, they'll blow us out. Nah, they decided they're gonna eat the Nuggets alive, and they did that.
I mean, they're already up 2-0 and they're going home. So like, even if these two games were complete outliers, and then the next 5 games of the series, they just play what our expectations were before the series, they'd still win.
They would still win.
They'll still win.
Yes.
Even, they just need to win 2 more games. They need to not go 1-4.
Yeah. Now, it's certainly possible, but the Nuggets team we saw last night looked like a team who had no answers, and we'll see if how the game is officiated changes the potential outcome, because that'll be a talking point for the Nuggets until they see Minnesota again. Their inability to play offense against them because of the physicality of a Wolves team that they're going to say was too much and shouldn't have been allowed. But hey, playoff basketball, did they take it to a level that the Nuggets couldn't match? It looked like it, and we'll see if the officiating becomes a bigger question going forward if the Wolves all of a sudden aren't allowed to play the way they were allowed to play in Game 2. But that kind of gets us through what happened in the NBA. Really an entertaining night for different reasons. Pacers, Knicks, competitive. The Wolves and Nuggets was just how surprising it was for a team that people were still questioning. How surprising it was for them to go into Denver, a place that's very hard to win, and go take the second game and take 2 overall and go home being up 2-0. I mentioned the Texans, and we'll hear from the McNairs when we come back. Also, D'Amico spoke about, I don't particularly think the J.J. Watt thing is serious, so I'm not going to get to that. D'Amico pretty much said, yeah, sure, I always need J.J., which was more or less, hey, this is not a real thing. Leave me alone, at least in my eyes. But he did talk about being able to have an extra preseason game, and the McNairs talked about from everything from uniforms to also Tank Dell and his recovery. So we'll hear from the McNairs when we come back. I also wanted to get to some college football stuff a little bit later in the show. It's not about the way too early top 25 because that's been out for a while, but some of the reactions after the spring we can get to. I mean, we talked about quarterback rooms yesterday. We'll get into some of the overreactions regarding the top 25 and whether you guys agree with it or not. Just getting started on the show. We got plenty of stuff to get to going forward. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, did you import all these instrumentals from the Beef? Was that your doing?
You're welcome.
Have you chosen? Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to thank you.
I thought that was your way of thanking
No,
me.
I had a question
for all the hard work.
because you have put songs in from both sides. So have you chosen a side? Have you taken a side in the Beef yet?
I mean,
what
is it that split? You had to basically be like on OVO's
payroll
to have one of the opinions.
True. I mean, if
at this point you have to
be an OVO stan.
I
or
have to have
on the
an
payroll.
Al in my Twitter handle.
Yeah, to not side with Kendrick in this.
It's like it's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah,
I
feel that way, but some people might feel differently, and those people are being paid by October's very own.
What does that stand for? Or OVO.
That's what
I heard it stood for other.
Oh, well, if you ask Kendrick, other something option, yeah.
I don't think the Drake songs are even that bad, or they're not bad. They're good songs. It's just
or how he got beat don't really stick. But so Sean is strictly on the West Coast side.
I've always been a West Coast.
You always been a West Coast guy.
Yeah.
I would have probably
TDE Mapes right here.
Is that in your Twitter bio? TDE Mapes?
It might be.
Like I grew up on the West Coast, so I have a bias to picking Kendrick, but still, facts are facts. The facts remain. Kendrick Lamar won this one, and Drake will survive. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I got a feeling that Champagne Poppy will be fine. He'll move on.
People will make jokes. He'll have to maybe lay low for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the culture really has had enough of him, but there'll always be Drake people, Drake fans, and he'll make his music and be A-okay, even if he has to, be huddled in Toronto because he can't go anywhere. Speaking of that, there was a shooting outside Drake's home. Drake is not affected. Drake wasn't hurt. I don't even know if he was there, but outside of his home, the one that Kendrick made very public, there was a shooting, I think about 2 a.m. local time. So I don't believe anyone was killed, but there was violence outside of Drake's home. Who knows where that ties back to or why it happened, but it's out there. Happened early this morning in Toronto, Canada. I don't want to transition into what happened to Tank with that, so we will start with Hannah McNair. Hannah McNair is vocal. We had John McClain, and he talked about the fact that Cal likes that she is always by his side. He doesn't have an ego where he's concerned or upset that despite him being the actual owner of the team, his wife is a prominent voice when it comes to this organization. Cal doesn't have a problem with it, and it appears that combination will be something that will be around for the foreseeable future. And it was at a golf tournament. The Texans were raising money, and they raised a lot of it for charity. But the media had access, so they began asking their questions. And John McClain, as I mentioned, he was here, was the voice you're going to hear first, asking Hannah McClain about the uniforms and do they have to ask the NFL and will they be wearing them against the Titans? And Hannah McNair kind of snapped back at McClain, going, "Why do I need to ask anyone about this?"
Have you guys asked the NFL if you can wear the H-Town blue when the Titans are here?
Why would we?
Why wouldn't you? It's a natural. It's Houston color.
It's a Houston color, but what does that have to do with Tennessee?
You know what it has to do with Tennessee. I heard you talking about it on 610.
We put the uniform combos after we get the schedule, so that's when that'll happen.
So Cal, I don't know if it was real heated. You hear John McClain laughing at it. They have a relationship, the McNairs and John McClain. The legend that McClain is. But Cal was like, "All right, there is a process for this, but the assumption for all of us is that those uniforms, those H-Town blue uniforms, will be broken out specifically for a game against the Tennessee Titans when they come to town. That would be the belief." Unless it's in a bad window. Like if it's a noon game with the Titans involved, it could very well be a new day.
I think it's going to be a new.
Yeah, but they're going to break up those uniforms for the Titans. What's the point of the back and forth if you don't use the H-Town blue against the Titans? But she is letting the world know that the Titans don't dictate to us, or their presence doesn't dictate to us how we will use our uniforms.
Yeah, the Oiler throwback from last year for the Titans makes it seem like like we're talking about how beef is in the air. That's how you need to respond.
Yeah, you put on those uniforms
in this beef between billionaires.
Yeah. Well, beef that we, for whatever reason, are concerned with or not concerned with.
Well, we're kind of
a beef. Yeah, we're not really that concerned. A beef about uniforms. Aesthetics is what we're concerned with, and a color blue.
Between the Titans and Texans.
Yeah, of all teams.
Between two AFC South teams.
Yeah, it's a beef that's going to resonate across.
If only there was, some high level matchup between these two at any point in history.
Yeah,
if the Texans had actually won at Arrowhead against the Chiefs and actually played an AFC title game against the Titans in 2019, I feel like I would take this rivalry more seriously. And maybe part of it, definitely part of it, is that I don't think I was alive when the Oilers moved from Houston to Tennessee, so I just don't have that much hate in my heart for the Oilers or for the Titans taking the Oilers. But yeah, I'm reaching my breaking point on how much uniform talk goes on in this rivalry.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra stuff that has little to do with the teams because they've never really been good at the same time. People had emotional ties, and when Vince Young came back here because the Texans should have quote unquote drafted him, and so on and so forth. All that stuff. It's never really about the teams and the matchup, and it's important. It's about these extra things that we have to sprinkle on because the rivalry itself is kind of a nothing. Now, the Vince Young play was an overtime in an actual game, but that was more about Vince Young growing up here and playing in Texas and how come the Texans didn't draft him. It was less about the Titans. Not many people that I run into care that much that the Titans used to be the Oilers. I don't meet many people that care that much.
The entire thing is just about the uniforms.
It is.
People just want the Texans to have the Oilers throwbacks.
Even though all the Oilers did was bring them misery.
Yes. Yeah, that's the only part of the history they want. They want Earl Campbell, and they want the uniforms.
Yes. Team. Look, I get embracing your teams. That's your history, particularly if you are just a Houston football fan. You love those Oiler teams, but the colors, all those colors bring back, for me, obviously I wasn't here, was like blowing a game to the Bills or blowing a game to the Broncos.
That's what blows my mind, is that everyone always talks about the history. The history is the biggest comeback in playoff history.
Yeah, you should want to wipe that from existence. In
fact, I don't want that. That's a Titans record.
Keep it. You can have it. All that was misery. Keep all of it. I mean, not that the Texans have wiped it away with greatness, but you don't have embarrassing playoff moments with the Titans. I mean, excuse me, with the Texans. They're like you get beat by the Patriots. They kind of did blow a big lead to the Chiefs.
The two Chiefs one. The blown lead against Mahomes is bad, and
then the
30-0
opening kickoff.
Yeah.
Okay, it is embarrassing. You're right.
Different type of embarrassing.
But different type, not record setting. Everyone's going to play these games on NFL if NFL Classic was a thing, but NFL Throwback's a channel on YouTube, and you can bet that the Oilers, formerly the Oilers, now the Titans, that Oilers-Bills game, you can find it on NFL Throwback. I don't know if you can find Niall Davis running back a kickoff and then you getting blown out and the Wattcat happening. I don't know if you can find that stuff on NFL Throwback on YouTube. But some of your failures as the Oilers, you can. You root for, your nostalgia is your nostalgia. But the fact that this is all based on a color of blue seems a little much. But hey, if Anna McNair wants to defend the honor of Houston football, so be it.
Standing on business. That's what the McNairs are.
Not even her franchise. I think it's just about the Strunks can't tell me what to do. It's more about that. You can't tell me what to do, Strunks.
I know she isn't talking right now.
If that's her energy, I agree. If it's more about not you, there are people who I might accept it from, but not you. I'm okay with that if that's what this is about. Like, you're not gonna bully me, Strunks. But all that other, nostalgia stuff, enough, right?
I'm just saying that personally, I can't get worked up about it because I don't really care about it. Again, it's the uniform.
The Oilers / Titans against the Texans fight. I don't know, man. Well, you got CJ Stroud. You're winning right now. I don't think Will Levis is going to become anything, but if Will Levis ever does become a really good quarterback in this league, then we can have a conversation about the rivalry. But right now, the Texans ahead. You've got your quarterback.
I would love for the rivalry to reach a point
Where it's about football?
Where it's Levis versus Stroud. Or anyone versus Stroud. But where it's actually like on the field, the matchup between Brian Callahan and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, like we got Lance sent it to us, NFL notes, because of the schedule release that's about to occur at some point. They'll tell us when it's going to happen, likely this week. Nothing in there about the Texans versus the Titans this year. Nothing about that. Like they run down rivalry games and return matchups and who's playing who and revenge games. Nothing in there about the Titans coming to Houston and seeing H-Town blue on the Texans uniforms. The NFL didn't want to highlight that, apparently. Didn't reach the level of some of the other things. Now, the Texans are mentioned. C.J. Stroud, as mentioned, as a quarterback to watch, and some of the quarterback matchups that I'll get to that. Some of the quarterback matchups that you can look forward to when the NFL schedule is actually released. Nothing about how the Titans deal with the Texans wearing H-Town blue in a game in Houston. The NFL clearly doesn't think it's that big of a deal. Maybe we shouldn't either. But, Mike, I see you. You want to talk Texans, Oilers. We're due for a break. We'll talk about that. Anything else you want to talk about when we come back?
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Dream Shake tweets the show. We played some sound from Anthony Edwards earlier where he took up for Cat. And the question wasn't particularly aggressive. It was just about Cat being a scorer and getting back to that. And Ant talked about Cat being an overall player, not just a scorer, a guy who can defend. And we need him to defend if we're going to win. And Dream Shake says that's one of Ant's favorite players. And that's where he might have learned it from. I don't know. I didn't see a lot of OKC press conferences, but maybe Kevin Durant did that quite a bit. And it is unique when it comes to, if we're going to compare Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan, you didn't see it from the greatest of all time. Just not to back in and talk Texans or Oilers, your thoughts on our discussion or anything involving that pseudo rivalry. You can certainly call back in. I mentioned the NFL schedule will be released. People believe it'll happen this week. Does anyone in your life schedule their year around the NFL schedule? Like, okay, I got the Texans against the Chiefs, and I want to go to that game. I don't know anyone who does that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I know it does. But I guess I don't know a big enough NFL fan to do it. I know plenty of college football fans who do it because the college football experience is a little different. If you went to the school, you're going back and seeing old friends that you haven't seen. Everyone knows the tailgating experience at college football games it's different than the NFL. Certainly, there are different environments around the country in the NFL that can stack up, but just college football is different, man. And I know so many people who decide, like I imagine they're going to be Texas people who have never been to a game in Michigan. They're going to I'm going to that Michigan game. Or with their first year in the SEC, they're going to want to take trips. And they're going to do it more than once a year. I think from what I have seen and heard, most of the time for NFL people, it's one time. If there's a game like going to Lambeau, I know Texans fans have made that trip before. Those historic places that they've never seen their team play in, particularly with the NFC, you're probably only doing that once every 8 years. So I get it. I just don't know how big the NFL schedule release is. They've turned it into an event, and I'm just like, get on with it. I'll read the tweets. I'm not watching your shows.
It's the build-up to the schedule release to me. If you want to make the day a big thing, cool, fine, love it. I get it. But
I don't even get that, but okay.
No, I get like today is the day it comes out and here we go. Like here's the big games. But to me it's the few days before where they drop on Christmas it's going to be the Dolphins and Jets where how is that supposed to excite anyone?
The leaks that come out?
The leaks, but it comes from like Ian Rappaport or Tom Pelissero or Adam Schefter. So it's like clear that it is being intentionally leaked because it is NFL Network people leaking it. And so then you're just like, what? Again, how does the NFL think that 90% of NFL fans are going to take, the Dolphins and Jets are going to play on Black Friday this year? It's like, who cares? Other than Jets and Dolphins fans, who would possibly care about that?
By that time,
I see that and I see, okay, I don't have to watch the NFL on Black Friday. I can just watch the college football games.
You can't look, when they announced it, they thought they're going to have Aaron Rodgers versus a team who made the playoffs. And so you didn't even care when they announced it, when Aaron Rodgers was still available.
Unless it's like the first day, like the first game of the season, or a game like directly involving a team I care about. I don't care. I don't care what the Thanksgiving games are. I know it's going to be the Lions and the
Cowboys, and then
and then the Cowboys, afternoon,
and there'll be a Sunday, or there'll be a Thursday night game. Yeah,
and it's just I just don't have the like oh my God, what's the Christmas matchup?
So you're not excited at all about the potential for a Texans Cowboys game on Thanksgiving?
No, I care about the Texans matchups. I don't care about all the primetime matchups. Tell me, I don't care. Tell me what the rest of the rollout that you're doing. I don't know why. I get, because they're like the holiday benchmark games, why they get the special treatment, but these aren't special games. These are still just primetime games.
Sure.
They're no different than a random week 6 Sunday night game. The week 6 Sunday night game might be the most interesting game on the schedule, but because it's not on a holiday, it doesn't get the eyes emoji from Ian Rappaport. Not to pick on Ian Rappaport, but
you've thrown slander his way a couple times.
Because he's an NFL mouthpiece. That's what he is.
Well, that's his job.
Yeah, I know. But why does he? This part of his job is not interesting to me. But there's a conscious effort to make it part of his job.
Yes, news breaking for contracts and a potential trade. Great.
Sure.
You letting me know that the Chiefs are gonna host whoever on Thursday night to open the year,
and doing it 6 hours before the actual release of the thing. I don't care. I can wait.
Yeah, don't preempt that. Just
I don't
let
care.
it be part of the entire package.
True.
Yeah, true. You didn't work hard. Someone gave that to you. You didn't ferret that information out. Someone gave that to you.
You're not Woodward and Bernstein, right?
Well, no, I don't know if he's breaking any news that'll shake the government to its knees. It doesn't seem like he's going on that path.
Wait, the Falcons are playing who week 2?
Did he get
this
that?
Changes everything.
Did he get that in some parking garage?
Yeah, right.
Some Falcon source gave it to him. So I think you might have missed it because you're on the phone. And Brian, we see you. I want to get to you on the other side. You want to talk Knicks Pacers? Please hold on if you can. We're about to go to break here. So you wouldn't probably schedule not the NFL schedule, but you wouldn't schedule a trip around the Texans game. But would you, if you had the means or the opportunity, would you schedule a trip around Texas going to Michigan for a trip to the Big House?
I would. Yeah, I would if I had the means. And I don't know, for some reason the Big House
not attractive as far as the location.
Yeah, I don't know why. Stadium is just. I rather go to some of the SEC.
SEC.
No,
already indoctrinated.
I rather go to Death Valley than to buy a flight to Ann Arbor, Michigan. Maybe it might just be the case. It's Ann Arbor, Michigan.
You rather go to Baton Rouge than go to Ann Arbor?
Stop off at La Berge on the way.
Well, yeah, it's a location and a place you're familiar with. We were talking about this earlier as far as what Texas can do this year. They don't have a really tough SEC road schedule.
No, that's also part of the reason that I get what you're saying, but year one, I'm not itching to go to.
You want to go to Nashville to watch them play Vanderbilt?
I actually no on both counts. I don't think I want to go to Nashville
for anything, and you don't want to watch them play Vanderbilt.
I definitely don't want to go to Vanderbilt, and they're torn down stadium.
Yeah. What about you want to go watch them play Pig Suey? Actually, yeah. That's a game. That's not a neutral site game. I'm thinking about the A&M Arkansas game. You don't want to watch them in Fayetteville?
No, not really.
So all of a sudden, all these SEC stadiums not attractive.
Well, because you started with Vanderbilt. I told you that the road schedule is not that enticing. Do they go to Starkville or is that at home? I don't.
They don't have to deal with the Cowbells.
That's next year.
They bring Mississippi State to Austin.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the Texas schedule, as far as Texas people wanting to see SEC stadiums, not great the first year.
Yeah, what are the other road games?
Well, you go to A&M.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah,
it's pricey, but theoretically I would go.
Yeah,
I actually don't think I would go.
You wouldn't go to that game. The rivalry renews, but even that's not enough to get you to go see your team on the road.
It's also during the holiday.
Yes, Thanksgiving, all that stuff. There are a lot of things that come into play.
It has to be a family thing, and I don't want to melt down in front of my family. I don't want to have the potential to melt down in public with my family around. I'd rather do it in the privacy of my own home. Thank you very much.
I don't ever watch games that matter to me around people because I don't want to pretend like I'm a normal human being. I want to be that crazy person that I am while I watch my team. I don't want to be the guy, oh, that's okay. Look, he threw a pick. That's fine. Tyler Van Dyke threw another pick. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, man, we're just living life here. I don't want to be that guy. I want to be able to yell and scream and be my normal self.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you not wanting to melt down. Brian, we see you. We're going to get to a break here. And if you hang on, we'll get to you as soon as we come back. He wants to talk Knicks Pacers. Anyone else want to talk about, well, whatever they want to talk about? 713-780-3776. Gary, I saw you want to talk about Ann Edwards. If you want to talk about him, call back in. We'll get to you as quick as we can. We'll be back. Welcome back to the second hour of the show, and Brian calls in at a perfect time because right now we're watching ESPN, the Pat McAfee show, and they're showing the play where Aaron Nesmith was ruled to be in violation with the kickball, and it appeared from all, my human eyes, all accounts, that was not a kickball. Didn't matter. You couldn't review it, and it cost the Pacers a chance to get a possession. They would have turned the Knicks over and had a chance to go take a lead. Instead, Dante DiVincenzo hits a three to kind of provide the margin of victory as the Pacers had to start fouling, and it went the Knicks' way, and the Knicks take game one of that series. Brian, let's talk about that series. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Dale. Why is that play not reviewable?
I can't. We talked about it in the first segment. I have no answer for it. I don't know why. The clock has stopped. You would think it'd be eligible to be reviewed, and the Pacers would have had that ball if not for the whistle being blown. I'm with you. There's no real explanation other than they didn't put it in the rules. that is not reviewable. I haven't seen anywhere where that's explained.
I know there's sometimes in certain sports where, balls and strikes in baseball, okay, we hadn't got to the point where we're reviewing that yet or not. And so there's some other things, but I don't understand why everything's not reviewable in basketball. There was a couple of weeks ago where there was a play where a guy made a steal and he tapped the ball to himself right along the sideline, and the official blew the whistle and said he stepped out of bounds. And then they went back and reviewed it, and clearly he didn't step out of bounds, and they were able to keep the ball. And it was a big turning point in that game. I don't remember exactly who the player was, but I remember watching it, and I'm thinking, what's the difference between a ref looking at whether a guy stepped out of bounds or not and a ref looking at whether a guy kicked the ball or not?
I think the game was the Sixers, and they ruled Maxey to a stepped out of bounds, and he didn't. He stayed in bounds, and the Sixers, I think, might have went on a run after that. I'm with you. There's no reasonable explanation why a guy stepping out of bounds, you stop the play because you think he stepped out of bounds, and yet you can review a foul. You can review whether someone is out of bounds or whether their foot is on the line. But this one is not something you can review. There are a couple others where you can't review as well, particularly if they don't make the call. Some of them, if they don't make the call, you can't go back and have them adjudicate the call. I don't know. I agree. If we're going to add as many things as they've had, why not? I mean, because people always like to blame. Well, it'll add more time to the game. At this point, we feel like they go to the review monitor for everything. So why not add another thing to the list? I agree, Brian. It was a clear miscall that should have been fixed, and they didn't. And they said, hey, it's not reviewable. And you watch ex-Knicks, I think it was John Starks or something, was, nope, can't review that. Don't worry about it. So the Knicks fans knew, but that's something I'm with you, man. That's a call that could have changed the outcome of that game.
And there must be some sort of list or some sort of document that says what you can review and what you can't review. I mean, how does everybody know as soon as that happened, oh, well, you can't review that? I'm like, I was trying to understand what makes that a kick ball so different or so special that it can't be looked at.
I'm sure there's an explanation about it. It's not one that's going to make a lot of sense to us. And maybe a ref can call. I have a ref friend who texts me sometimes. Maybe he knows why. He's refed on the college and high school level, so maybe he can tell me why they don't review that. I appreciate the call, Brian. I don't know why they didn't. I'm sure it's written someplace. It won't make sense to any of us. Brian, I appreciate it. I'm right there with you on that particular call. It was a big call in the game. And like I said, I think it's more about incompetence when it comes to referees than actual out and out, oh, they're cheating or they want another team to win. They're just bad at it. And the rules in some cases are bad too. I don't know if this is going to follow in our tradition of having someone do an impression of someone else, but this is Shaq. I don't know if it's a guy named Shaq or the real Shaq or one of our frequent callers pretending to be Shaq. But Shaq wants to talk about the playoffs. What's up, Shaq?
How you doing, Dylan? This is Shaq. How you doing, Shaq? He's over here, baby. How you doing?
This is what I suspected when I asked Sean what he thought this was going to be, and I said, "Is it just going to be someone going, hey, my name is Shaq? Shaq, I work on the NBA and TNT." And Sean said, "Yeah, it'll probably be this guy."
Shaq, hey, Dylan, you a fan of Miami. I was going to say about the Pat Riley situation. Do you think Butler comes back because it was so disrespectful to everybody? If he didn't play, shut your mouth. And what do you think about Christina Milian doing OnlyFans and hashtag free Easy?
Someone already asked the Christina Milian question before. I think it's
wow, Ryan and Shaq on the same page.
Or fake Ryan and Shaq on the same page. Unlikely fake Ryan / Shaq / maybe La Raza. As far as that happened yesterday. Pat Riley does a State of the Union every year. He does it about a week after the year ends, or at least the season ends. Excuse me. And this one happened quicker than he might have wanted. Usually his teams, at least in the Jimmy Butler era, is competing deep into the playoffs. Not the case this year. Jimmy Butler didn't play because of an injury, and that certainly sparked some thoughts from Pat Riley. If you missed it, he said that when he was asked, about Jimmy Butler's contract, everything led back to availability because Jimmy Butler's eligible this offseason for a giant extension, which calls into question, do you really want to pay a 37-year-old like near $60 million? It's a tough value. You're just paying for past performance as opposed to current and future. But he said, hey, availability. You have to be available. And he leaned on that over and over again because a lot of Heat players miss games. He suggested that the culture was eroding, #Heat culture. And that Jimmy, when he first was there, brought the culture back. And now maybe he's part of the reason the culture is eroding. So that'll be an interesting scenario because Jimmy Butler's agent has already responded with, hey, when he was available and could play, he did play. This narrative about his unavailability is not true. There are real concerns, and those led to why he didn't play. And Riley would say those concerns weren't that valid. He should have played in more games. And the one that's going to stick out for a lot of people is, wasn't he at a tennis tournament a night before a big game? And then it turns out he was sick, and then he became unavailable for the game. He was healthy enough to participate in a night out watching tennis, but he wasn't healthy enough to play and help us in a big game. That is one that the fans couldn't stand. And I imagine maybe Jimmy Butler got sick hanging out. Maybe he wasn't sick before he decided he was going to have a night out. But those are the things that Pat Riley is probably going to focus on, among other things. So what happens, considering we know Jimmy Butler's volatility? Does he really want to do it again? Does he really want to make a stop where he's felt very wanted and they've accepted and made concessions for who he is? Does he want to burn the bridge with the Heat? All the other places, like Minnesota before this turn of events, Jimmy Butler just wants to win. Minnesota's a crap place to play. They don't understand what it means to win. Philadelphia, Joel Embiid, and they pick Ben Simmons and Tobias Harris over him. And we've seen that to be a mistake. He's not going to win the PR battle if he tries to burn it all down with the Heat. They've got too much cachet, too many pelts on the wall. It's one he would probably lose. And overall both would lose because they need him, he needs them. I think there will be a reasonable solution, but then again, it is Jimmy Butler.
He's also at the end of his, let's just say at the end of his prime, if not towards the back end of his career where, he was able to prove everyone wrong in Minnesota and Philadelphia because he was able to do what he did in 2020 and in 2022 and 2023. He was able to do that. I just don't know if he has played his last game for Miami, is he going to be able to see I was right in 2025 and 2026 like that's
in a new place, where he's older and in the price tag, no matter if he signs an extension or not, it's going to be very, very high. That'll be one of the interesting scenarios as far as a big player and player movement this offseason. Daryl Morey had his presser yesterday, and some people believe that Daryl Morey's the one floating out there that the Jimmy Butler Miami Heat situation could fall apart because if you listen to his presser yesterday, he talked about a need for a playoff wing who could make things happen. Who does that fit? Jimmy Butler. Of course, Daryl Morey maybe it was more Elton Brand. Was it Elton Brand or Daryl Morey who decided? But plenty actually. But the Sixers are probably going to be in. No, I'm being James Harden.
Okay.
But the Sixers are all in on improving that roster with a big name, and they have money to spend. So will it be Paul George if he opts out? Because the Sixers are refusing to give him the max. I mean, the Clippers are refusing to give him the max. Apparently, they've had discussions about a deal, but the max hasn't been on the table. Could Jimmy Butler get very disgruntled and ask out? And maybe the Sixers are there because they have the cap space to absorb a salary. Who knows? But Daryl Morey's making moves. Some people think he's salting the field and trying to stir discontent. Tongue Dark Chris, I see you. You got a question about something, considering your name. Can it be about sports? Feels unlikely. We'll find out when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the What's up, Tongue Dart?
Hello, Deli Belly. It is yours truly. So I have a scenario question, and out of these three actresses, Sydney Sweeney, Vanessa Hudgens, Selena Gomez, which of them is more likely to go airtight? Okay, thanks. I love you.
No. I'm not going to. Not this one.
I'll look it up.
There's always a computer. I believe I know what he's talking about, but I'm going to make sure because I want to be sure I know not to talk about this. Yeah, you guys can look it up. Not going to do it, but I appreciate him chiming in on the show. I don't know anything about these women, so I can't answer that question. I don't know what they're into.
Vanessa Hudgens is pregnant, isn't she?
She is pregnant. What that means for this, I don't know.
No, I wasn't gonna. I was trying to move the conversation along.
Oh, Vanessa Hudgens.
I wasn't trying to extrapolate.
Okay, you were just trying to transition some way somehow from what he asked.
What do I have on these three women?
Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney's been brought up a couple times today. She was brought up earlier on the John and Lance show. Sydney Sweeney is in at last check, she's in a movie about her being a nun and possessed and pregnant at the same time. So if you want a different vibe for Sydney Sweeney as opposed to the Euphoria, Anyone But You vibe, there it is, a horror movie featuring Sydney Sweeney. Vanessa Hudgens, pregnant at a minimum, maybe even if has had the child, not sure. And then who else did he mention? Selena Gomez?
Yes.
She's with a guy you can't stand, Benny Bianco.
Just something about him.
You don't like.
I just take one look at him.
Or Benny Blanco. Nope. I call him Bianco. Benny Blanco's. You look at him and go, not my type of guy.
I don't know.
What did you say he was? He looked like a human what? Or what did you say? You said he looked like something. I forgot what it was. Like, it wasn't human lint, was it? I don't remember what you said. Was it lint?
Dustball?
Dustball something? I don't know. But the question that spurred this nonsensical conversation won't get answered. You guys can look it up and then figure out which one of them you think is that way. We're a sports show here. And then a pop culture show. But we're not an airtight show. Certainly we don't answer that question. Thank you to Tongue Dark Chris, I guess, for calling in. Speaking of women who are pregnant, Rudy Gobert he's not pregnant. He's not a woman. But he did miss game 2 of the Nuggets Wolves series, and it didn't matter. The Wolves took control of that game early and just kept batting the Nuggets away every time they thought they were going to make a run. Nuggets completely frustrated. We talked about Jamal Murray and his actions and what it might lead to as far as a suspension. But Rudy Gobert and his podcast, Shop McCants is on it, Brandon Jennings is on it, and I believe there's one other player on it as well, had thoughts on Rudy Gobert missing the game because his significant other was going to have a child.
I mean, missing this game for that baby. I see you.
It's a baby, bro. It's gonna be there when you get back. We hope.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, the baby gonna be
okay,
but unnecessary. The baby gonna, it don't know, whatever you about to think you about to do with the baby, he gonna be asleep.
That's a lot like the theory. Why are you giving your kid an extravagant birthday party when they're a toddler? They're not gonna remember any of this. But there is someone involved who is gonna remember. A woman having the child. Like, what's the best excuse you can use to not show up to that event and be okay with it? Beyond the fact that maybe the woman's just fine with you not being there. That's certainly the case. That could be the case. But is playing in an NBA playoff game in the second round a good enough excuse? I'm not the woman having a kid, so I can't really answer it, but I feel like you got to be in the finals, right? What if it's an elimination game in the playoffs?
I think it also depends what kind of player you are.
But if you're a starting center?
Yeah. No, yeah. If you're a starting center.
Does it have to be an elimination game before you can say, look, this is very important. I can't miss it?
I think down 2-1 in game 4, I think you have to come back.
So desperation because you don't want to go back to Denver down 3-1.
Yeah.
Does it matter if you're down 2-1 and you're at home or down 2-1 on the road and you're going back? Like if you're down 2-1 and you're at home, and you know if you lose, you go back to Denver. Is it higher up than if you were the Nuggets down 2-1, knowing even if you go down 3-1, you get to go back home?
I think it's a little bit higher up because if you're the lower seeded team, chances are you're worse.
Yeah. So I have it at you can't miss a finals game.
I think past it depends on the team. So on a team like the Timberwolves, like I think this series, if they're down 2-1 going into Game 4, I don't know. It's a must-win game. It's a must-win game, Dell. Got to even it up.
You can't go back.
Now it's a best of 3.
You can't go back to Denver down 3-1.
Come on.
And you can't miss a game. Look, everyone, if you're taking offense, clearly Sean and I are having a dumb conversation because Gilbert Arenas had a dumb conversation on his podcast.
Don't worry, I'll never be in this. Well, I probably will never be in this position.
Oh, you're giving a little leeway to see if you actually ever play in an NBA playoff game.
Chance.
Yeah, the 1% chance of you ever being on an NBA roster and then playing in a playoff game, being on an active NBA roster.
Crazier things have happened, Dale.
Not really. Not at this point. You're 27, 28?
28. Same draft class as
you're not
Karl
in the same.
Anthony
You're
Towns.
not in the same draft class. Stop it.
I was.
No, you weren't, because you weren't eligible for the draft.
We both went one and done.
No, you are not. You graduated, right? You were not a one and done. Actually, you spent all 4 years. That's why your draft stock went down. You're in college too long.
Exactly. Me and Zach Edey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're exactly the same.
I was just shorter.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's different between you two. He might be 28. We never know. We never know. We haven't seen that birth certificate. But yes, understood. The birth of a child is important. And I will just have you remember that Gilbert Arenas is just on a podcast saying dumb stuff for conversation's sake. So when you quote tweet him and go, Gilbert Arenas really needs to be quiet. I would never miss the birth of a child for anything. Don't be performative. You realize he's just doing a show, right?
It's just entertaining.
Yeah, he's just trying to make people laugh, get eyes on his show. You don't have to be performative and do your quote tweeting and say how dumb he is and take his mic away. It's as if someone wrote that line for him in a TV show. Are you going to get extremely upset about an actor saying a line? Now, sure. It's a little different. It's off the top of his head, but it's the same thought. It's for entertainment purposes only. Whether Gilbert Arenas thinks that way in real life, no one really cares. For the most part, all we really care about is what he says on that podcast. Everyone relax. Don't stop with a quote tweeting and talk about how virtuous you are. No one cares that much that you would show up to the birth of your child. A lot of people would do that.
Now, if I was the Nuggets, or if I was someone on the Nuggets.
Down 0-2?
Just down 0-1.
Okay.
You just flop the situation.
If you're Jokic. Well, not Jokic, because Rudy Gobert is important, but it's not Jokic important.
Yeah, he's like
Aaron Gordon.
I was gonna give him Porter.
KCP.
Yeah,
let's give him KCP.
KCP.
What? He's a starting shooting guard.
Disrespectful to
fine,
Rudy Gobert.
Aaron Gordon. Fine, Aaron Gordon.
Okay.
You have an affinity for the Frenchman. That's fine.
He's about to win his 4th Defensive Player of the Year. I think comparing him to KCP on the 5th team.
Well, to be fair, one's a champion, one isn't.
Okay.
And
thanks for bringing up the rings.
Yeah, I'm Shaq. We had Shaq on earlier. Did he ever win anything? No. All right, KCP. Aaron Gordon. Fine, he's Aaron Gordon then. Should Aaron Gordon miss a game down 0-1 when you're at home?
I don't think so.
You think he has to? Well, the likelihood is his significant other is probably in the city. So travel wouldn't be part of the equation.
Because they did make it seem like part of the reason Rudy Gobert
couldn't get back.
Couldn't play, yes, because there's some sort of weather event in Minnesota, I think. So they couldn't actually leave. So he couldn't get there in time, which kind of implies that there was a possibility that he shows up anyway.
Yeah, they ruled him questionable because he was trying to get back, but it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess that kind of ruins the hypothetical of being the home team down 0-1.
You can get a police escort from the hospital and get to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good use of the city's funds and the police force.
Playoffs are important. Question is, do you induce labor so you're available for game 2? Do you have that conversation?
I don't know. This is where I tap out. This is where I'm not comfortable speaking on the matters of pregnancy. I don't know.
I asked a tough question.
I don't know what it entails. This is where I will not speak from a position of authority because I don't know what it. Well, I know what it means to.
But you don't know all that it
I don't know the
I'm
complicating
there with you.
factors of induced labor.
I'm there with you. It's like when black people tell white people to stay out of black people business. This is me and you saying we're staying out of women business. We don't, or doctor business. We don't know.
Pregnancy business. That is pregnancy business. I don't know about.
I don't know anything about it. I asked a question, a tough one, to see if you'll respond, and you deftly danced around it. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
we got 2 more segments to go. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Michael Carroll joins us every Friday to discuss what you should or shouldn't be watching, and he gave a very favorable review to The Fall Guy. John McClane said it's one of the worst movies he's seen in quite a while. So we've got differing opinions. Imagine that, Michael Carroll and John McClane on opposite sides of, is he more like my sensibilities or is John McClane?
Oh, I don't know. I think, didn't Michael Carroll also mention in his positive review that the plot at sometimes does get a little like, what are we doing here?
Yes, I believe he did. Apparently that affected John McClane more than it did Michael Carroll.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's what it is.
And also, no one would. Michael Carroll disagreeing with the guest John McClane.
97.5 is hearing both.
Didn't directly say what John McClane thinks. Very strong.
It's saying he's wrong.
In his opinion in saying he's wrong. Came in from the hard work he does on a daily basis just to let us know. I don't know if John McClane is wrong or Michael Carroll is wrong. I just know the box office is all wrong for The Fall Guy. It didn't make the money it wanted to. It's going to probably underproduce or underperform. And it just speaks to how those movies kind of go. It's not IP. It has big stars. It's an action movie. Although The Fall Guy kind of is IP. It was a Lee Majors, I think, either movie or TV show back in the 70s. But it's not the IP we're used to. It's not a comic book movie. It's not a dinosaur movie. It's not a kaiju movie.
Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah. It doesn't have that type of draw. And the domestic box office tells you that, hey, people aren't looking for those movies right now for whatever reason. Maybe it'll do well on streaming as far as people watching it and having eyes on it, but as far as making money, didn't do well. So Michael Carroll doesn't provide you with movies that he says are going to make a lot of money. He just says he thinks you'll enjoy them.
That'd be a hilarious segment if he's just like, this movie is going to make a ton of money.
It's going to be terrible, but it's going to make all the money.
So what do you think of it? It's good. A lot of rich people are going to get a lot richer because of this movie. I'll tell you that.
Yes. The big studios will make all their money back because of this IP. But, hey, it happens sometimes. Gosling and Blunt will be fine. I'm sure their careers won't take a downturn because of it. But, hey, at least we've got a report back and a differing opinion from two people who love to go to the movies.
We'll have to watch it ourselves to see who we agree with.
Yeah. I probably won't go to a theater. I'll probably just wait.
Part of the problem.
I am. I'm definitely part of the problem. I will admit, I am part of. The movie industry hates me. You rarely get me out to a movie theater. In fact, it's generally IP that'll get me there.
Yeah.
So I'm
how it is with most people.
I'm a big part of the problem when it comes to stuff like that. The Fall Guy, it looked cool, I guess. I like Gosling and Blunt, but it wasn't a movie that I was that interested in seeing. At least as far as going to a movie theater and going through the process of doing that. But, hey, I'll watch it at home. And the Rotten Tomatoes score is at 87%, Metacritic 73%. So relatively positive reviews for The Fall Guy. Just not a movie anyone wanted to go see this weekend.
So the critics like it. Michael Carroll likes it.
Yes. Is John McClane man of the people or is he a critic?
He might be man of the people.
He's been in the industry, too. He's been in movies.
That is true. He is a Hollywood insider.
Yeah, he's an industry guy. Yeah, and The Fall Guy was a series.
Industry plant, maybe?
No, not McClane. The Fall Guy was a TV show in the 80s. And so Lee Majors, they brought him back in to make a guest appearance, a cameo, I guess, in the movie. But, hey, it wasn't enough to get people to watch. Before we go, I did mention some college football stuff. And by go, I mean before we wrap up the segment. We do have one more to go. I mentioned the way too early top 25 overreactions. And we'll stick with the two teams in the state that are in the top 25. It's A&M and Texas. Texas, obviously the team, considering that they made a playoff with more expectations. And the overreaction, and it's just one line for the most part for most of these teams, is there's a quarterback controversy because of what Arch Manning did in the spring game and how Quinn Ewers has looked really in the spring and really overall. Quinn Ewers has been fine as a college quarterback. Not been great, not lived up to the number one ranking. And that is leading some people to believe, at least if we're going by the overreaction headline, that there's a controversy. Steve Sarkisian would tell you there's not one. I think that controversy could begin in Ann Arbor, a place that Sean doesn't want to go. Like if Quinn Ewers gets off to a bad start, then the controversy really begins. But one doesn't exist right now.
Personally, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, I said a place Sean doesn't want to go.
Yeah, but you made it.
Like what? Like it's
I'm
a bad
scared.
place.
I'm scared of big bad Michigan.
Oh no, it wasn't about being fearful. It's just he has a distaste for Ann Arbor.
Just uninterested in the Midwest.
He has no interest in traveling up to Michigan, despite it being one of the cathedrals for college football. What does that say about Sean and his college football fandom? Would you want to go?
Yeah, I would go to Notre Dame.
So that's Midwest. That's Indiana. You like Indiana more than Michigan?
Touchdown Jesus, I think, is really what's doing the whole thing.
You want to see?
If you have a mural of Jesus making a touchdown motion, I'm in.
You think when they made
it's a little bit of the Michael Jordan shrug.
Yeah,
actually,
it's more like what Anthony Edwards did yesterday.
I don't want to go to Ohio State.
Is that Jesus going religion? Take it or leave it.
You decide.
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm just giving you one viewpoint.
Like Michael Carroll on the Fall Guy.
Yeah.
That's what I gave my 2 cents.
I laid it out for you. No pressure.
Sermon on the Mount. I was just.
If this show hadn't really planted itself as blasphemous, it has now. With that
I said I want to go to.
You want to see touchdown Jesus? I have no. I'm with. Well, I treat how you treat Michigan. How I treat Notre Dame that way. I got no interest in seeing touchdown Jesus at all. No interest.
Ohio State is by far, like, as far as the Midwest one, the one I least want to go to.
They will. Yeah, I feel like
it doesn't look that appealing.
It looks dreary. The stadium isn't all that cool to look at, and it feels like they'll fight you pretty quickly if things don't go their way and you're happy about it. They'll want to punch you. So I'm going to stay away from Columbus, Ohio.
How would you power rank those three Midwest cathedrals?
I go. One of them actually is a cathedral.
One literally is a cathedral.
Yeah. I'd go Michigan, Notre Dame, and Ohio State.
Okay.
And a clear Michigan number one. I mean, probably there's a lot of it has to do with I've liked a lot of Michigan players over my history as a college football fan. I haven't really liked that many Notre Dame players or any. Just my biases take over there. And Ohio State, nah, not a fan. I can't name a Ohio State player I actually liked when they played in college.
Really? Braxton Miller?
No, he had that uniform on. The uniform.
Oh, okay.
The uniform takes over everything. That's silver helmet, those red jerseys.
Cardale Jones was pretty close.
No. For who, you?
Yeah.
The story is cool. Still couldn't get me there. I was rooting for Oregon in that title game. Didn't go well for me, obviously. I was a big Mariota fan at the time. Still am. Didn't live up to it to any of the hype, and neither did the guy picked ahead of him. That draft, when it came to quarterbacks,
a lot of the pre-draft conversation, kind of a whiff.
Yeah,
because I think the consensus is like they're both good.
Yeah.
That was like the only
back-to-back Heisman winners.
Basically, the only draft where people are just like both the top two, solid, like them both. Now it's like, everyone has to. I don't know about Caleb Williams. I don't know about Drake May. I don't know about
Jaden Daniels. Too thin, too skinny.
Like everyone in this year's. That's where we've gone in the last 10 drafts. Is now everyone just like, I don't know. These guys all stink. Like before.
Don't get Merrill Hodge involved.
We were so optimistic back then.
Not anymore.
I think this could work out for both of them.
It pays more to be critical of quarterbacks than what. Back then, you want to be positive. Now, if you see a flaw, let's exploit it and hammer it over and over again. And maybe you'll be right, because half the time these quarterbacks don't work out. The other team in the top 25 in Texas is A&M, and the overreaction is the Aggies lost too much in the portal to win in Mike Elko's first year. A lot of that came from the most highly touted recruiting class in A&M history, the likes of Evan Stewart and Walter Nolan and LT Overton. Those are just some of the bigger names that aren't a part of A&M anymore. NIL stuff. Not happy in College Station. Imagine that. And also a coaching change. So can A&M overcome the talent drain from those great classes? And the article goes in to talk about some of the guys Mike Elko has brought to the table to try to plug some of the holes. I just don't know if Connor Wegman's as good as people think. Now, he had injury issues, and the A&M quarterbacks who filled in for him didn't didn't do a bad job. They kept that season afloat even after Jimbo was dismissed. But they're going to probably lean on Connor Wegman to be their starting quarterback, and I'm not sure he's the guy people think he is. I never thought he was as far as on the college ranks. Great high school player. Oh, I saw him in a spring game. I was like, this is the guy you're – now it's a spring game. I'm jumping to conclusions, obviously, but I didn't see the arm talent that people were so excited about. And injuries have short-circuited his career. He needs to avoid that if he wants to be the guy people think he can be. I don't think he's that guy even if he's healthy. That's my bigger concern with the Aggies. Do they have a legitimate big-time starting quarterback, despite what the high school rankings said?
Yeah, I think the transfer portal stuff is I think it's mostly a wash because, yes, you lost a lot of talent, but that talent was not being optimized in any way under the previous coaching regime.
Yep.
And now I think Mike Elko, even if these guys are, they're obviously not going to be as good as the greatest recruiting class of all time 2 years ago. But I think I trust Mike Elko's ability to get it all to fit better. So I don't see that as going to be a huge issue. Maybe if there's a lot of injuries and it's more of a depth question, then maybe they're running some trouble there. But I'm with you where ultimately, to me, it just comes down to Wegman being good. He's been solid when he's been out there. Or last year he was solid when he was out there. He just couldn't stay healthy both years.
Yeah.
It's a lot like Quinn Ewers, actually.
One of them made the playoff. All right, relax.
There are levels. There's levels to this.
Yes.
But
and your level of hate knows no bounds.
No, it's not a hate.
It's hate. Yeah, hate. It's hating.
I'm
It may not be hate.
I'm not hating.
It may not be
Okay.
hate, but you're hating on yours. That's your thing. You hate on yours. It's
No,
fine. We all have it.
I don't. You know what? Here we go. Quinn Ewers, the best Texas quarterback since Colt McCoy.
What a low bar.
Take that.
That's a low bar.
Clearly. How about that? Easily the best Texas
that just speaks all the whiffs. That's not a credit to Quinn Ewers. It just speaks all the awful quarterback recruiting you guys have been a part of.
David Ash, better.
Than who?
Quinn Ewers is better than David Ash.
Congratulations to Quinn Ewers then. David Ash.
Tyrone Swoops.
The guy they didn't even want to play The guy they didn't even want to play quarterback most of the time. That's who you're.
I'll take Quinn Ewers over him.
Yeah, great.
Any day of the week.
Great. The guy they'd rather move to like H-back.
Gerard Hurd.
Another one who they didn't want to play quarterback when it came down to it.
Huh. Weird. Those two guys didn't want to play quarterback.
Quinn Ewers, if you're out there listening or anyone who backs Quinn Ewers, this is just a backhanded compliment. You guys know how
better
Texas
than Sam Ellinger. He's better than Sam Ellinger.
No.
That's where it's actually a little controversial. I don't think it's that controversial.
I don't think it is either, but people love Sam Ellinger.
Yeah. He's what the culture's feeling.
No, he's not.
Well, the UT football fan culture.
Well, they better feel something else. We got one more segment to go. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios here
in Yankee Stadium. And that would have meant something before the year. Now it's just, hey, can you please make it not a miserable night for us? Can we find a way to go win a game? Look, before the year started, when the Yankees came to town, I was like, whatever, the Yankees, we own them. We still do, but how the tables have turned. Yankees off to a good start. The Astros off to one of their worst starts in recent memory. Games on TBS. Does that mean it's blacked out here, or is TBS blacked out? I forgot how that works. I think TBS is blacked out. So the local broadcast, I think, still has it. So if you want to hear Todd Callis yell at you about jumping off the bandwagon, I think you'll be able to.
He won't do that during the game.
He won't?
I don't think he will. He won't yell at you about it.
No, he didn't yell at
you. Said yell though.
Yeah, I use yell just to say when he scolds people.
Scolding. It was a stern talking.
It was a stern talking to who gave the fans. If you listen to him on his appearance with the Killer Bees, he pretty much told you guys not to be fans later when this gets turned around.
Keep that same energy.
Of course, he said that before the Astros lost 2 out of 3 to the Mariners, but he did feel like Fangraphs told him that the Astros were still in the race.
Yeah, he said keep that same energy.
Yeah.
No cap.
Well,
that's what he said.
Todd Callis is never going to say no cap.
He's definitely said no cap.
To who? To Jeff Blum? On a broadcast?
Yeah, well, he said Chaz McCormick just ran out there.
So Sean Mace will be the producer. If you don't know, you should. He's the producer for the Astros. In fact, the Killer Bees will be going out there. Maybe the season's one that's not going well, but I gotta leave New York with something. Let's beat the Yankees a couple times.
I'm leaving with something.
Yeah, exactly. Let's leave with something, and that something is a series win over the Yankees.
Series win.
A win.
How about a series moral victory against the
I don't want a moral victory. I want a series win. Leaving there or something will suggest maybe you win a game and not get swept. But I want a series win.
So definitely no sweep.
Definitely no sweep.
Yeah, a series win. They have to win the series.
Yeah, a series win, no blown saves.
Maybe if they had actually won on Sunday, like literally didn't do exactly what we're talking about, blow a save to lose a series, not just a game, to lose like the rubber match of a series. Yeah. If they were coming in 2-1, like after being 2-1 against the Mariners, then I feel like you're like, well, Yankees. We already won a series, so the desperation isn't quite there. Nope, desperation back on. Win a series.
Win a series.
Hey, Joe Espada, win a series.
Hey, go bring me back something, Astros.
Yeah. Hey, Justin Verlander, Spencer Arrighetti.
Ugh.
Is it Ronel Blanco next?
No.
Oh, what's the?
I'll find out.
I know.
No. Okay. Fromber exists. Fromber still exists.
Okay. You know what? Actually, what I'm thinking, it's not Hunter Brown.
Yes.
That's really what I'm thinking. Is they have a chance to win all these games.
You don't go into the game thinking, okay, that's a sure loss because we're going to be down 3-0 in the first inning because Hunter Brown's out there.
And hey, they got pretty close the last Hunter Brown. They won the last Hunter Brown or 2 Hunter Brown starts ago, and they almost won the next one.
That's true. No real thanks to him, but sure. Look, we know the standard for Hunter Brown. Keep us in the game, even if it's like.
Please.
Just if you want to give up 3, just make sure it's over 4. Like, don't give up 3 and can't finish an inning. Give up the first inning. Give up 3 if it's in the first. That's awful, but it's better than giving up 3 and only getting a couple outs.
Get through the lineup one time.
That is what we're asking for.
Before you implode.
Yes, before Espada says no more, because there's no way we can win this game if we let you take another return through the lineup. So what a positive discussion. The Astros tonight.
Leave with something. Leave New York with something.
We don't even have him pitching, and we still got to him. He's not even pitching in this series. Verlander tonight. That is this show's take on this series. Leave New York with something, and we can determine what that something is after the series is over. We're hoping for 2 out of 3, but maybe it's just a win. We can't ask for much. Just don't embarrass us out there, Astros. The city of New York is having too much fun when it comes to sports. Let's maybe end some of that. Starting tonight. I'm done for the day. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love talking trash about the Yankees. I can't stand them. It's just like them. If we're bringing up 2015, 2017.
This past scoreboard, but it just doesn't matter right now because you're right. It's not fun. We can't talk trash. There's nothing to talk trash about.
It sucks.
The past doesn't matter. Like when they started the season, that's how we opened this show. Was on opening day was our favorite moments.
Here again without Garrett Cole. Joe, you look at where they're at, and they're doing it without the kind of offensive production that we've been dying for from the Houston Astros. I mean, they're getting on base. They're drawing lots of walks, so that at the very least is nice. But they're winning close games. Their closer is taking care of business. Clay Holmes has 11 saves. That's the most in baseball. And the pitching for them, there have been no problems despite missing their best pitcher in Garrett Cole.
And they have struggles too. It just doesn't matter for them.
It doesn't, and your pitching work for it. And that does get me a little nervous about these next couple of games. Just the fact that the Yankees take a ton of pitches.
Yeah.
And, what we have seen from the Astros this year, whether it's the guys in the bullpen struggling or it's the starters struggling, it's a couple of walks, and sometimes these guys seem to just completely melt down. The Yankees are very good at exposing two things that the Houston Astros are not doing well right now.
No, one of the benefits of this series, or one of the positives of this series, is that you at least have Justin Verlander and Ronald Blanco on the mound for 2 of the 3 games. So now, while Luis Gil, who I'm not super familiar with, is having a pretty solid season, in 2 of his last 3 starts, he's given up 0 earned runs. He gave up 5 against Milwaukee on the 26th of last month. So at least in that aspect of this, like, you do have 2 of the guys that you would want on the mound. So you are, in theory, in position to win this series. You're facing Marcus Stroman in that 3rd game, who is we've all seen Marcus Stroman through his time in Major League Baseball. He's one of those guys that has big time peaks and big time valleys, where you never A's and the Tigers, teams that even though you are struggling, you should easily be better than. The Yankees are not one of those teams because of what they've done this offseason. They added one piece that is even a close
Who's number 1?
Oh, it's definitely Shohei.
Okay, still Shohei.
I mean,
doesn't even pitch anymore, and doesn't even have a bookie anymore. So,
That's
how
true.
good is he? But okay, fair. Shohei's 1, Soto's 2. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that at all.
Yeah, it's just I don't, because what he's meant so much to them, because he really covered up a lot of the flaws that the Yankees would have in their roster.
Take a look at their lineup after Juan Soto. Basically, everyone's got a around average or below average OPS, which is about 750.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at the whole lineup. I mean, Judge is a little bit north of that. They're getting home runs out of Judge, and they're getting home, which they lead the majors in, and they do top the American League in on-base percentage and walks.
So we'll see. I don't know. How do you feel about this series? I don't feel great.
I don't feel good at all. You should not feel good about any series until this team was within striking distance of 500. You shouldn't. And it's unfortunate that, once again, the Astros took 2 or 3. You could have taken 2 or 3 from the Mariners, but Josh Hader and Brian Abreu didn't help you out on Sunday. And now here you are going up against another team, and there's real danger that you come out of this series 11 games below 500.
Yeah, you need to win this series. If there's any hope for this season, you need to win this series.
Right. And
even
look,
if you have easier opponents coming up, it's another. You just keep digging.
Exactly.
You just keep digging a hole.
A slow dig.
That you're making it just so much more challenging. That, like, I still, for some odd reason, believe that there is a really good run in this team. But the problem is that
Dana Brown.
I feel like Dana Brown every time I say it. I do. But you just keep digging the hole farther and farther and farther, and you can't even catch breaks. Like last night, the A's have a lead for most of the game versus the Rangers, but then Corey Seager gives the Rangers a lead late, and just it's becoming even more challenging to dig out of it. And that's why winning this series, it really does matter.
You can only focus on what you can do. There's a lot of things that are out of the Astros' control right now. But yeah, they're going to have to start stringing together a couple of victories. We're all saying the same thing. I mean, they don't need our advice. They know that they suck right now. It sucks, though, that a series against the Yankees that we traditionally have a lot of excitement for, like, no one likes the Yankees. No one. They were the ones who were complaining what they've done against the Astros screams, it wouldn't have mattered. But they're still complaining about it a little bit more quietly now. But right now, they're in a spot where, I mean, they can, I guess,
end your season,
snort at you, look at you, and be a little condescending, a little patronizing. Oh, maybe you should bring the trash cans back. They can actually do that right now. It's early. You can bring up history if you want, but if you bring up history, you will be them. You will be exactly them. Those bozos wearing their knockoff Timberlands that they buy at Walmart, wearing their jorts, wearing their Jorge Posada jersey that cost $50 when they got it, not even authentic brand. They've got their wife beater underneath. They've got a gold chain that they got at Spencer's for $26. And they've
more
got
expensive than I thought it was.
They've got their flat brim Yankees hat, Joe. I don't know what those go for at Lids, but that is the Yankee fan. Just an absolute dirtbag piece of crap. And that person can laugh at you right now because the Astros keep shooting themselves in the foot.
Part of the reason why...
And you can't clap back. You have nothing to clap back with except for history. And that, again, makes you just like those absolute losers.
Yeah, part of the reason why I really want the Astros to win this series, not just because I like rooting for the Astros and I want them to do well, is I despise Yankees fans. Like they are exhausting. And I hate that they, at this very moment, have scoreboard on them, on the Astros this
For
season.
2024, yes. I mean,
it sucks.
4-game sweep at home. That's pretty vicious.
OG says Astros and Astros fans need this type of season to give them a slap of reality. OG, I don't know if you're an Astros fan, but I don't agree with that. I think the 100-loss seasons is plenty of reality.
Yeah, I don't know what the slap of reality is either.
Yeah. I mean, this is not reality. This is disaster ball. Is what's happening in front of the Astros. This is the work. It's at the end of the season last year when people try to talk about like windows closing. The argument was like, well, no, like they're talented enough to be a good baseball team, to be at least a 500 baseball team for the foreseeable future. This is not reality. This is not your World Series window is closing. This is you fell off the steepest cliff of all time, and it makes no logical sense at all. Like it makes no logical sense to what has happened.
I mean, the bullpen just stinks, and they can't hit with runners in scoring position. Being 1-9 in one-run games is crazy.
It makes no sense.
That you could say, well, that's bad luck, but who's creating the bad luck?
Well, it's all the
crappy
saves.
relievers. You know, which of them do you trust the most? None of them.
Yeah, not great news here. Christian Javier, he's fine, and obviously he's on his way back. So I'll make sure I preface that. But if you're hoping or needed depth from JP France, that looks like it's not going to be coming for a long time. Chandler Rome just reported concerning news for a depleted Astros rotation. JP France has a shoulder injury that will keep him out a while, sources tell The Athletic. So
I'm okay with that.
Well, they talked about going to a 6-man rotation, so I don't know if JP France was part of that conversation.
I don't think JP France was going to help out the Houston Astros.
No, I hope not.
I think we've had our fun little run with JP France. I think that's probably it.
I probably agree.
I wish him a speedy recovery for the Sugarland Space Cowboy.
Yeah.
I hope,
he's a space cowboy now.
I hope he was not part of their plan. But if he was going to be part of their plan at some point, it sounds like he will not.
Because right now they have a 5-man rotation. You just add in Christian Javier. There's your 6-man. Now you would want to replace Hunter Brown at some point, or Hunter Brown start to actually pitch better, not the moral victories he's had the last 2 starts. But
hey. Moral victories. That's what we're fighting for right now, Sean.
Hey, would you say yes to 1 win against the Yankees and 1 moral victory against the Yankees right now?
No.
Just to feel good about this team.
Lance McCullers, we talked about it yesterday. 10 to 12 pitch bullpen session. Be a quick bullpen session, you know, hoping you get a couple of pop outs or just first pitch outs. But hey, I mean, he could be a part of that, right?
I guess. I mean,
yeah.
When I saw
can
that,
someone help me with the math here? If he adds 12 pitches every week, he's back to 70 in 6 weeks? Is that how slow we're rolling this with Lance McCullers? Is he gonna throw 22 pitches next week? 24 pitches next week? Is that and then the week after he's gonna throw 36? They're like, he threw 10 to 12 pitches. Great news. It did nothing for me.
Why couldn't they count? Why couldn't they count either? Like 10 and 12? Come on. That's
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It's.
Am I doing the math for the Astros here?
Did you stop with how many fingers do I have?
Yeah.
And then he pitched 2 more. That's easy math to do. It's not like he pitched 50 to 55. Like I can get how the line gets was it 54? Was it 53? 50 to 55. This is 10 or 12. Like this is again as many fingers as you have or 2 more.
Yeah, I mean who knows? Some people might have that many fingers. At least 11. Antonio Alfonseca, the former closer, he had 11 fingers.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Were there 6 on his throwing hand?
Yeah, I think it was.
What a freak!
Yeah.
No offense.
Wait, did he throw
shout out to you?
crazy pitches or did he just
No,
a slider?
he didn't.
Oh, he just threw normal
He
pitches?
was normal.
Oh, that's boring. Yeah,
Yeah.
you think with 6 fingers, you could do a lot of
I
stuff.
think they called it a 6-finger fastball. Is what he threw.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a bit. I think it was like a little pinky finger.
What was his name? I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. So it was just like a
Antonio
little
Alfonseca.
like a little stump.
Yeah, I think it was like a little stump.
Sorry for all the 6-fingered folks out there.
I'm sure there's many of them.
We don't want to
listening.
alienate our 6-fingered community.
All right. Is there anything about the Astros that are making you feel optimistic? Maybe it is Lance McCullers. We'll get into that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
What's to make you feeling optimistic about the Astros? Is there anything? Is it Lance McCullers?
It's May. May. A little bit past a fifth.
Yeah,
Closer to a fourth, but not quite.
I think they've lost its early standing. I don't know if we can use that one anymore.
About
I know technically it's still early, but it doesn't feel.
I'll lose its early card with how bad they've been.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve hasn't had a chance with runners in scoring position. Well, he has. Actually, he's had a lot of chances. They haven't gone so well. But he hasn't been getting as many chances as some of the other guys. So that's only going to happen more, of course, because the bottom of the order is going to get on before Altuve, right? How about Jeremy Pena's doing well?
Jeremy Pena's doing well.
Kyle Tucker's doing well.
Yeah. Yep.
Ronel Blanco.
He's doing well.
Yep. Justin Verlander's pitching well.
True, and he does very well against the Yankees, specifically Aaron Judge.
Christian Javier is coming back soon.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers threw 10 to 12 pitches. It's better than 0 to 1 pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Which is where he was at before.
Good point.
0 to 1.
I
don't know if he threw one pitch or
and he
not.
was on the mound.
I saw a video of him pitching a baseball.
Yes. On a mound.
I didn't count how many though.
Well, I just wonder. I think they just lost count. They probably just like talking to each other and just weren't paying attention.
Or did someone say 10 and someone else said 12?
That's probably what happened.
And
It's like Kamari Lasser's 40 time. No one really knows what it is. Some people are saying 4.5. Some people are saying 4.8. Like it's like all over the place.
You were saying 4.8?
I saw someone say it was like 4.7. I'm like, I thought I saw 4.6.
Just like me.
And then some were saying 4.5. I'm like, I'm so lost.
It's also
not fast.
A tenth of a second. That's making
yeah.
That
Hang
makes
on.
the difference.
You said not fast. That is fast.
Not super fast.
4.8 is fast.
Text here.
Some of us here can run a 4.8.
NFL cornerback fast.
Yeah.
Well, could be NFL safety fast too.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
He's an NFL player who's in his early 20s, and I don't know. There is one person in this room who's 35 and can run a 4.8.
Joe can run a 4.8.
Interesting.
20?
With those legs.
So 4.820. Low Porfido and Big John here from the text line.
Yeah, John Singleton.
Yep.
As I said yesterday, carrying your offense. Probably not ideal, but he's doing his best. He's doing his best.
Junior Bronco points out here on the Twitch, I think he's just trying to say that the Rangers aren't running away with it. Yeah,
that's true.
They're 20-16. Like the Mariners were 19-16, even though they just took 2 out of 3 from you. Like you're not totally out of it because of what they're doing.
The Mariners
need to start winning games.
They do need to start winning games.
They do.
You can't be 10 games under 500 and be talking about how no one's run away at the division. To me, it's more actually show a stretch where you play good baseball for more than 5 games.
5 games was an improvement, though.
That was an improvement, but I'm asking for another. Let's stack that improvement. Much like how I want Lance McCullers to throw from 10 to 12 pitches to then 20 to 24 pitches and then 30 to 36 pitches. Like much like we're asking for that improvement, can we get like 10 good games now?
Hey,
please,
baby steps.
Can we?
Maybe let's go for 7 games.
Can we go 6-4 in the last 10? Can we get that graphic on the standings page, please?
Yeah, that's a good call. That would make me feel better if it's at 6-4 in last 10. I agree with you. Which they're still, they could do.
It's still on the table.
It's still on the table. You just have to win the next 5. I think it is. No, the next 4, something like that. You'll be okay. I mean, they're 6-3 in their last 9.
See, there it is.
So
there it is.
That's the spin.
5-3 in their last 8.
5-3 in their last 8.
That's
Joe Math, as always.
That's less good, but still good.
Yeah, but you can get 6-4 in your last 10.
Yeah, at the very least. Well, no, they'll still be one game. If they get swept, they'll be one game under 500. I was gonna say, there's no way in the last 10 games you will hurt your record because they will at least finish above 500. But no, they won't.
Anything else? Anything else that's making you feel optimistic?
Kyle Tucker's 10 for 30 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, that's also very good. Mauricio Dubon's still awesome with runners in scoring position.
we haven't seen the Space City uniforms in a while. That's been nice.
Yeah, next Monday.
Is that when they're wearing them?
They wear them at home on Monday, so whenever their next home Monday.
I thought they're like, yeah, these are ass.
Yeah, they won't wear them until next Monday when they play the Oakland A's. So
there's something extra bad about being bad in those uniforms. Like being a good team in those uniforms, you're like, okay, fine, whatever, I get it. But yeah, being like, here's the City Connect uniforms as the Astros look to go from 5th to 4th place in the AL West.
Yeah, and they all kind of look the same now. You see the Tigers ones that came out, the Motor City?
Oh, I have not seen the Tigers.
They're okay. I mean, they're black and blue, like black and blue, and there's it looks like tire tracks on them.
Detroit.
They love the black pants. They love the black pants with a colored top or dark blue pants with a white top. Like they like mismatching the.
Yeah.
At least the Astros, it's a color rush, but I don't love the color.
It's better than the Red Sox ones. I saw those yellow jerseys they were wearing the other day.
Oh wow, Joe just trivializing jerseys that memorialize people getting murdered at the Boston Marathon. But
is that really why they're there?
Yes,
Joe.
Christ,
that is
dude.
Callous. That is out of line.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't know that. I apologize. I'll walk that one back.
This is our belief in city, Joe.
Oh man, that's bad.
I hope
of all the ones to take a flagrant drive-by at, you couldn't have done the skateboarding Tampa Bay Ray. Nope.
Oh,
you did one to memorialize a national tragedy.
I didn't know that's what it was for. I just thought they were yellow. I thought it was like
the Boston Marathon colors. Yeah.
I thought it was just like their city flag colors or something like that.
Nope, that's just the Boston Marathon.
Damn.
Nope.
Boston Marathon colors.
Oh.
You know that the Boston Marathon, which takes place on a New England holiday called Patriots Day.
Twitch is trying to ban me. Probably.
Honestly, you should be banned for that.
That was bordering on hate speech.
That's my people.
Whew. In case you missed it,
that was they found the guy a town over from where my dad was at the time. I was concerned. I was calling him all night. It's like, watch out.
I'm sorry to hear that, Paul. I don't really know what to say next.
I just like making you uncomfortable. I don't really care that much, but
it was a funny mistake to me.
It was a very
yeah. I don't want to make you feel bad.
No,
I'm
laughing.
But I
shot
do.
at any other team.
I'm laughing because it's like I'm just like Jesus. Like look something up.
Hey,
you could have said the Mariners one.
Yeah,
you could have.
There's like 30 jerseys to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
I chose the one jersey.
The Phillies one that looks like an energy drink.
Yeah,
like you could have said that one.
The Rangers one, which looks like
yeah, we've talked those jerseys.
Couldn't figure
really
it out between are we going old school or are we trying to pretend that we're a '90s rap group?
All right, well let's see what else we got offended by. These people are asking me what I got offended by during the Tom Brady roast.
That's true, Joe. Very very quickly triggered.
There was only one thing. It was the Ron Burgundy section. I skipped it when I watched most of it last night. I skipped around, but I did see a small clip of it, and it was so bad.
Why did they bring Will Ferrell as Ron Burgundy to roast Tom Brady?
Well, why are we dusting off a 20-year-old movie character?
Especially when the sequel to that movie was not good. I've only fallen asleep in a handful of movies, and Anchorman 2 is one of those movies.
It's not good. I think I watched the first 30 minutes of it.
I saw it in theaters.
I saw it in theaters as well.
It was not good.
I fell asleep in theaters, Sean. Doesn't happen. That's only happened once other than that. And it was Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And that's because I was hammered.
Okay.
When I got there. Absolutely hammered.
Like, that movie's awesome.
There has to be a substance-aided sleep.
Anchorman 2, there was nothing.
A good old-fashioned way?
That was just a good old-fashioned, I guess I was tired, and outski.
Tuckered out.
Yep. All right. What else did we see from the roast that stood out to us? We'll do, in case you missed it. Plus, we have other things to talk about as well. We'll do that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe Spada's
even longer than that. Yeah, we got someone coming back from Asia for it. It's a big day.
Time out. He's flying in from Asia to go to Chili's.
He was on the same plane as C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Is CJ going to Chili's?
We'll find out.
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
Hasn't texted back.
He hasn't texted me back. No, CJ hasn't. I also don't have CJ's number.
Hey, congrats to Jalen Green. Jalen Green had a baby in February. I didn't realize that.
Well, because that was
that was around the same time we found out that Drea Michelle, this model, Instagram model, was pregnant. But Jalen Green did have another baby. But apparently there's no beef, no bad blood between the baby mamas.
That's good.
It's key to have no bad blood between your baby mamas if you want things to be less awkward.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who is the byproduct of a divorce, no baby mamas, luckily, in the Gallant clan world, but their ex-partners can get along with the current partner.
Yeah.
No baby mama drama.
Are these and we're talking, of course, about someone Jalen Green is with now, right?
Mm-hmm.
This isn't two of Jalen Green's
no, it sounds like he's with Drea.
Okay. They're both his baby mamas, but one of them is his
current girlfriend.
And one of them is his we don't know.
Yeah. But we have an idea because
we know part of
she had a kid. Yeah. We have an idea.
Unless you need me to explain that to you.
I actually would as a single man,
this
as
is
a non-married man. Joe, you know what? A lot of people are going to be shocked to hear this. I have never had sex in my life.
Yeah,
There's no proof of it. There's no proof. I have never had sex.
You know what, Paul?
I am a maid.
I'm really glad there's no proof. That's all I know.
I am a maid. I have never had children, and thus I have never had sex.
You don't want to be like the first like Barrett Sports Media, sports radio star Paul Gallant launches OnlyFans.
I thought you were gonna say Barrett Sports Media. Houston radio host Paul Gallant loses virginity.
It would be a great way to build the brand if I just try to do what pop stars used to do in the early 2000s, right?
Just drop a sex tape.
No, not drop a sex tape. No, I'm talking about the complete opposite. If I just make claims that I've never had sex in my life and I'm waiting for the right person.
Yeah,
I'm not going that way in your heathen mode, Joe.
I mean,
he's taking the Lord's name in vain the last segment.
Kim Kardashian is the most famous person on the planet because of it.
I have not once in my life had the relations, and I want everybody to praise me for that, okay?
The AC Green of radio.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know, Joe, what happens. You have to explain it to me. You are confirmed father of one.
Patrick Beverly not banned by ESPN.
Not even explaining how it happens. Okay, fine, Joe. I guess I'll just stay this way forever.
You'll have to go another 35 years without knowing.
Yeah. Maybe when we get you on the Golden Bachelor. That's
That's
when like.
That was when I.
Oh my God.
It's all a build up to age 70, the 70-year-old virgin. We're gonna use. There's gonna be an endorsement for one of those deep steel blue pills. I've got the deepest steel blue balls ever. I haven't done anything in 80 years. Get me a walker.
You know what? Speaking of babies, do we have the Gilbert Arenas audio?
We sure do.
So obviously the NBA playoffs are going on right now. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple segments here. But Rudy Gobert, nowhere to be found because his wife had a baby. Congratulations.
How did that happen, Joe? Just to stay on topic.
They boinked.
They boinked. What does that even mean?
A stork came by.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
In the first round of the playoffs.
That's how it worked in the Dumbo movie, so I agree.
Good
that
reference.
must be how it works. That movie has not aged well. Anyway.
No, it really has not.
I will say, I know a lot of people are mad at Gilbert Arenas for that hot take that he had, and maybe we have time for it later in the show because I know this is one of those rapid fire segments. But I do think you should, at the very least, if you're planning to have a kid, try your best as an athlete to time it out.
He did. He got traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. He didn't think he was going to be in the playoffs.
The second round. That's like, it was probably like second round.
Touche.
I'm good.
This isn't Scotty Scheffler, whose wife was like 8.5 months pregnant while he's winning the Masters. That's bad timing.
And I will say, yes, you should time it, but accidents happen.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
But with golf, you can miss the Masters. You can miss the Masters.
Yeah.
Especially, he's already won the Masters.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, he could have missed it, where in this situation, I don't know, you can time it better. I'm not like some people who are going to come out with the pitchforks and torches for him. And clearly the Timberwolves didn't need him last night. They won by like 40 points.
It helped that they already won game 1 and then blew him out in game 2, where it's like, oh, all
honestly,
right.
you don't even need it. You might not even need him back.
Can't be that mad at him.
All right, Patrick Beverley, not banned by ESPN. Erroneous report.
Right, that report came out because of Beverly's treatment of that reporter that he had been banned from ESPN. That's from Front Office Sports.
Yeah.
ESPN felt the need to put out a press release to say no. And that's because it's hard to find people to fill in for first takes during those long summer months. I volunteer. Again, I know they're going to bring in Ryan Hollins and some other people. I'm volunteering again. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't see color, but perhaps I'm too white for them. It might not work on camera, but I'm volunteering for first take again. But clearly they want to give Patrick Beverly another little run this summer.
Deion Sanders, he defended his recent social media attacks on a former player because he said, quote, "I was bored."
That's why everyone does anything on social media.
He should have done this. Try to get a Snickers deal and be like, just hungry.
He should
I was hangry.
He should do a social media cleanse like me. Just get off. Just delete the Instagram off your phone. Delete the TikTok off your phone. I'm debating deleting Twitter off my phone. I came close to last night. Now that I'm looking at tweets, I'll see replies to tweets, and I'm curious about the replies to the tweets. And the replies to the tweets have nothing to do with the tweets. They're like They're just completely different ones. Then there'll be an ad every third tweet. It's terrible now.
Yeah. Elon.
It's really bad.
He kind of butchered this.
And I'm kind of glad, because I do think that as a industry, sports media cares way too much about something that only 10% of listeners are on. Maybe it's more than that, but it's a terrible app. I'm debating getting rid of it altogether.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's not good. And the user experience has been awful on it, like you said. It's not good anymore. So the roast. From what I watched, it was pretty good. I skipped around. Like I've seen, like I said, I saw the clip of the Ron Burgundy. It wasn't for me. So when I actually sat down to watch it, I just skipped over it. I skipped over Kim Kardashian because it wasn't necessary. Like everyone said, she got booed.
She did well considering she was getting booed. That was kind of BS. I mean, there's supposed to be some etiquette at comedy shows and at roasts. Like, let her talk, for God's sake. I thought she actually held her own, considering she was getting booed and heckled throughout her entire little set.
I thought it was really good, though. Julian Edelman.
Yes, it was.
Edelman crushed it.
It was. I was pleasantly surprised by just about everyone. Belichick, Peyton Manning.
I think the Edelman joke to Belichick about not having a job was kind of my favorite.
Oh, it was great. It was great. And I thought Brady at the very end. Brady's going to be a good broadcaster, guys. He's going to be a really good broadcaster. The delivery that he had up there, I know that he's reading off of a script and everything, and we're wondering what's he going to be able to do on the fly, but I think he's going to crush it as a broadcaster. He's like, Colin Cowherd even said he's literally in the lab right now, like practicing doing color commentary.
I think he's going to be, everyone, they were worried like Tom Brady wasn't going to want to offend people.
He made a 9/11 joke.
Yeah. If anything, the roast showed that like when he's in the booth and if your quarterback does something stupid, he's going to eviscerate him.
Zach Wilson's like, thank God I'm not a starting quarterback anymore.
He's
it was bad enough when Peyton Manning was like rolling his eyes every time I dropped back on the Manning cast.
St. Patrick here says Tony Hinchcliffe or whatever it is from
Hinchcliffe
Tony.
crushed it.
Dude, he's vicious. The Burt Kreischer joke was so funny.
Yes.
That is so funny.
Yeah, as someone who has seen enough Burt Kreischer, yes.
Burt is very in your face.
He seems like he would be fun to party with, but the comedy on that side is not for me. Tony has been a revelation for me over the last month. I have not ever seen Kill Tony until a month ago. It is just like watching a car crash, but it's funny. And he is so deadpan and so vicious. it's cool to see somebody else come out of these roasts and really, I think, steal the show. Nikki Glaser was great too, but
yeah,
I remember when back in the day they were doing roasts. Anthony Jeselnik was so effing good at roasts. He was so good, and you don't see him really do that anymore. He's got a specific style that just I think makes for very good roast. But vicious line after vicious line, that was really good.
Yeah, there's such a good run. I'm looking at just this list from Comedy Central when they were doing the roast every couple months, every year. There's so many good ones. I wonder. I hope this doesn't just bring them back in a big way. Like I
hope it doesn't.
I think they need to spread them out more. Like you need to pick and choose who
one a
it's
year.
with.
One a year is good, but I mean, clearly, I guess Jeff Ross was in charge of the organization of the whole thing. Ross, I thought, did a really good job with that, and then, you know, I would like to see more of this. I thought it was really well done from start to finish. I think everybody who participated did a pretty good job, except for Ben Affleck.
Yeah, he was not good either.
But there
Ben Affleck, like, what's going on, dude?
There is a balance between like doing more of these and then where you do too much.
Yes.
Too many of them. And so, yeah, stay selective. But yeah, if they want to do this once or even twice a year, like, because this was part of like the Netflix comedy thing that they had this weekend. And it's like, okay, if you want to do one then and then one like in November, cool, we'll take that. But yeah, we can't have a roast like every month because they're just going to start stinking.
And the subject, like the subject, it matters who they
be
are.
Selective with who you pick.
Yeah, I don't need to be seeing C-list celebrities up there doing it. So you got to find the right people that have enough backstory, like Brady. There was so much to roast, and everyone got so. The one difference between now versus back then when Comedy Central was doing it is now we have all these TMZ reports about like Aaron Hernandez's fiance and Giselle.
They weren't happy.
And all these people who are unhappy, and I just don't care.
It's a roast.
I don't care.
I mean, people were mad about
don't get divorced.
Tom Brady's 9/11 joke.
Right.
Don't get divorced. If you don't want to be brought up on a roast,
don't get divorced.
The irony as well too with some of the things that were brought up in this. It's like this is the point of it. And by the way, like people were calling for Brady to apologize for the 9/11 joke. Brady has apologized for jokes for a reference that he made. It wasn't that long ago where I think he compared playing in the NFL to like a battleground. And he felt the need to apologize for that afterwards.
No, this is what we need. We need stuff like this so people have to stop apologizing.
Roasts are supposed to be vicious and mean, and that's why they are funny. If you're watching them thinking that you're going to get something coming out of them that is, you know, like thoughtful or a statement about something going forward, you're nuts. Specifically, I would point to, you know, something. God damn it! I said a brain fart.
Here, how about this? Do you think they asked Giselle to be on the roast? Do you think at some point someone from Netflix was like, Giselle, do you want to take the mic?
It's probably too soon.
Or do they run it past Brady
You
first?
probably have to go to Tom first. Because it did see, I was reading today where it seems like, I guess Nikki Glaser was on Howard Stern. She said basically the only thing they were told that was off limits were like his kids. And there were still jokes about his kids, but like direct. Like, I don't think
he made Kraft off limits with that moment, which no one is 100% sure if it was real.
Seems scripted.
Jeff Ross said it made it sound like it was scripted. Nikki Glaser did not think it was scripted. Drew Bledsoe did not think it was scripted.
Yeah, but like I think no one made a joke about him like the weird kiss on the mouth stuff.
Well, that was with the kids, right?
Yeah. So I think like they clearly like they left that, which like I think that's fair. Like you do a roast, probably the one thing you leave off the table unless it's like Nick Cannon is like the kids. Because Nick Cannon has 100 of them.
Well, even then, the joke would be on Nick Cannon,
yeah,
not the kids
it's not
themselves.
About the kids.
Yeah, unless you have a kid who's also like a celebrity, you know, like if it's if it was the roast of Kris Jenner and then you roast the other Kardashian, like that's fine. They're celebrities. They're in their like 40s now.
The Twitch here is suggesting Joe Rogan. That's the best thing you guys have ever suggested. The roast of Joe Rogan would be awesome.
Like some of the people that they had for the roast of Tom Brady. Obviously, a lot of those guys were Patriots, so maybe to me, they're a little bit of a bigger profile
I mean,
guy.
Joe Rogan has the biggest personalities on planet Earth on his podcast.
I'm curious as to who could they get on that would actually agree to go on Joe Rogan's roast
without
believing that they are... I guess, debasing themselves by giving them a platform or being a part of their platform.
Or it's also like there's just gonna be like 25 different comedians on it, and I guess what I'm thinking, I think Paul, you're also, it's like there also needs to be star power beyond just like
AOC
or just like popular comedians, like where it's just like it's Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura and Tony Hinchcliffe. It's like, yeah, we've seen these guys on this roast already. Like you can't just have a roster of the top 30 comedians. You need other people. That's what makes it fun, is seeing other people that aren't comedians get up and roast
If you had more famous people, though, than the comedians, I think that's a big deal. You want to have the comedians because the comedians are the best part of it.
That's what makes it run.
But no, if you could get both Biden and Trump on this.
Like, I think you would get Trump. Like, you would see, like, The Undertaker would be on there because he goes on Joe Rogan's podcast all the time.
Okay, but I mean, again, I'm talking about if you're doing this right, you are getting both of them on, and it is a great moment where we're all laughing, and for once, we're all not at each other's throat. That is how you do it.
Can't wait to see Joe Biden try to read off a place card to make jokes about Joe Rogan.
Can't wait for Trump to go off script and go on long tangents.
Also, the thing with Donald Trump is he already had a Comedy Central roast.
He knows how it works.
He did.
And what was it?
It's very funny.
You couldn't make fun of like how much money he has or something.
Yeah.
It was like something where you couldn't make jokes that he actually wasn't rich.
I think Seth MacFarlane
was like the only thing that was off limits.
I think Seth MacFarlane hosted that one, which is very funny to think about where we're at now. A roast of a current president would be funny. Like if Trump got reelected to do another one. That would be very funny.
Is that the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Yeah.
Kind of, but
like that's just, they already have that.
What about Portnoy? Is he big enough?
I don't think so. Not quite.
It's a little too like that would be
niche?
like it would be like an internet.
That would be like a Barstool presentation.
Yeah.
If it were to be him.
Because Tom Brady's like actually famous.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a difference between being famous on the internet and having a lot of followers. And
Taylor Swift. The roast of Taylor Swift.
That would never happen.
Text line here suggests
because
Charles
they're
Barkley.
the militant youth of Taylor Swift who would burn people's houses
also,
down if she was dare even second guess.
Every joke's going to be the same.
Yeah.
About your ex-boyfriends.
Yeah, but there's so many that they would all be so good.
That's good. That's true. It's
I
a counter.
I don't know. It would just be the same.
Famous than Tom Brady.
But Tom Brady's a professional athlete with teammates and friends that are busting his balls. I don't think Demi Lovato or whoever Taylor Swift's friends are is going to tell a 9/11 joke.
That's a good point.
It would be awesome.
That's the thing. It would be in Fantasyland. Yes, it would. If people weren't who they were, it would be fun.
The rebuttal at the end by Swift, I actually would expect big things because I think she's a performer. I think she knows how to work in situations like that. But that's what we're looking for. It's got to be someone of the next one. If you want it the way that you want it, Joe, where you want these to be rather scarce, you got to go north of Tom Brady.
That's so hard.
I agree.
What about Barkley?
Barkley would be a great one.
Yeah, the text
Barkley
line
would be a great one.
Barkley would be a great, because you also need a subject that can like give and take.
Exactly.
Well. And that's basically what they do every night on TNT.
Really
that's that's perfect.
Yeah, Barkley.
I think that's the one. But the other thing is, though, I mean, if we stay in the sports world exclusively, I don't know, you're missing out on some other ones. And that's, I'm trying to think who else right now is kind of relevant on the same level or close to the same level of Taylor.
The roast of Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
That would be easy.
They should have done this during like the peak of Marvel.
Awesome.
And you could have done like Robert Downey Jr. Like that, like when like Iron Man was so hot and like there was Endgame and all that stuff coming out. That would have been the best time to do Robert Downey Jr. But they kind of missed the boat on that one. So I don't know. We'll see. All right, when we get back, so what we're talking. Oh, the NBA playoffs. I think we have a new face of the NBA, and it was an impressive performance from the Timberwolves last night, and a weird game between the Knicks and the Pacers, the ending as well. We'll get into the next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, the NBA playoffs are well underway, and last night we saw the New York Knicks beat the Pacers 121-117. But I think the story of the night was the Timberwolves game. 106-80. They dominated the Denver Nuggets.
Against the Denver Nuggets. And here we are. Denver has been thoroughly outplayed in this series to this point. I mean, Anthony Edwards is drawing Michael Jordan comparisons out of it. And Denver, for all the success that they've had over the past calendar year, pretty interesting. A lot of people seem to believe he'll get suspended for this.
Well, you saw the second one, right?
The second one?
So I just saw this video. So he throws the heat pad, and then so he threw two things. It looks like it's a clean video, right? It doesn't look edited, Sean, in your view?
Yeah.
Okay. So
you never know these days.
Because exactly, you never know. Like
as clear as it can be, but
it could be from two separate moments.
It is from the broadcast angle of live play. There's Karl Towns making a layup that is happening, and you see kind of it lands between the ref and the ball boy. The ball boy takes it, and then he throws a towel that actually makes it onto the court. And so Karl Towns makes a layup, and then the ref blows it dead to pick up the towel that's off the court. And it looked like Jamal Murray threw both of them.
I think he's going to get suspended.
Man, it's Jamal Murray though.
It's the NBA,
second best player.
They have done this before,
team.
where they've ended a series because of suspension. When the Spurs and it was the Spurs and Suns with Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw coming up off the bench after. Robert Horry checked Steve Nash into the scores table. They take a few steps off and that ended the series basically. So they have done that before.
Yeah, Draymond in the finals.
It's also that even didn't end the series. They're up 3-1.
Right, but it ended the series in a way. If that makes sense. I mean, they were up 3-1. It felt like they were going to win that series, and then after that happened, I don't know. It was like a totally different series after that moment.
Well, because they.
Yeah.
They won. But he was out there for two more games.
I know. But you understand what I'm saying there.
No, I'm saying it's different doing it to a team that's down 2-0.
Yes.
Where they're already they have not a great shot. I think teams that have lost the first two games of a playoff series and come back to win, it's something like 5-35 or something. One of them, the 95 Rockets against the Suns. One of them, the 2005 Mavs against the Rockets. But the odds are already bad. And then if you suspend the second best player when they're already down 0-2, they're likely going to go out down 0-3. Like the series is over then. So it would be it's something where you don't want them to get suspended, but I don't know. It's pretty it is something that's
I think
suspension worthy.
Baseball handles this is one thing baseball does would do better than basketball in this moment. With what happened with the Astros last year. They made the decision to suspend Brian Abreu for 2 games. Obviously, they did it with Yuli Gurriel as well back in the day. And I think taking those suspensions and putting them towards the regular season makes more sense in this moment. But it's not what the NBA has done in the past.
It's also not like a perfect punishment because what you're saying is that what you did is bad, but not so bad that we're going to suspend you for a playoff game.
Yeah, that's true.
You're actually because Yuli was suspended for 10 regular season games.
Mm-hmm.
He got suspended. It was a stiff punishment and then he just gets to still finish the World Series, which no one's mad at. It's just it is a little hypocritical to be like, you got suspended for doing something racist in the dugout. It's so bad that we're not suspending you for the World Series. We are, though, suspending for the regular season.
But yeah, Anthony Edwards he's a monster.
He's been really good.
He's so good.
He's so likable,
suffocating defense. He makes Karl Anthony Towns likable. That's how likable he is.
I'm not going to go that
far. I don't know. I was watching the game last night. I was like, all right, Cat. Cat's feeling it a little bit here.
Yeah, Cat's bought into the defensive stuff. He is a better player now. Some of that goes to the new coaching staff, or not new, but the most recent coaching staff that they had, and I think
playing
some
with
of it
Rudy
does
Gobert.
come from what
playing with Rudy Gobert.
Well, and some of it comes not last night. Some of it comes with Anthony Edwards. Like the team really does kind of take on the personality of its leader. It feels like, and that's what's happening with Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns, where it's like, man, I didn't think Karl Towns had it in him to play this kind of playoff defense.
They're so fortunate that Edwards has turned into this because, I mean, just think about how in Karl Anthony Towns and in Rudy Gobert, you have two guys with tons of accolades that probably no one would follow ever.
I mean,
and a lot of, I thought you were going to say accolades and like they have like a lot of history being like soft.
There's that too.
They have history they have bad history that you're talking about.
But they also have, I mean, whether it's statistics
Defensive
or
Player of the Year,
awards, right? Like they've done a lot, and yet I think if anyone saw those guys, are you going to want to be on their team?
No.
Probably not.
No, if 2 years ago you're like, yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert on the same team.
I mean,
I'd be sick.
Everyone immediately said it was one of the worst trades in the history of the NBA when the Timberwolves gave up 4 first-round picks and a player in Walker Kessler.
Yeah,
for Rudy Gobert, and it's worked out great for them.
It is.
They might I watched them last night, and I thought this is the team that can give Boston a run.
Yeah,
because like Anthony Edwards is that good.
I think the winner. Well, I think the winner of this series is the best team in the West, no doubt, and they're probably the only teams that could beat Boston. Either Denver or because Denver can, if they don't suspend Jamal Murray, like it's not out of the realm of possibility that they can come back and win this.
I don't like that you guys are just writing Boston in as the Eastern.
Well, they're not going to lose to the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and
the other game last night
they're
was
not going to lose to the Knicks.
Yeah, the Knicks beat the Pacers. That game had its own weird stuff at the end of the game.
Oh, that was terrible. That was
an awful call.
I mean, look, we're about to see the Astros play a New York team. This was the most New York bias I think I've ever seen in a sporting event ever.
It was an awful call.
The kickball in the last minute, DiVincenzo flopping like that kid that went viral flopping in that basketball game. If you haven't seen that, look it up.
That kid's wild.
There's a video, like an HD, like super high res video of some probably like 10-year-old.
Yeah,
like 8 to 10.
Flopping. It's just an outrageous flop. Imagine an 8-year-old shoving somebody with that force when he is a little twig. Ridiculous. Yeah. But that's what DiVincenzo did in that moment in time. There were a couple other misses too. I saw someone put a blog together about it. I'm sure there were some missed calls that were in the Pacers' favor too, because that's how these games typically work. But the end of that game, to have not one but two just clear bad calls against the Pacers makes me feel very much that, yeah, the NBA wants New York to finally go deep in the playoffs.
Because you need, like, if you want to go to the NBA conspiracy theory, you need Boston or New York in the NBA Finals, because the other side is going to be Minnesota or Oklahoma City, most likely,
or Denver, yeah,
or Dallas.
yeah.
We're rooting for them. All those teams.
I like how I said the team that's down 0-2 before I said the team that has not played
which
a
is
game.
Crazy because they have Kyrie and Luka.
So a team with its best player Serbian, a team with its best player Slovenian, and Kyrie, plus these two teams in markets that aren't that big of a deal: Indiana, Cleveland. Yeah, you're right. Oof.
Boston, New York. Gotta have
You gotta have Boston or New York in there.
See this Jalen Brunson. So we mentioned Michael Jordan earlier with Anthony Edwards. Did you see the Jalen Brunson Michael Jordan statistic that came out?
No, I didn't.
Jalen Brunson has dropped 210 points in his last 5 games, the most over a 5-game span in the playoffs since Michael Jordan in 1993.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. The New Yorkers are really trying too hard to make Jalen Brunson into God. I'm sorry.
He's not like a top 10 player.
I'll do that with Anthony Edwards. I'll go along with it. With Jalen Brunson, I'm sorry. I still want to see him go up against Boston in the 7-game series.
Oh, totally.
And like that kind of a defense. We'll see.
But
I mean, he is playing great. There's no doubt about it. And good for New York fans finally having something to cheer for in basketball, because they do deserve at least some respect that they actually have stuck with this god-awful franchise run by a complete idiot for the longest time.
Yeah, that's one of the worst. I don't know.
James Dolan might be the worst owner.
I don't know. I don't know if you get credit for sticking around. But
listen, you know how I feel about that.
You're kind of a loser if you stuck around. Have some self-respect.
But for whatever, I mean, that's a good crowd. It's always a good crowd.
It is a good crowd.
They also the only reason why he's there is because they hired his dad. That's the only reason why Jalen Brunson's
that too.
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
true.
because he just follows daddy wherever he goes. Like, he was supposed to go to Temple in college, but his dad got some allegations and got fired. So he ended up like, I'll just stay in the area and go to Villanova.
Go to Nova.
Like, and then he's in the Knicks because his dad worked for the franchise.
All the Nova guys were there. I also saw an annoying, insufferable Philadelphia sports account tweet like, "Oh, Villanova's players were on the court for the Knicks at the end of this game." So like Philadelphia's low key rooting for the team that just beat them in the playoffs.
Yeah,
really?
Because they have like a couple of Villanova players.
They have 3.
Oh,
they have Brunson, DiVincenzo, and there's somebody else.
Well, because I was seeing stuff where it was during the Philly New York series where they're like they're getting mad at Villanova for tweeting out like highlights for the Knicks.
I think
they're like,
I think
this is why
a little.
This is why Villanova isn't a Philly school, because that's also something they hit them with.
It
it's
isn't.
Like, it's like in the suburbs.
It's pretty
or
far
something.
away. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to a broadcasting camp at Villanova back in 2006 before my senior year of high school, and it is very far away from Philadelphia proper. It's about an hour away. Got to take a train.
Oh yeah, it's not Philly then.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not.
It's
Philly.
not.
No wonder they don't claim it.
It's College Station. It's called College
It's
Station.
not quite. It's not College Station far, but it's far.
But relative to like how distances work in Houston or in Texas
versus like other states.
Yeah, versus other states where things are closer, but it is the same as being 2 hours away.
I'll give you a little more Philadelphia info that no one cares about, but my mom's family's from there, and Villanova is the school that looks down on all of the other Philadelphia schools, which include Drexel, Temple, St. Joseph's, and Penn, ironically, the Ivy League school.
I mean,
Villanova.
It definitely sounds like College Station then.
Less culty. More Catholic,
Hey,
I suppose.
How many players?
To some people,
like cult, Catholic Church. Sorry if that offends you. Not sorry. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, how many players on the Knicks played at Penn?
The
all right?
Aggies are friendlier.
They are?
The Aggie cult's a friendlier cult. Yeah, the Aggies are friendly.
Yeah, I guess I'm not worried about going to an Aggies game.
It's just creepy.
I went. Paul and I, we can speak with authority here. Catholics aren't the most fun bunch.
No.
The Aggies at least seem fun.
Aggies are fun. It's a little different, but like, yeah, the Catholic Mass could use a yell leader.
Yeah, can we saw them off during communion or something?
Come on.
Can't wait to join the Catholics as they travel to Aggie Land for the first game of the college.
Oh yeah, because you're a Notre Dame guy.
Yeah, I can't wait to go to that game. Except it's gonna be so hot.
It will be warm.
It's gonna be very warm. All right, when we get back, we're gonna play a game today, inspired by a segment we did yesterday. We talked about how disappointing the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning have been for the Astros. So I have a list of things, and I'm gonna see what's more disappointing: 7, 8, 9 for the Astros, or this. We'll do that next when we get back on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, I want to tell you about my friends at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com or 767 North Shepherd. If you want to sign up for personal training, you can do that 1, 3, 5 times a week, every other week, however you want to handle it. Whether you want to do an intense workout with a trainer, whatever you want, you can do at O Athletic. Work out by yourself, have a personal trainer, or they have over 100 classes per week. They start early in the day or right around when work gets out for you as well at 4:30. O Athletic is a great place to work out, state-of-the-art, awesome place. Check it out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd, and tell them Joe George sent you by.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, how disappointed are you with the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning performances of the Astros, those three guys, Abreu, Presley, Hader, this season? 10?
11.
Okay. Sean, higher or lower than an 11 for you?
I'll go with the 10. I'll stay within
10?
the realm of the game.
Say 12.
Thank you.
Say
But to play a game, more disappointing or not than these guys. So in honor of them releasing this movie back in theaters after their 25 years, what was more disappointing? The current
equals.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Because they just put episode 1, Phantom Menace, back in theaters.
Okay, and the rules of the game are more or less disappointing than the
Yes.
back of the Astros bullpen.
Yep.
This is a fun game.
Star Wars prequels.
Revenge of the Sith was good.
I agree. Good take, Paul.
Revenge of the Sith was good, so I will say the Astros 7, 8, and 9. Attack of the Clones is rough outside of
Outside of what?
Padme Amidala.
I mean, the Grievous fight's pretty good. Is that 2? No, that's 3.
That's 3.
I guess when they killed... I don't know. It's not good.
2 has...
I remember more about Phantom Menace
Padme
than I
looks
do
good
Attack
in
the
white.
Clones.
That's all I'm trying to say. Padme looks good in white. And 1, you had Darth Maul, but for the most part...
I guess it took 5 minutes, but we found one good thing.
Like when
about
they're in like the
Second
Coliseum, that scene's pretty good when they escape.
Padme's in white, yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. So yeah, okay. So the Star Wars prequels are not.
They're pretty rough.
They are pretty rough.
the Phantom Menace and the
Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones. They have like an 11 ERA.
Yeah,
like
they are worse than Brian Abreu and Ryan Presley. But Revenge of the Sith is better than Josh Hader.
Yeah, sure.
I would say.
I did watch both of those movies along with the originals when I was a kid, so I didn't hate them as much as I do upon the rewatch. But yeah,
they're kids' movies.
Episode 2, the Anakin hitting on Padme by the lake at Naboo, like, I hate sand.
Yeah,
it's coarse and it gets everywhere. It's not smooth. Like you.
Even as a kid, because like it's hard for me to participate in the biggest disappointment because like I didn't have hopes for any of these movies. They just kind of already existed.
Yeah.
I distinctly remember the first time I watched The Phantom Menace being like, huh.
Did you
being like, this isn't that good of a movie as like a 9-year-old.
You didn't like Jake Lloyd, the
I was like,
Anakin
like, what is this?
as a kid?
Yeah.
Why is he pod racing against an alien?
So because of your age, were you introduced to Star Wars 4, 5, 6?
Yeah.
First? Okay.
Yeah.
That's one thing, like, as
Same.
a parent, I have to do.
I remember...
He has to watch those first.
I threw a temper tantrum at the end of A New Hope because Darth Vader didn't die, and I was mad that he didn't die.
Wow.
I thought he escaped, and I didn't know that there were other movies.
Oh.
I had no clue.
Gotcha.
But I loved it. I thought Star Wars was awesome.
All right. What's more disappointing? Abreu, Presley, and Hader. This one's really just for Paul, I guess. Or the Patriots Dynasty documentary?
Well, I mean, oof. But nah, I still gotta go 7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
For the Astros, because at the very least, while watching the Dynasty documentary, I did tear up a couple of times remembering some moments as a boy watching the Patriots and the first couple of titles that they won.
All right. Sean, are you more disappointed with the Astros 7, 8, and 9 or Yao Ming's career with the Rockets? Because there's some peak Yao Ming moments.
There are some peak Yao Ming moments.
Man, Yao Ming hater out here.
What?
He has a lot of injuries. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how many seasons like ended in February? There's a lot of them. How many All-Star games did he get voted into that he didn't play any of the season?
Sean, China might be listening. Got to be careful.
They also were disappointing in Yao's career. I'm sure they were. I'm sure they would have loved if it was better.
Hall of Fame though.
That's a tough one. I'll go Yao Ming's Yao Ming's career more disappointing.
I figured that would be your answer.
Yeah.
The Dark Knight Rises.
Bane was in it, so
ever.
That's why.
And then
that's why.
And then the step down from greatest ever to good is big, to where you're like, I don't feel fulfilled, but it's better than a lot of superhero movies.
The plot was a little bit jumpy at the end. I did not think that the Talia al Ghul and Bruce Wayne love affair would have happened as quickly as it did.
Yeah.
Especially after he became a broke boy. Yeah, he gets laid after going bankrupt in front of a roaring fire at his mansion.
Maybe that's what you should try.
What?
File
Being
bankruptcy.
rich? Oh.
Yeah, I will say he was going broke inside of a mansion. that helps.
It's like one of the best moments of the movie when he's telling Catwoman that he's broke, and he's like, well, I get to keep the house, and it's like. She's like, well, I guess rich people like go broke differently too. And it's like, yeah.
Then him losing his money is like the most. Just like what? Like I see why it happens in a comic book, but once you put like actual like actors into a guy who was in The Big Short into like, nope, a whole bunch of suspicious deals happened and he lost all of his money. Nothing we can do about it. It's like, nope. I'm pretty sure he would have had a credit card at some point.
All right, so it sounds like the Astros win this one again.
Yeah, because Tom Hardy as Bane is the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Gotham's reckoning.
I have two more.
Josh Hader's Astros reckoning.
Astros 7-8-9 guys or the 2016 Astros. Yeah, the big high of 2015.
But 2016, you were disappointed, sure, but I don't think anyone thought in 2016 that they were legitimate, similar result to the year before. I didn't. So I will again say 7, 8, and 9. They're so well paid.
I know for sure I'm going to get at least one non-7, 8, 9 from you in the next one.
Okay.
I think as it stands right now, 7, 8, 9, because of the reasons Paul said. But I mean, the 2016 Astros, not shocking. They actually did it for a whole season.
Yeah.
The body of work. But there's time for 7, 8, 9 to dig themselves out of it and just make the playoffs, which is something the 2016 Astros didn't do.
Third place.
But for right now, you gotta go with the current Astros.
Okay, I think you're gonna not choose the Astros for this one.
Okay.
I think. I know you as well as I think I do, which isn't super great still, but I'm learning. The ending of Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Like it's probably the most disappointed I've ever been watching a television or movie.
You guys go.
It took me a while to, I think, get past the ending of the episode. I thought that Jon Snow killing Daenerys was good.
I agree.
I thought that was the best part. But I was disappointed after the third episode, the battle against the army of the dead, because it just felt like, oh, you were hyping these guys up for a long period of time and no one of note died, and you get out of this essentially completely scot-free and totally fine
and you
to
could
take on the Lannisters down
and you
south.
could barely see it.
Right, that too. Yeah.
And you've got Starbucks cups and water bottles.
Yeah.
And you've got trucks in the background.
Yeah.
It is like the absurd things that happened in that season. The fact that you saw a truck, a plane, a water bottle, a Starbucks cup in one season of television is incredible.
Those parts, I didn't notice them, so not as big of a deal to me. After the fact, it's kind of funny, but the totality of episode or season 8, yeah. I mean, the last really good episode of Game of Thrones was the loot train battle, which was preceded by when they marched on Highgarden, and that was a bit of a twist. But that was like the last good, oh, damn moment in Game of Thrones. Tell us, I want Cersei to know it was me. And the loot train battle was sick. It was so awesome. And then after that, it just sucked the rest of the way, honestly. Except for a couple of moments, the Hounds versus the Mountain on the stairs.
Even that, I thought that was a bummer. Because it was good, but there was so much hype. I kind of hate that that the Mountain was this zombie character. I know that's what it is. I know that's in the books and everything like that. But it loses the brother the Undertaker Kane kind of connection in that moment. Like
I didn't know they were
I mean,
brothers.
isn't he literally? I mean, he's undead.
That's okay. You know what?
It's like literally
Yeah.
what
I'm
Undertaker
an
go.
idiot. And Kane's burnt in the face.
Wait, did
that's the whole
who wrote
thing.
this? Who wrote this? George Martin.
Yeah.
Did he take it from Undertaker and Kane?
Maybe he did.
Hell yeah, dude.
Sean, which one do you lean?
Well, because I didn't watch Game of Thrones like as it happened until the last season, so I didn't have like years of build up to this. It was like a month of build up, so I'll still go with 7, 8, 9 because I wasn't disappointed because I didn't have a lot invested into Game of Thrones.
I had a lot. I mean, I did a podcast. I'd watched every episode like 6 times. Like, yeah,
I was like, okay, now I'll see what this is about.
That
and I was like, this
crushed
is
me.
good, guys.
It crushed me. That was like being the Game of Thrones guy was like a huge part of my identity.
Yeah.
Sad, and then they just blew it like that.
How many different Game of Thrones characters did you dress up for for Halloween?
Only one.
Okay.
Only Jon.
Only Jon Snow. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only one I can really pull off.
Oh, you could do Littlefinger.
That's true.
I've loved you since I was a boy, Sansa.
Yeah.
What a weird character.
But I'd have to. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like. He's not.
You would have to debase yourself.
Littlefinger's not hot enough to get to. I mean, not that I've ever had sex, but he's not hot enough to help me.
It's more of a funny costume than it is.
Yeah, it is a funny costume, but you'd have to explain it too. Littlefinger, you'd have to explain. Jon Snow, everyone knows.
Text line here says the worst part is they made us wait 2 years for Game of Thrones. Well, they made us wait 2 years to get a good lefty in the bullpen, and he sucks too. So,
Dusty just hated lefties.
Gotcha. All right. What's going on in the NFL? Our 10-minute drill. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, news in the division today. Tyler Boyd was probably one of the best wide receivers, if not the best wide receiver left on the market. He has signed a 1-year deal worth up to $4.5 million with the Tennessee Titans. So DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Boyd, Treylon Burks. It's not a bad wide receiver core.
That's a lot. And once again, look at the Houston about Kamari Lassiter. I understand that you look at the nickel position, looks all right, but someone is going to have to step up in that number 2 corner spot. And yeah, the Titans' weapons, better. Jaguars' weapons, not better. Definitely worse. But you also take a look at the Colts. That's just in the division. Then you got all the quarterbacks out of the division. It's going to be a tough year for the Texans. The Titans got a little bit better on offense.
Do you wish the Texans had signed Tyler Boyd, Paul?
Division rival
from signing
Tyler Boyd.
That's
he signs here.
Great way to operate.
You corner and safety solved.
Just take sign a bunch of wide receivers, turn the worst ones into cornerbacks. Boom.
I mean, Trayvon Diggs.
You know what? Good idea. Good idea.
The ones with the worst hands.
Yeah, good idea.
So that way when they drop
idea. I'm agreeing.
Thinks
he's alive.
Dirt. I thought he was dead.
It's his tweet.
That's what I mean, though. It was a written statement.
I guess, yeah.
Not a video.
Yeah.
Like
Were
that
there any
video.
emojis in the
so
tweet?
we have no proof that it was actually him, is what you're saying.
It's not a video of him saying.
Not a video. And Sean, you said there's no emojis in it.
Oh, no. I was asking if there's any.
Oh, there is emojis.
Oh, there's emojis? Okay, dang.
There is one
It's
football.
from the man himself.
There's one football emoji.
Would be funny if he was sending another video of him watching South Park with clearly another broad, like with her hand on his chest.
We were just talking about during the break about the Clippers TV show that's coming out.
Oh,
there's definitely gonna be a Jim Irsay TV show at some point.
I don't know. He's not relevant enough, but I think there could be.
He needs a scandal. That's what he needs.
He needs to get because
Donald Sterling was like an absolute clown show owner, but there wasn't like a definitive like exclamation point on his story until he got thrown out of the league for being racist to Magic Johnson.
Yeah, Sterling, you just have the bag of drugs in the car. Or excuse me, Irsay, you just have the bag of drugs in the car. You have his father moving the team out. But I feel like a fictionalized owner like Jim Irsay is something that would potentially be TV show worthy. Jim Irsay himself, nah.
When they remake Playmakers, the owner of the team has to be loosely based off of Jim Irsay.
Definitely.
Cal. If the Colts had won more, then this could have happened. They didn't win enough.
That's true.
So it's Peyton Manning's fault.
Yeah. If they would have in 2014, if the Patriots didn't cheat and they're able to win that one, then
there's so many big Colts losses against the Patriots that really like it just kind of killed the show in its crib.
Most of them have to do with cheating. Oh, a Patriots show. That would be a good.
Where do you even start?
The cheating.
You're being a jerk.
It's
the murder.
It's like the crime, true crime show, but it's about the Patriots.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't even know where you start. Like,
I don't know. Just based off the roast, that seems like all the things that happened was cheating and murder.
Isn't there a Patriots TV show coming out?
Oh, and Tom Brady leaving his pregnant girlfriend.
I mean,
we
don't all know the backstory to that. We just know the allegations.
I'm just basing it off the roast. I'm sorry.
There is an Aaron Hernandez TV show coming out.
Like a
sitcom?
No.
Oh.
I swear there is. Because I thought I saw Kirk Minahan tweet that like he was reacting to
he's a very sarcastic person, so
someone was being cast as him to like be played in this TV show. As like they're talking about the Aaron Hernandez,
someone is being cast to play Kirk Minahan. That is
like
fascinating.
there's like a TV show in which they're gonna like use video from him.
Oh, that's fun.
And like he's great. I love Kirk Minahan.
He's
a loony bin.
He has so when I was doing my little summer where I was working on the weekends at WEEI and getting calls to fill shifts at like Friday at like 5 p.m. So I would throw my weekend plans out so I could do a Red Sox post-game show all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do the post-game show or I would do a little shift. And every now and then Kirk Minahan would absolutely flame me the next morning. And I thought it was so funny every single time. Minahan's great.
Hey, you know what? Andrew Barry from the Browns.
Yeah.
You know, Paul, he has high expectations for Deshaun Watson this year. in the offense in 2024. So we know Deshaun Watson's throwing. We know he's throwing the ball like 40 yards, and now they have high expectations.
I'm wondering if Andrew Berry's job status is linked to Deshaun Watson's performance this coming season.
Should be. Because you can't get rid of Deshaun.
But the thing is, they did so well last year without Deshaun, in spite of the bad contract. You could say that's all Kevin Stefanski. You could say, I wonder, because they had such a good year last year, it almost feels like they did give themselves a little bit of leeway to perhaps remove themselves from this current mess that would be continuing if Watson comes back and continues to struggle for what will be a third straight season, even if it's not a third straight full season.
It's a fascinating rid of Deshaun Watson somehow and just eat dead cap forever.
Dead money on our books. Just this guy under quarterback is basically dead money already. So I don't know. I get what you're saying with Andrew Berry's job maybe being in question at some point, but what Paul brought up is a good point. Like, there's no way that Jimmy Haslam wasn't on board with the Deshaun Watson trade and contract. Like, that he literally had to have signed off on it. His daughter said it was okay to trade for Deshaun Watson. Actual thing that Jimmy Haslam said.
It probably it probably was just his decision.
That one.
Okay, here is the Deshaun Watson.
Okay, I think that's over the the salary.
If they cut him pre-June 1st, 2026, $73 million dead cap. And he will automatically cost them $9 million against dead cap in 2027, even though he's not under. You'd have to blow up your entire roster.
Watson had said he never wanted to play for the Houston Texans again. Do you think Jimmy Haslam's above that?
Oh, like framing Deshaun?
If the question is, do I think Jimmy Haslam is above fill in the blank? Answer, probably no. Probably no.
Thank you.
He's a convicted. He's been convicted of crimes.
So this is where Jimmy Haslam maybe gets some of those Cleveland guys,
the Flying J, trucks,
and that multinational corporation. Maybe Deshaun Watson is found doing things that he's already been allegedly found to have done. Listen, I don't be surprised if you see that if there's another bad season of him under quarterback.
What? Don't be
a billionaire doing something nefarious to get out from paying a guy a lot of money.
What if Jimmy Haslam goes to Saudi Arabia and he's like, you know what would be a great idea? Live football. And
the crowd's already
and if you're willing to buy Deshaun Watson out of his contract, I will. I don't know what Jimmy Haslam could do. Give him some semi trucks. I don't know, but I don't know what Jimmy Haslam can provide. Some underhanded, under the table dealing to, hey, Saudis, buy Deshaun Watson out of his contract. We'll let you do it.
Yeah, I think that's.
And then he's the face of Saudi American football.
All right. Well, this is funny. People are wondering that if they're eventually gonna own a team.
Saudis?
Yeah, like the Live Group. If they're gonna try to.
Don't they? I thought they bought part of the Chargers.
Oh, did they?
I thought they own a minority stake or something.
I think they're going to people think they're going to go for a majority.
Oh, okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, maybe Jimmy Haslam's the way to.
I don't know. Enough money. I think.
Hey, you guys buy out Deshaun Watson. I'll make sure everyone else votes for you.
I don't know. I feel like the NFL owners
will stand on principle.
No, I think let's say they're more patriotic is the friendly way to say it.
Okay. That's fair.
Interpret that how you may. Mm-hmm. They might be a little resistant to, I don't know, someone looking different than them joining the club. I get that there have been some minority owners, literal minority owners, not just talking about the minority ownership stakes. I know that there have been some. It feels like this group in particular, they would say no to 100% based in USA. Like, this is the one thing that they won't look the other way for money-wise.
I don't know.
I
mean, the actual USA has looked the other way.
I agree.
From those guys.
I agree.
The actual government.
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking too highly of these guys.
Yeah, I think you are.
You're thinking too highly of Jerry Jones. That you think that Jerry Jones cannot be bought.
All right.
This is a different kind of buying.
His morality cannot be. His patriotism cannot be bought.
Yeah.
Like, they offered $10 billion for the Cowboys.
The Live blowback has blown over. Yeah. To that point, too.
I mean, think about it blew over, and if it wasn't for a lawsuit, they would have bought the PGA Tour. Like that deal happened. It just has been stopped. So it's not crazy. It's like this group gets a hold of an NFL team at some point.
And the thing is, you would think that they would just buy like an expensive team that comes on the market because what do they care? So it's like, yeah, they might own. Yeah, I think you would have to wait until Jerry.
I mean,
Jerry passes.
that would be the end of America as the global power.
You want to talk about sports washing? Like, buy America's team in that moment.
If America's team gets sold to the Saudis, like even if you are from Houston, Texas, and hate the Cowboys, or Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and hate the Cowboys, that would be one of the darkest days in American history.
All right, Gilbert Arenas, he had thoughts. We touched on it earlier, but we'll get into those
On
next
what?
year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I mentioned earlier, Rudy Gobert has not been around for the NBA playoffs, or at least for the last two games, as the Timberwolves are looking to take down the defending champion Denver Nuggets. And he's, birth of a baby. He's got family. He's got to be a responsible man.
Gonna be there when you get back. We hope.
Right.
I mean, I'm just saying, the baby gonna be
okay, but unnecessary.
The baby gonna, it don't know, whatever you about to think you about to do with the baby, he gonna be asleep.
To Gilbert's defense,
yes,
nothing he said there was wrong, but it's not about being there for the baby, I would guess, Joe.
Yes.
Again, virgin. Never had sex in my life because I've never had a child. But, Joe, you, sir, have a child.
Uh-huh. I mean, you are. But, like, I was there, like, I think my wife was happier. Like, she couldn't eat for, like, 24 hours. So, like, I went and got Chick-fil-A for her. So, like, she had food after everything. So, like, that seemed more important than the men's. I was producing a Rockets game.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
So,
But, like,
you didn't miss a game.
They knew she was not going to, like, have the big time. So, to be there so I wouldn't miss any time. So, that's part of it's a tough thing. Or maternity leave. Whatever. It was the most overblown story we've ever had. That's playing basketball.
That same kind of passion.
Incredible.
Okay, Gilbert. Gilbert Arenas behind the glass.
No, what Gilbert Arenas? No, what's really cool? Picking up that gun in the locker room. That's what's really cool. I mean, that did for a season for pulling a gun on a teammate in the locker room. Yeah,
yeah. It is like the last person you should be taking good teammate advice from. Probably in like sports history.
There's a meme that I keep seeing. It's a picture of Vince Carter. And it says, "I've got another one in me." I think this was when he was coming back for his 20-whateverth year, and he's got a headband on. It's like Gilbert. Whenever the haters think he's done saying dumb stuff, and then that
got
movie,
one more in me,
right out.
Also, I was looking this up because I just wanted to double check this. According, Scotty Scheffler and his wife Meredith are still on baby watch as PGA Championship looms. So she wasn't even like that close to being.
Wow.
Or this baby is way overdue, but still.
That doesn't really happen.
I wonder why the Masters ratings were down so much. If this is the only story that they were trying to push the whole time.
The guy who's winning this might leave.
His wife is pregnant.
That makes it sound like he might play the PGA Tour, the PGA Championship, and then still not have a baby.
That's also how I read that headline.
Yeah,
it's like, wait, how pregnant is this woman?
It's another story.
Is she 6 months pregnant and just like...
I think she's like early 8 months. But I think it's their first kid. And like first, one lesson is that typically the first baby will go the full term or closer to the full term.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Wow.
Gilbert Arenas with his takes on babies.
I'm not going to lie. I do enjoy his perspective.
He's got the hottest takes, though.
I don't agree with really anything he's ever said or done.
I think I'm at like 10%. 10% I agree with him. There's some times where I'm like, you know what? Gil's right. I wouldn't say it the way he's saying it, but he's right.
It's funny how many people get worked up by this stuff. I mean, you still want to see the crazy person say crazy things.
Yeah.
He's promoting
2 weeks. Is that like he does stuff like this, and it seems like authentic to who he was because even as a player he seemed like a loose cannon. I don't know why I had that impression that he might be.
Emphasis on loose cannon.
Yeah, emphasis on cannon.
As you said, Sean, yesterday, ABP.
Always be podcasting.
Always be podcasting. Gilbert, he's done a great job finding a second career after that loose cannon of his forcing him out.
Yeah,
the different loose cannon than this cannon. Now it's his mouth. He's turned in his badge and his gun for a megaphone to just say the dumbest bleep possible. And respect.
Yeah, we're brothers in arms with them. Not in those kind of arms. in metaphorical brother in arms.
All right. Let's get back to the Astros Yankees. Maybe we'll hear from Dana Brown as well, because he has been making an appearance on the MLB Network
Oh, well, what kind of propaganda is that guy pushing today?
Yeah, we'll get into a little bit of that next as well here on
Lance
ESPN.
McCullers is going to throw 10 pitches, and